Hey, buddy, I can't tell. Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody watching this thing right now? I can't tell. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube stream. This is part 2 of the SNOW-A-THON. Part 2 of the SNOW-A-THON. If you wasn't here this morning, where was you? Okay. We got a bunch of people in here right now. Already 6,000 tuned in here right at the beginning of the stream. Thank you all for being here today. We are going to get right into this thing because, buddy, I'm telling you what, we got all kinds of stuff going on out there, okay? We've got winter storm warnings across the board. We have a new blizzard warning that's been issued. Ice storm warnings have been expanded further into Kentucky, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And we've got storm chasers out there. Of course, we've got professional storm chaser Vince Waelti out there on the road, still in Illinois. He's actually heading towards Louisville, okay? We're going to put him down there closer to the ice. So if we've got anybody between Indianapolis and Louisville, famous storm chaser Vince Waelti's going to be coming by you here soon. Also, we got Mike Scantlin, the Scant Man out here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is getting ready to get slammed. Okay, it's getting ready to get slammed by some heavy snow. We're going to watch that happen. We're going to keep up with the road conditions here with professional storm chaser Mike Scantlin. And welcome to the team here, Michael Beard. Michael Beard, forgot to change the name there. This isn't Brett Adair. This is Michael Beard, and he's down here in Wichita Falls. And look at here, we've already got a truck off the road here, UPS truck. Looks to me like it's slid off the road due to the ice and snow that's coming down in Wichita Falls, and it's not even close. It's not even close to being over with yet, guys. We still got a lot more of this stuff to go. Let's get a broad view on the radar, shall we? Shall we? Let's go ahead and zoom in here on part 2. Okay, we talked a lot this morning about part 1, and we're going to come over here. We're going to get an update on this here in a second. But part 1, it's about over, okay? It's pretty much moved out of Illinois. It's really dumping some big-time snow in Indiana right now. I can't wait to see some of y'all's pictures. Please send those to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. And it's also getting ready to dump on Toledo, okay? Also, a bunch of places in Michigan are also getting dumped on from part 1. But, guys, this is just, this is lunch, okay? Dinner's down here. Dinner's getting baked in the oven, and the oven is Texas and Oklahoma. Just ask them down there in Lawton, in Wichita Falls, in Abilene, in Oklahoma City, now working into the Tulsa area. Dinner is cooking up good, and it's looking to me like this is probably going to be an even more intense round of winter weather than punch number 1 that we tracked this morning and into this afternoon. So we're going to watch this right here very closely today, because not only is this going to add snow totals to everybody up there to the north and east of where it is right now, this is also the system that is forming a giant band of sleet and freezing rain, which is going to cause, unfortunately, significant damage across the mid-Mississippi Valley into the Ohio River Valley, and possibly even into southern Ohio, and then later on into West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and maybe even southern portions of New England and New York and Jersey and places like that, guys. This is going to be a long storm, okay? We're going to be hanging out a lot here together, so buckle in. You don't plan on doing anything, especially if you live in the affected areas. Don't plan on going out there in this stuff, okay? Kind of curl up with the blanket, sit here with me. We're going to let, we're going to let Vince, Michael, and Mike Scantlin do the dirty work out here, and we're going to let them tell us how it's going out there while we kind of just wait for it to pass, okay? Now, if you live in the purple here, okay, let me switch over here to this map again, go back to the radar. This is all of our watches and warnings. Once again, look at how much of the United States is under a winter weather warning. I mean, have you seen anything like this? From Mexico to Canada, from New Mexico, literally Santa Fe, through Tulsa, into Indianapolis, Cincinnati, all the way up into Caribou, and even way on up into New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland, they are going to feel the impacts of this storm, man. This is a huge storm. Don't let anybody tell you different. Brand new blizzard warning just issued down here in southwestern Texas. Blizzard warning for blizzard conditions. Additional snow accumulations of 4 to 7 inches and winds gusting as high as 60 miles per hour down here in the Delaware Mountains in Texas. Look at this, guys. Down here in southwestern Texas, we have a blizzard warning, and that's associated with Punch 2 of our big system that is going to advect off to the north and east. Now, this is what I want to show you. This is what's really important here. The purples, you guys. Everybody in this circle right here, Lexington, Kentucky, Louisville, Evansville, Paducah, Memphis, everybody down in through here, even down into northwestern portions of Memphis, near Hernando and South Haven, south of Memphis. You guys have to take this seriously, okay? Because the new data, every time it refreshes, guys, it looks worse, okay? It looks like some of you guys are probably almost certainly going to see more than 3/4 of an inch of ice, which is going to be extremely damaging with the winds that are going to be coming through here, okay? So once again, I hope that you've already prepared. I believe that most of you have, but do know that now we're talking about utility outages are almost certain in a lot of these places. So please take this seriously and make sure you're prepared for that. Now, thankfully, here on the Radar Omega app, which you can get this on your phone, it's down there in the description for iOS and Android. Not only can you look at the watches and warnings, you can look at the radar, the satellite, and all that good stuff, but we have these cyclone ports, and we have all kinds of cameras down here in some of the hardest hit areas, more than likely later on tomorrow with this ice storm, so we'll be able to keep an eye on everything down here. This is Olive Branch, Mississippi, the city hall there. 40.5 degrees right now, and rain. Now, what we're going to see happen as we go into the future is just like that. Do you see that? It went down to 40.4. It's going to keep dropping, but it's going to keep raining. It's going to get below freezing, but it's still going to be raining. What's going on with that, Ryan? That is the phenomenon we call freezing rain, and that's why everybody's been kind of freaking out about it, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a normal thing. This is something that doesn't happen very often, a widespread ice storm. So once again, I want to make sure I do everything I can to kind of communicate the significance of an event like this so that you know what to expect. Now, that ice storm warning does include Memphis. It includes Dyersburg, Ripley, Paris, Murray, Mayfield, Kentucky, okay? Down there in the boot heel of Missouri as well, near Kennett, all the way up to Sykeston. It includes Paducah, Evansville, Indiana, Madisonville, Kentucky, Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Bowling Green. Bowling Green has been added to this list, okay? Louisville and Lexington, you guys are also in this. Elizabethtown, Danville, Richmond. Guys, if you know somebody out in this area, and maybe you think, I don't know, I don't know if my buddy that lives over here in Danville knows about this, or he seems like the kind of person who wouldn't ever watch the weather. Right now's the time to text this video to them, or this live stream to them, because I'm getting ready to break this down step by step to let you know what to expect with the forecast. When's it going to start? When's it going to end? How much are we going to get? And what can happen in a worst case scenario? And then what's our best case scenario? I'm going to go through every single bit of that right here in a second. And, of course, you guys to the north, you guys are in Snowtown, baby. Fort Wayne, Effingham, Indianapolis, St. Louis. I mean, round one has already overperformed for a lot of you guys, and now round two is going to come in and put just a little icing on top there for you, and we're going to talk about that as well. Additionally, we have Reed Timmer in the vehicle driving towards the south and west right now. He's going to Mississippi. He's going to Louisiana, Alabama, that region right in through here, because we do think we're going to see some tornadoes, okay? Possibly some naders down there in the deep south tomorrow. And once again, it's a real possibility that we see severe weather all the way up possibly into central Mississippi and central Alabama, as the Storm Prediction Center has now issued a slight risk of severe weather. And we're going to talk about that as well. Oh my goodness, that's not it. We also have a huge flooding risk for everybody in the red circle there, as all of this moisture that's feeding our winter weather is convecting as rain into Tennessee and eastern Kentucky, and some places can see more than 3 to 4 inches possibly from this. So, I mean, once again, guys, this is a huge, wide, affecting storm. Almost everybody in the whole United States is going to be hit by this thing in some way, shape, or fashion. So we are going to talk about all that right now as we dive deep into the forecast. Once again, just a quick update. Here's our storm chasers that we have on the road right now. Okay, we got Vince Waelti out there. He is in Illinois. He's in Bloomington. He's literally in Bloomington right now. He's still, I'm pretty sure he's going to head down towards Indianapolis and then possibly go on down towards Louisville to chase the ice storm portion of this. And then we also have professional storm chaser Mike Scantlin, who is in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We don't have his marker up right now for some reason, but beyond that, we also have Michael Beard down there in Wichita Falls, Texas, okay, which the roads down there are becoming really, really treacherous. We've seen already multiple accidents down here, and we're probably, unfortunately, going to see more of that as we go forward. Let me change this guy's name here. This is Michael Beard. There we go. So he is a Live Storms Media Storm Chaser. If you guys like watching Storm Chasers and looking at Storm Chaser videos, Live Storms Media is a great place to do that. Whoo, Lord. That was a mouthful right there. We've got 15,000 people watching. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you're sharing this on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Send it in a text message to a family member or a friend because we're really about to break down the forecast here as I take one final look at our current radar just to make sure that everything's going to line up with what we're going to show here in a second. But one of the most important things you can do when you're looking at model data, okay, so we're getting ready to look at forecast models, right? One of the most important things you can do before you do that is look at the radar, look at the current information, look at the current observations. Make sure those models ain't lying to you from the beginning. Because if they're a little off right there in the first frame, Lord knows how off they're going to be 20 frames beyond that. So right now we've got a bunch of sleet in Wichita Falls and Abilene. It's getting ready to move into Dallas. We've got heavy snow in Oklahoma City. I believe we already have some snow reports. Yeah, 2 inches. 2 inches of snow already reported here south and west of Oklahoma City. We got an inch of snow on the ground back here towards Amarillo. 3 inches in the northern part of the panhandle of Texas. This is also going to dump more and more snow across the Oklahoma City and Tulsa region as we go forward. Who wants to look at that future cast? Who wants to look at the forecast? Who wants to get into that right now? Is that what we want to do? All right. That's what we'll do then. That is what we'll do. Let's head on over to the forecast models. All right. So if you want to keep up with the date and time as I go through this, it's always going to be down here. All right. You see that? Whoop, whoop. There we go. It's going to be in Eastern time, though, because that's where I'm from. All right, so adjust accordingly to all you Central people. There's just 1 hour difference. So here we are today around 3 p.m. This is in the past. Okay, so let's skip to where we are right now. Okay, so this looks to me pretty similar. This is pretty similar to what the radar actually looks like. This is 6 o'clock. It's 6:30. It's 6:30 where I am. So works for me. This definitely works for me. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to put this into motion. We're going to see what's going to happen in the future. What is going to happen as we go forward with this thing? A lot of you, once again, I think a lot of people in Missouri, I got some emails and some nasty messages, and they was like, man, you said it was going to snow for like 2 days, and it's not snowing. Well, listen, man, you're in an intermission, okay? This is the break. This is the break zone. Don't worry. The second punch is coming. The first one is getting out of here, and the second one is forming up. And once again, it's in the oven right now, and it's going to come towards you. Let's put this into motion. Here we are at 10 p.m. tonight. Not much has changed. This is not a good sign. This stuff isn't moving fast, okay? It's not in a hurry to get out of here. That means that it's going to stay over you for a long time. If you're in central Oklahoma, let's say you're in Oklahoma City. Let's say you are in Oklahoma City. Let's say you are in Tulsa. That means a lot of snow. We're probably going to look at a really decent amount of snow for you guys by the time this thing is said and done. Now, down a little bit further to your south, okay, in, let's say, Pauls Valley, all right, McAllister, all these places in southeastern Oklahoma, we're talking about sleet and freezing rain. Remember, the pink and the purple, that's sleet and freezing rain. Very important to remember that. And then all the greens and stuff down here, this is regular rain and possibly a couple thunderstorms, okay? So this is 10 o'clock tonight. Everybody in Oklahoma is going to be in Snowtown, baby. And it's finally going to start snowing again a little bit there in central Missouri. Let's keep going, all right? Let's go all the way into, let's say, 1 a.m. tonight, all right? It's still snowing in Oklahoma City and Tulsa, and now that ice and that freezing rain is moving into the greater Dallas region in Texas. We are expecting an ice storm down here, guys. And that ice makes it all the way down into central Texas as well. Let's see here. What are some places down there, you know, closer to Austin, but not quite to Austin? Near Eastland, okay, Brady, San Angelo. You guys can see freezing rain out of this. And I'm going to explain what freezing rain is here in a minute, because I feel like some of you guys, a lot of you guys understand what that is, but some people are a little bit confused as to why that's such a big deal. Why do we care? Why do we not like our rain cold, Ryan? I'm going to explain it to you here in a second. And then all this pink up here is going to be your sleet. All right, so let's keep pushing it forward. All right, now around the, let's say, 6 a.m. time frame tomorrow, this is when things start to get really sour. All right, this is when things start to look bad, especially over here in Arkansas, portions of Tennessee and the mid-Mississippi Valley, all the way up into, starting now in Ohio into western Kentucky. This is when our ice storm is officially going to start. And by the way, still over here in the Dallas region, by the way, it's still icing and sleeting down there too. And also, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, it may still be snowing in Tulsa. I think that some places here in Oklahoma are really going to overperform with their snow totals. Okay, so it could still be snowing in Tulsa tomorrow at 6 a.m. So that's pretty incredible. Anyways, the ice storm will be raging at this point in the Memphis area, all the way up into the Bowling Green. It might be just starting around this time. And the unfortunate thing about what's happening here is that the overall motion of the storm is this way. So imagine you're here, all right? What do you got coming towards you? You trace it backwards. All of this is going to come over your location. Nothing but sleet and ice and freezing rain. Okay, this is why we think we're going to have some big time problems with power outages, down trees, down power lines, down everything. Because, if you have several hours of freezing rain, it's going to accumulate on those power lines. It's going to accumulate on those trees. It's going to add weight to them, and it's going to start bringing them down. Okay, so that's one of the things that we are worried about. Let's push it forward even more. Okay, this is exactly what I'm talking about. All the way at 11 a.m. on Thursday, we're still seeing ice and freezing rain in a lot of these places. Now, if you're back here in Indianapolis, you're in Snowtown, baby. Toledo, Ohio, you're in Snowtown, baby. All right, I don't want to be too doom and gloom here. Some of us like the snow. Okay, so every once in a while, I'm going to kind of shift our focus back to the positive side. And if you like snow up here in Indiana, in northern Ohio, in central Illinois, hey, you're getting it. Okay, you're going to be getting it at this time. And a lot of you guys think you already have a lot of snow on the ground right now. Just wait. Just wait until after about 11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Also, some of that snow is going to make it up here into northwestern PA and upstate New York, into Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine around this time. But this is also when things start to look a little bit more sour, a little bit worse overall, because as we get closer to, let's say, 2 or 3 p.m., first of all, look at how thick that band is. I'm going to zoom in now because we're pretty much done with it over there in a lot of Oklahoma. So I'm zooming in. Maybe you can see a little bit better where your location is now. So this is where things start to get a little tricky tomorrow. I'm going to be live during this, and it's going to be kind of hard to keep up with everything because we're going to have a lot of serious situations unfolding around this time, around the 3 to 4 p.m. time frame. First of all, interstates, highways, roads up here in this portion of the world, from St. Louis all the way up into close to Cleveland, are going to be an absolute mess. It's going to be a situation where we have to say shut her down, okay? Ain't no way anybody's going to get through there, or we risk a situation where we don't let our DOTs and our people that are snowplow people get out there and remove the snow from the roads. We don't want to have another situation where we have a bunch of people stuck on the interstate. This is going to be the kind of snow that could allow that to happen. All right. I know that some of these governments up here, they're issuing state of emergencies. They're closing the interstates. They're saying, hey, if you got to go somewhere, you better have a helicopter, because they're literally like, some people might think that it's a little bit too far, but they are literally closing down the highway, or they're saying, hey, good luck out there, because we're not putting our snowplow or our road crews out there in the middle of this. Okay, like you can drive on the road, but we ain't doing nothing. We ain't plowing it. Like literally, in some communities they are saying that. So just stay home. Okay, what is tomorrow? Tomorrow is Thursday, so hopefully, you can take the day off and enjoy the snow day. If you can't, I feel for you, but hopefully you can. It's going to get rough up there. The roads are going to get bad fast, and it's absolutely going to be kind of tricky. And then down here from Cincinnati to Louisville into western Kentucky, we are literally going to have a sleet storm, okay? Dippin' Dots, frozen Dippin' Dots falling from the sky. all the way down into central Arkansas as well. And then, once again, this is where it gets really concerning, from western Tennessee into western and central and northern Kentucky into Ohio and Pennsylvania. That purple band is going to start wreaking havoc here. We're going to hear about all kinds of power outages. Of course, travel will be pretty bad at this time as well. And then another thing that we have to worry about is all of this rain. Okay, all of this rain in northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, middle Tennessee, central Kentucky. We are going to have a lot of flooding going on at this time. And you think, Ryan, goodness gracious, man, are you being over dramatic here? Is it, what's happening? What is on? No, I'm not even finished. On top of that, we're going to have a marginal tornado risk down here in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Literally, all of these things at the same exact time. All of these things at the same exact time. So it's going to be quite the event tomorrow. Once again, I will be live. Make sure you're subscribed with notifications on. But yeah, that's kind of the timing and impacts of what we can expect. Now, everything beyond this, okay, let's go into 9 p.m. tomorrow night. This is where the forecast becomes a little bit wonky again, okay? Well, remember, the further out into the future we go, the less we know for sure. But it is looking like this ice storm is going to transfer its energy over into the northeastern Kentucky area, along the Ohio River in West Virginia and Ohio, and then, of course, into central PA, possibly into portions of upstate New York. And then eventually we might see a round of extremely, heavy rain and possibly some freezing rain in the panhandles of West Virginia, Maryland, into southeastern PA, northern Jersey, maybe even the New York City region, and then, of course, into southern New England as well. Okay, so beyond this point, we're looking at all the different options. We're looking at all the different scenarios that could play out. Right now, it does look like there's a potential for a significant ice storm over here, but we're not done working out the numbers just yet. We are still working on that, okay? So start preparing if you want to. It's not milk and bread time, maybe just yet. I'm going to leave that up to you. We'll let you know by the end of the stream what exactly we think is going to happen. And then, of course, we still have that big stripe of freezing rain coming through Tennessee and Kentucky, where a lot of people, once again, are more than likely going to be having a hard time, not only from the ice accumulation, but possibly flooding too. And then, yeah, this is also pretty concerning down here, where we see the potential for some supercell thunderstorms and tornadoes around this time. In Louisiana, Mississippi, from 2 p.m. to, I would say, 10 p.m. tomorrow, anywhere in this general vicinity, you could possibly see tornadoes, and that's not a joke. Okay, the ingredients are there, 100%. Significant tornado parameter is pretty much maxes out around 4 or 5, around 3 p.m. tomorrow. If you're in the yellows or oranges there, that's where it's probably more than likely we would have the best ingredients in place to see isolated tornadoes. So we'll have tornadoes, flooding, sleet, freezing rain, heavy snow, intermittent blizzard conditions all at the same time here tomorrow. And that's why we've been kind of ringing the bells on this storm for a little while. All right? But, let's look at the bright side here, okay? It's not that bad. After this thing moves by, yeah, it's going to get cold, all right? It's going to get pretty cold behind it. But a couple days after that, we're going to start slowly warming up. And then also a couple days after that, I think we're going to be pretty quiet, man. Like, it looks to me like after this big storm slides through, we are going to have a couple of days all across the United States of genuinely quiet weather. And, buddy, let me tell you, I am excited for that. I haven't taken a real break since December 1st. But we got to get through this first, okay? And I know we got a bunch of people in here right now, over 20,000. I want to let you guys know, if we got anybody that didn't watch this morning, I did this speech about Texas. A lot of people in Texas are tuning in, and they're worried. They're scared to death, all right? And rightfully so after what happened last year. This is not that, okay? Don't buy the hype. Don't tune out most of the doom and gloom that you're hearing on Facebook, okay? Tune it out, all right? You're going to be okay as long as you have some way of dealing with an intermittent power outage. At the worst case scenario, could last a couple days. I think you're going to be okay, all right? And we're not going to have, minus 10 degree temperatures work in after this storm goes by. Okay, so if you do lose power, it's going to be cold, but it's not going to be a repeat of last year. I promise you guys that. However, I do understand that you want to be prepared. And that makes total sense to me. That's why I am so intent on being here literally for 20 hours or possibly 30 hours by the time we're set and done, sitting here in front of these monitors and telling you everything that can happen. And instead of forecasting with these computer models, we're now casting. That way you get a real idea of what's actually going to happen in the near future. So I understand. So just stay tuned with me, but don't freak out, all right? Nobody needs to freak out. It's a winter storm. We're going to get through it. The only thing is like, you need to take it seriously. When I say don't freak out, I'm not saying, well, don't forget about it. It's no big deal. It's just like there's no need for panic. Anna says, I just hope people stay off the roads. It's rough. 100%. It is rough out there. I was talking to Vince Waelti earlier, and he was saying that there was a lot of stuff going on out there. He was having to dig people out on the interstate around Bloomington. And there's tons of wrecks. We were looking at the Wichita Falls camera here earlier from Michael Beard, and there was a semi truck that had slid off the road. And literally, if you listen in the background very faintly, you can hear some public safety radio feeds and some amateur radio feeds. And it's just like every minute we're hearing about a new car accident, a new something is happening on one of these interstates. So it's important that everybody stays off the roads, because I also made this speech earlier. It doesn't matter if you can drive in the snow. We believe in you, buddy. Okay, if you got a Jeep, if you got a big 4-wheel drive truck, if you got everything figured out, okay, you can drive in the snow. I think that you can do it. However, everybody else can't. All right, so what are you going to do if there's 3 cars come barreling towards you and knocks you into the ditch, flips your car over? Okay, there's nothing you can do about that. I don't care how much 4-wheel drive you have. Okay, so it's just best that everyone stays off the road, except, of course, for professional storm chaser Vince Waelti, because we got to have somebody out there so we can see what the roads look like. Everybody else can stay in because our storm chasers are out there doing the dirty work for us. All right, so thank you guys so much for tuning in. That was a full view of the forecast, and we're not done yet, okay? Because I also want to dig a little bit deeper into this severe weather aspect of this. I know a lot of you, I know we have 20,000 people in here. I know we've got some people in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana down here. If you are from this region, let's see you, okay? Speak up in the chat. I want to hear from you. If we got a bunch of people, I will go a little bit more in depth in the tornado threat down there tomorrow. Additionally, I don't know how many people we have watching from Southern Ohio, okay? But I feel like that's a place that's kind of been neglected from the coverage of this ice storm. So I really want to go in depth on that region as well if we have a lot of people from there, okay? And then obviously the places that are going to be hardest hit over here in Western Kentucky and Tennessee, and then of course the big snow that's coming up here. We're going to talk about that intensely, and we're going to talk about all of this very in-depth as well, okay? I just want to gauge and see how many people we have from this area. We got a lot of Alabama people. We do have a lot of, gosh, we have a lot of people here. It's just, there's no other way to say it. Everybody is from a little bit of everywhere. Thanks for tuning in, by the way, guys. Still got 20,000 people watching. If every single one of us shared the stream right now, buddy, who knows how many people we can get this vital information in front of. Let's go ahead and let's look at the radar up close and personal real quick before we start diving into those models again. This is a very important kind of radar to look at. This is showing us two things, okay? It's showing us on the right side, it's showing us the depiction, okay, of the precipitation. The pinks represents freezing rain or sleet or a mix. The blues represent snow, and then the greens and the yellows represent rain, okay? And then over here on this side, it's just a mirrored image, okay? It's the same exact thing on both sides, but on this side, without the changing colors, we can kind of monitor and depict the intensity of the precipitation. And this also will detect lightning strikes, and I saw a couple lightning strikes earlier really close to Brownwood. And I'm telling you, if we have anybody out here, any Texas people watching, if we have any Texas people watching, there is a real opportunity, if you are between Wichita Falls and Dallas, and maybe even all the way up into Oklahoma as well. But if you're in this general corridor here that's getting ready to see the snow come through with the heavier bands, you have a real opportunity to see thunder snow, okay? It's just like a thunderstorm, but instead of rain, it's snowing. If you can safely do so, if you can safely get me a video of thunder snow and with proof that it was taken today or tonight, I'm going to order you pizza and have it delivered to your house, okay? I want to see thunder snow. I just want to, obviously I've seen all the videos that already exist. I want to see a new one from you, okay? And I'm not kidding. I'll have pizza delivered to you. Maybe not tonight because the roads are going to be shut down. We don't want them pizza delivery guys out there. But tomorrow or next day or whenever we can, I swear to goodness, I'm going to get your address and I'm going to get you some pizza down there. So for real though, if you can get thunder snow on video for me, I'm going to take care of you. Also, once again, up here in Oklahoma, it's going to be very possible that we see thunder snow up here moving into the Norman area, Lindsay, Paws Valley, Oklahoma City, and of course up into Tulsa. By the way, there's a big band of snow getting ready to come through Tulsa right now. We've got Mike Scantlin out there. Can't see nothing yet, but we will as soon as we can start talking to him about what he's experiencing as that comes into view. Doesn't look like it's snowing much at all right now, actually, in Tulsa, which is kind of surprising. There might be a little bit of what we call virga going on down there in that portion of Oklahoma right now. And basically what that is sometimes if you looked at the radar, tell me if this is something that's happened to you guys before. Have you ever looked at a radar app or the radar on the TV or whatever, and it shows that it's snowing at your house, but you look outside and it's not? How many times does that happen to you? It happens to me all the time. Well, to briefly explain to you why that happens, it's not lying, okay? Radars don't lie. There's no incentive for them to lie to you, okay? What's happening there is sometimes the snow, when the snow first starts getting into your area, for example, like Tulsa here, and you look outside and there's no snow, what's happening is the dew point a lot of times in these cold environments and on the front edge of snowstorms, it's really low. So there's not a lot of moisture in the air, especially closer to the surface. So what's happening is, if we switch back over here to Mike's camera in Tulsa, is it is snowing. It's snowing up here in the sky, right? It's snowing above his head. But in any precipitation event, there is evaporation. Right? If you look at a cloud in the distance and you watch the rain come out of it, it kind of gets less and less intense the closer it gets to the ground, because there's some evaporation happening on its trip down to the ground. Same thing happens with snow, and the air is so dry that most of it or all of it is allowed to evaporate before it hits the ground. And that's why the radar looks like it's lying to you sometimes. However, every passing minute that Tulsa is covered in the blue or the green here, there's more moisture being added to the atmosphere, and with every passing minute, it gets closer and closer to the surface. And then eventually there's going to be enough moisture support there for the snowflakes to make it all the way down. So that's one of the reasons why you see that sometimes. And more than likely, when this really heavy band starts working into Tulsa and Broken Arrow here in the next little bit, we will certainly see that start coming down very quickly there through Mike's camera.
Yeah, thanks for responding.
And wow, look at this, guys. This is the broad view. Once again, almost everybody in the United States is going to be affected by this in some way, shape, or form. And my goodness, guys, you guys are blowing it up with the support today. Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you, Judy Menzel. Thank you, Sheila. My goodness. Thank you, Petra. There's just a lot of this. I don't think there's any way possible I can keep up with it, but I promise I read all of them eventually, even if it's after the stream, and I really, really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the support, guys. Of course, we wouldn't be able to have our storm chasers if it wasn't for you, okay? Vince Waelti, he's going to be able to eat. he's literally been up for like who knows how long just driving in the snow. Mike Scantlin, we wouldn't be able to have these guys and be able to financially support their endeavors if it wasn't for you guys. So you are making this happening. You're making this happen. Thank you so much. All right. So we got a really important update from our correspondent out there in Owasso, Oklahoma. I love this kid. Let's hear from him here. Let's hear from our correspondent, Carbonado guy. Take it away, man.
Right now, I got another live update here in Owasso, Oklahoma. I am in my backyard right now. As y'all can see, there's already quite a bit of snow on the ground.
Oh man.
This chair got blown over.
Oh my goodness.
We're getting like 25 to 30 mile per hour wind gusts. My weather station out back here is going insane because the wind is howling out of the north.
You can hear it. I mean, we can hear it in the background. You can see the tree swinging back there.
This, again, if y'all look at this, it's just howling out of the north.
Yeah,
wow.
100%. I love it. Thanks for the report, man. Please keep those coming. Keep those coming today. And I promise I'm going to keep sharing them because we really want to see what's going on there in Owasso, Oklahoma. Thank you very much for sending that in, Mr. Carbonado. Hey, listen, guys, this is what he's doing is important. Okay, maybe you think that that's cute or whatever, but no, it's vitally important that everybody that's watching this right now, if you have a phone, if you have the ability to, and you're in one of the impacted areas, pull it out. Post a picture or a video of what's going on. You don't have to be a reporter. You don't have to film yourself. But post a picture or a video to my Twitter, @RyanHall, y'all, with what's going on in your neck of the woods. That way we can compare what the radar is showing to real life, okay? This is the dream, okay? The National Weather Service has literal dreams about this every night. They wish that while they were forecasting and doing their stuff, they had 20,000 people watching them that could talk back and forth with them through Twitter and send in reports and stuff. So, once again, this is one of the best ways that we can now cast. So if you feel like it, follow me on Twitter @RyanHall, y'all, and send in a report, picture, video, doesn't matter to me. Just make sure you include your location. We also have Facebook and Instagram, and you can submit on there as well. Twitter's just my favorite. Here is Jennifer's backyard in Lansing, Michigan. Look at this, guys. This was before the sun went down. Already got a bunch of snow out there. A whole bunch of snow. Holy smokes. Thanks for sending that in. We've also got Tulsa. Oh, okay. So in this portion of Tulsa, it is snowing. Okay, so where Mike is, it's not yet, but we've already seen some snow stick to the pavement down here in Tulsa where Donna Wright is. Thank you so much for sending that in to me there on the Twitter. That's really appreciative, or I am appreciative of you. Let's see here. What else do we have? Frozen mailbox. Now that's an interesting report right there. How much ice do you have? I've got about a frozen mailbox's worth of ice down here in wherever he's from. Once again, please include your locations. Here's snow in Williamsport, Indiana. Thank you, Terry. And look at this. This guy's got the setup right here. He is watching Ryan Hall, y'all, and hitting some golf balls, man. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool right there. All right. So yeah, keep the reports coming in, guys. We're going to continue to monitor Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and all that good stuff. And also, keep sharing out there on Facebook and all these places. The more, the merrier. You guys know how it works. The more, the merrier. Oh, I was like, hold on, that don't make a lot of sense. So this says 81.5 inches or 81 to 2 inches in Indiana, but no, I think what they were trying to say is about 6.5 inches or 7 inches, which is a really good number there. I think you're gonna get even more on top of that by the time this is all said and done. Wow. Can we skip part 2? Oh my goodness, look at this, guys. This is Springfield, Illinois. Springfield, Illinois. They say, can we skip part 2? We don't want part 2. Part 1 was good enough. Unfortunately, I don't think that we can skip it. Here is the interstate there, I-40 West in Amarillo, Texas. Hey, Nate, thank you so much for sending that in. Looks like he's a trucker. We got a lot of truckers, whole lot of over-the-road truckers that watch this channel. We appreciate you guys. Man, you guys are really sending them in now. We are getting buried with reports. This is another one from northwestern Indiana. Now, remember, here's something to keep in mind, okay? And I'm going to go through the models here in just a minute. But if you're in extreme northwestern Indiana, round 2 isn't going to hit you as much, okay? Round 2 is going to take a little bit more of a southern track than round 1 did, okay? It's the sweet spot's going to be if you got a lot of snow today, but you started off as rain, you're probably going to end up getting a lot of snow from this second round, okay? But if you were all snow today, you're probably not going to get that much snow out of the second round. Now, don't get me wrong. You're going to add a couple inches onto your totals here. But the sweet spot for big snow is going to come to areas just a little bit further south. So I don't know. How much snow do we have in Indianapolis right now, guys? Do we have anybody in Indianapolis that can tell us how much snow is on the ground? I'm very interested in that because I think that if you guys end up with a lot of snow from this first round, you guys are absolutely going to be in Snowtown, baby, from that second round, because that's kind of the perfect place to be if you're looking for additional snow from the second round. Let's see here. Within 2 hours, we have received 2 inches of snow in Van Buren, Indiana. Parker Ellenberg, thank you for sending that in, man.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to find some more. I'm trying to find something from Indianapolis, specifically Indianapolis. Toledo. Toledo already has about 3 inches of snow. That's another place that I think is going to end up being one of the big winners from this system. That second push is really going to come through Toledo and put down a lot of snow. I'm not kidding. Northwestern, no snow yet in Indianapolis. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's come over to our high def radar. A lot of people in the chat are from Indianapolis. Let's come over here and look at what the details are looking like. Okay, so, oh my goodness, you guys are so close. You guys are so close to seeing snow. But right now it's kind of like a mix or a little bit of rain. All right, just to your north and west, not very far to your north and west. It's pouring the snow there near Lebanon, all the way up into Anderson, possibly, and then of course into Kokomo. I think that this is going to transition before it moves out. But now that I'm seeing this, now that I have the confirmation that in Indianapolis there has not been any snow from this, I think that the sweet spot is probably going to be around Kokomo. How much snow do you have in Kokomo right now? We're going to look at the models here again in just a second. But I do think that somebody in the middle, somebody that gets a lot of snow from this first round and the second round, that, obviously that's going to be where we see the highest totals. And some of you guys up there with the first round, you vastly overperformed. Let's see here. Ken says we got about 9.5 inches there in New London, Missouri. So thank you for sending that in. Okay, some people say there is snow in Indianapolis. Some people say there isn't. Obviously, it's a big place. So that's going to vary. So we'll continue to check on that. We got our storm chasers out here. Let's check in on them as well. Vince is at a gas station. He might be looking at the radar, trying to figure out what his next move's going to be. And it looks like Mike Scantlin. Looks like our feed is frozen on him. Let's refresh him real quick. Okay, there we go. We got a live feed from Mike again. And then what else? We also have Michael Beard down here in Wichita Falls. And the roads look really sketchy down there. They look really bad down there towards Wichita Falls in Texas. I would say that that's going to end up being a place that you definitely want to stay off of the roads down there tonight. CFL, thank you so much for the $50 bomb. He says, great coverage, man. I hope you cover New York City more in the future. Absolutely. We covered New York City like crazy just the other day with that big bomb cyclone that came through. But yeah, 100%. If you guys live anywhere in the U.S., subscribe to this channel. This is what I do. Snoopy says, hey, man, my wife and I just wanted to thank you and your team for all of the hard work that you do. We're a block away from the courthouse in Mayfield, Kentucky, and your warnings probably saved our family's lives from the tornado. Thank you. Lifetime subscriber now. Snoopy, thank you, man. Thank you for the generous contribution. You didn't have to do that. Once again, I love what I do here. I'm always going to be here. Never going anywhere. YouTube's it for me. I have no big aspirations to do anything else. And I will be here, or I'm going to try to be here for all of the tornadoes. Obviously, I won't be here for every single one of them. But I'm very, very glad that I was able to help so many people that night there in Western Kentucky. And hopefully we're going to be able to guide you through this one too, with the potential ice storm that's going to come through there. So thank you for all the support, guys. This is in Michigan. 6 inches and counting. 6 inches and counting down there. You know what we need? We need somebody who sits behind me here and takes these pictures and all of our reports and like places them on the map. And that way we can like build a big report map of, you know, how much snow we have. Now, obviously the National Weather Service does that. All these other places do that, but I would like to have our own so that you guys, we can literally see the total snow accumulations as we build up all these reports. So that would be really cool. All right, let's skedaddle back over here to the radar real quick. And let's look at the broad picture, okay? Things are rapidly developing here. We do have snow moving into Tulsa. Oklahoma City, it's snowing pretty good, or at least it should be. Yeah, already an inch on the ground there in Oklahoma City, it looks like.
703 West Clear Direct.
Republic reported 1 inch of snow, 1 mile west-northwest of Edmond. And it looks like we have sleet, an inch of sleet accumulation down here near Seymour. And what was this? Freezing rain. A 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation there in south and east of McAllister. So we're already seeing some ice accumulation from this storm system. Already seeing it. And portions of southeastern Oklahoma. That's not a good sign. We still have several hours of precipitation to go. But that is what the radar looks like down there. Once again, here is the big picture of everything. We got to zoom out pretty far to see it all. But that's it, baby. And then all of our watches and warnings. One more time, I'm going to go through this so that you guys can get once again, the idea of the scope and the size of everything that we're talking about here. This is affecting a lot of people in the United States of America. A lot. Hey, Ted Oliver, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the support. Here is north of Edmond, Oklahoma. West of I-35. We got about 1 inch of snow and a happy doggo. I love that. Thanks for sending that in. It does look like some of the ice storm will affect portions of the Austin, Texas area, but it's not going to be like a catastrophic like deal down there, okay? Like you guys are going to see some ice accumulation, you're going to see some sleet, you're going to see some snow, but it's not going to be like the same kind of thing that we're talking about over there in Kentucky and Tennessee. It's not going to be like that at all. Let's see here. We're getting ice and snow here in Noblesville, Indiana. It's coming down fast. Thank you for sending that in. Hot Seat, thank you so much for the big time 20 there. We got 8 inches in Climax, Michigan. It's about done coming down. Yeah, a lot of places in the northwestern Indiana and into portions of Michigan really overperformed here. If these totals would have fell a little bit further to the south and east, we would have broke some records. I really do think we would have broke some records in central Indiana. There's still an opportunity for us to do that.
Okay, copy that.
Hey, what was that? Cinexali? I hope I'm saying your name right. Thank you for the very, very generous $100 super chat there. That was super nice of you. And Brandy, thank you so much for that as well. You guys, you're okay. Vince and everybody's going to be well fed tonight. Thank you for the support. I really do appreciate it. We all appreciate it here. Let's see. Trying to see if there's anything else coming through. All right, I'm going to give this time. I'm going to give this a little bit more time to build up in on the Twitter feed, and then I'm going to pull up our map here and show you where our storm chasers are. Once again, Vince Waelti is in Illinois, heading towards Indianapolis, in Indiana, and then Mike Scantlin is down here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and he is going to be kind of staying in and around that area as the snow comes in. Is this a current stream? I guess it is. No. Is this a current stream that I'm looking at here? Hey, is this a current stream that we're looking at from Mike on YouTube too? I think it might be replaying there because it looks significantly darker in every other place that we're looking at. I want to make sure we have the current view up for Mike. Hey man, how's it going out there?
David 1297, ending mileage 22735.
And it is getting hot in this room, guys. I gotta turn the AC on
1806.
or open a window or something. All right, we're gonna see if they say anything here in a second. But I know we have Mike out there. I just don't know if that's a current view or not. Let's refresh him.
And she's been there since this morning, and she's pretty cold. It's 1806.
Yeah, that's the current one.
Okay. All right.
Out 311, 1016.
I don't know. It looks like that doesn't look current to me. I'm gonna see. I mean, I believe that it's on his channel there, but I don't know if he's playing like a replay or what. Live now. Okay, I think that he's started a new one because it's much darker. It's much darker on his feed that I'm looking at on my browser versus what I'm seeing over here. So if you could maybe try to switch that URL again. We're gonna get Mike back on here in a second. We have some outdated data for him there. Hey Vince, how's it going? Give us an update, man. What's the plan? And as we wait on Mike to come back, we are going to try to get an update from
Currently,
Vince.
I'm down here just off I-74. I stopped for fuel. I'm going to be headed towards Champaign, and then I'm going to drop south. And instead of going into Indianapolis, I'll use Interstate 64 there that goes across extreme southern Indiana to move east and west if needed. I'm just trying to keep the severe weather threat in play. I figure it'll take me a couple hours to get down that way and a couple more model runs and some decisions. But it looks like we're definitely going to be in the path of any bit of ice or snow that comes in later on this afternoon or later on this evening. Road conditions are still pretty poor out here. The interstates aren't in too bad a shape, but we've passed several semis that have been stuck in the median or jackknifed in several spots. So still pretty dangerous out here.
That's the only live one from his channel.
Thank you. I'll let the powers that be.
Here, I'm putting it in. I'm going to drop you a link to the one that I'm seeing in the info stream. So that was the latest from Storm Chaser Vince Waelti. We're working out some technical difficulties with Mike, and then Michael Beard just hit me up, and I've got to get him on our network as well. Hey, if you could send me a text message on here with an email address or a phone number, I have to send you an invite to our network, so to be able to talk to you on the stream. So if you don't care to do that, just do that whenever you get a chance, and I'll get you hooked up. So we're also going to be able to track and talk to Michael Beard here in the near future, which once again, he is in the Wichita Falls area, going back and forth on those roads over there, which once again look pretty treacherous right now. We have a little bit of a intermittent connectivity problem, but man, do the snow plows in Texas have police lights on them?
Engine 7
Man, they take that seriously over there. I don't think I've ever seen that. Is that what that is? It's just like a DOT snowplow truck, isn't it? Huh. Look at that. But we're going to check back in with him via voice here in the next little bit. And we're going to keep refreshing for Mike as well. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Just making sure you hear me. Let's see here. Tracy, thank you so much for the support. Brad, thank you. Elzar, thank you. Lori Parker, thank you. We got KB9VAV there. Linda, thank you. Brandy, guys, so much support. Thank you so much for all that.
Yeah, Ryan, I am on I-44 here, just 15 or 20 miles southwest of Tulsa here in the Sapulpa area. The roads are really, really bad. There was an accident. I did try to get some video of the accident, but they got it cleared before I could get back to it. But, you know, it's really gone downhill here in the last hour. You can see the roads are just packed with that sleet, and now it's snowing on top of it. So, yeah, it's treacherous out here, buddy.
So that that was Mike Scantlin. We're hoping to get his feed back on here.
George 362, I'm going 10-8, I'll head that way.
George 313, 352.
And we will get that on here in just a second. But until then, we will just keep talking to him via voice. And then also, we're getting really close to doing our forecast breakdown. How many of you guys were here for part 1 of the show? How many of you were here this morning and saw the forecast breakdown thing that we did? Okay, we're going to do that again here. And then after we do that, we are going to get right back into the forecast models and diving into the information that we need to relay for this upcoming continued snowstorm, the ice storm, the severe weather, and all that stuff. Okay, so right now is a great time to share this stream. Okay, right now is a great time to share this on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever in the world you want to share it. Okay, if you've already done it, don't worry about it. Okay, so we don't want you to spam your people there. But if you haven't yet, please share this because we want to get as many people in as possible in here to get this vital information out. I'm going to explain freezing rain, and I'm also going to go through the impacts and what it means to have an inch of ice on your power line. Okay, some people don't understand that. I'm going to get into that right after we do this forecast breakdown. And guys, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. If basically what we're going to do is if you live somewhere that we haven't been talking about today, we're going to kind of zoom out and look at the forecast for the whole U.S. And then while I do that, we're going to do something fun. Okay, you hear that? You hear that sound? Anytime you hear that, that means that it is time for a forecast breakdown. Once again, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to this live stream today. We are going to break down the forecast step by step, and we're going to zoom out, okay? We've talked about Indiana, Illinois, Ohio, Oklahoma, Texas. We're talking about them all day, literally for hours and hours and hours. We're going to continue to talk about them. But you know, let's zoom out a little bit and look at some other people, okay? And while I do this, I want you guys to tweet #BreakItDown, Ryan, okay? With a unique picture or just a unique post of some kind that relates to the channel. And our mods are going to pick the most unique one, and make sure you include your town name in that post. And I'm going to do a personalized custom forecast for you there just for fun and just really briefly before we dive back into our breaking weather coverage here, okay? This is just a nice way to kind of refresh every once in a while. Let's go over here to the radar. Once again, we're zooming out. Right now, if we turn on our temperatures, we can see that it is currently cold. All right. It is currently very cold in northern Montana, -4 degrees. Okay, how about you? Bismarck at -8 degrees, Fargo -6. It was -20 in some of these places earlier this morning as we were streaming. And then over here in Seattle and Portland, it's in the 30s, upper 30s, lower 40s, and the rain is coming in. Okay, we got a little bit of that Pacific moisture coming in, scraping up against those Cascade Mountains and dropping the rainfall, and of course some snow in the higher elevations. Down here in Los Angeles, it was a bitter cold 40 degrees this morning, and now it's all the way up to 63, 59 closer to Tijuana, 61 in Phoenix. How about you, Flagstaff at around 25 degrees? Of course, over here in Nebraska, the vast majority of the state is in the single digits. Green Bay is at 12 degrees. Back here towards Sudbury, we're talking about 20 degrees. And then, of course, on the East Coast in Portland, Boston, New York, you'd never know that there's a big winter storm on the way because we're actually warming up quite a bit compared to where we have been. It's 37, 38, 40 degrees. It's 43 in Washington, D.C., and that's because you're in front of the cold front. Okay, if you're in front of the cold front, you get warm air on this side, you get cold air on that side. So you guys are on the warm side right now. Speaking of warm, it's 73 in Miami right now, 75 in Tampa, and it's 82 down here in southeastern Texas. 70. That might be a little bit of an outlier or an odd reading there. I don't know if that's quite true, but it's certainly in the mid 70s through a lot of the Gulf Coast here. So that's what it looks like right now. What's it going to look like in the future, Ryan? That's what everybody always asks, okay? Anybody can look out their window and see what's going on right now, what's going to go on in the future. Let's take a look at that future radar as we push this into the future around 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Obviously, our big storm's going to be wreaking havoc across a lot of the United States. But for the vast majority of us, it's going to be quiet, okay? It's going to be quiet in, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota, even up here in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, over into the BC, in Alberta. We're going to have some of these continuous rain showers and snow showers in the mountains and the plateau regions of Idaho all the way over into the Cascades. But for the most part, we are going to be pretty quiet over here. And we are going to wait on our mods to drop that winner, the most unique picture with the hashtag Break It Down, Ryan. That's going to go into the live info stream here very shortly, and we're going to do that custom forecast for you guys. Additionally, let's talk about, let's go even further into the future just really quick, because Ryan, are we going to see any more storms after this? Is this it? Or is winter over after this? Well, first of all, when that one gets out of here, it is going to get pretty cold in the central U.S. And then the next thing that we have to watch is there's a little clipper that's going to come down, an Alberta clipper that's going to come down and bring some snow into the Great Lakes region. And then we're going to see another big area of cold air come down into the Ohio Valley, possibly as we get into the middle of February. This is going to be the next one that we have to watch for another possibly major East Coast storm as we go forward. And as you can see, way down the road, February 18th, we could be talking about something similar to what we've got right now all over again. But that's all wishy-washy voodoo land. If you go way out into the future on these models, things often change. All right. So we do have a winner. We have a winner who's getting our forecast today. This is great. This is a great picture, by the way. Our mods are doing a great job of picking them. Alley Cat says, Ryan, Pharaoh has his milk, bread, and toilet paper. Will we need it here in Youngstown, Ohio? Hey, Pharaoh, you made a good decision, I think, of getting the milk, bread, and toilet paper, whether it snows or not, because we all enjoy our milk sandwiches. Am I right, guys? Do we like our milk sandwiches? All right. So, anyways, let's take a look at what you can expect in Youngstown, Ohio, as we go forward. Give me just a second here. Let's make sure everybody from Youngstown is watching, by the way. If you live in there, all your friends are from that area on Facebook, just drop the link. We want everybody from Youngstown over here watching what we're doing. Youngstown is a city in the United States, and it's in Ohio. It is in Ohio, and it is the largest city in Mahoning County. All right, and this county has a population of 60,000 people. This is one of the bigger shout-outs we've done for one of these localized areas. or one of these customized breakdown forecasts. So there you are, Youngstown, in between I-80, 680 and 76. Right now, it's raining. Okay, right now it is coming down. It's raining. It's around 39 degrees. It's a cold rain, all right? You don't need your milk and bread in this kind of weather, once again, unless you enjoy your milk sandwiches. However, that might change as we go into the future. So let's take a look at those weather models. And just for you, we're going to zoom into the state of Ohio. All right, how does that sound? How many people from Ohio do we have here? This is going to help out a lot of people, not just Youngstown. But specifically, we are going to focus on Youngstown. Let's get the future radar pulled up here. Let's come over to the models. Once again, if you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always displayed above my head. Or not above my head, but it's going to be over here. Down there. All right, so here we are at 7 p.m. Youngstown, Ohio. You are... 1, 2, 3. You are here. So I'm going to draw a little dot there where Youngstown is. And let's keep pushing her forward. All right, we're rain. Okay, 12 a.m. tonight, it's still raining. All right, midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Okay, so here we go. This is when things start to get a little icy, maybe a little bit dicey for you there in northeast Ohio, specifically around Youngstown, where we could start seeing freezing rain and ice coming down. All right, now we're going to push this all the way into 6 a.m., and it's still coming down as freezing rain in Youngstown, Ohio. Now, it's very possible that we are going to make that shift over to all snow around 8 a.m. So it does look like it's very possible that we see maybe 4 or 5 hours of freezing rain falling in this area. So please make sure you're aware that, you know, it's more than likely possible that you could get up to 1/4 inch of ice here, which could cause isolated power outages. Okay, so just make sure you're ready for that. But beyond that, you're going to be in Snowtown. Okay, as we get a little bit later into Thursday, February 3rd, around 10 a.m., it's going to start snowing very heavily, but you're in a very weird part of this storm, okay? You're going to be right on the temperature gradient where that warm nodes in the mid-levels is fighting with the cold air, and you're going to go from rain to freezing rain to snow, then back to rain, then back to freezing rain, and then here around noon tomorrow, you're going to be having heavy sleet. You might even see thunder sleet during this time, and then possibly all the way through 4 p.m. you're continuing to see sleet, and then almost certainly by 6 p.m. tomorrow you're going to be all snow. It's going to be coming down pretty heavily, and then that's going to last all the way until maybe, maybe all the way until about 4 a.m. on Friday, and then that snow's finally going to get out of here. So that's a really tough place to do the forecast. I feel sorry for your local news weather guy. But yeah, that's what it's looking like over the next little bit. I think that you still have the opportunity to get some good snow out of this. Let's look at those forecasted totals from this model. And it does look to me like you're right there where you could possibly see around 6 inches of snow. Okay, that's 6 inches of snow as long as it doesn't sleet too much. Now, if it ends up sleeting a bunch, that can cut into your totals quite a bit. It can really cut into your totals. Speaking of sleet, how much sleet can you get? Okay, maybe 1 inch of sleet, and then freezing rain. Most of that's going to be down to your south and east, the more intense freezing rain. So that's your forecast there in Youngstown, Ohio. Thank you so much for contributing or interacting with us here on our Break It Down Ryan Challenge. I think that's fun. I have so much fun doing that, and we're going to try to do that every single hour on the hour. The next one will happen at 8:25 p.m. Eastern. I swear, I love doing that. I think that's a fun addition to the show. I don't think we'll ever stop doing that. Unless, of course, we have an ongoing emergency, kind of like a tornado warning or something like that. Of course, we won't take the time to do that if that's going on, which does look like it could be possible tomorrow. We could see tornadoes tomorrow. You guys want to hear a little bit about that before we go back to our live coverage here? Because I've been saying that I was going to cover that for a little while now, and I never did. So let's do that real quick, and then we'll get into the freezing rain and the impacts and all that good stuff, okay? I do want to talk about the potential very, January and February-esque severe weather setup that we have in the South, okay? So let me pull up the composite reflectivity type. There we go. Man, this is going to be crazy tomorrow. Let's go over here real quick. This is absolutely going to be crazy tomorrow, guys. We're going to have ice, snow, and then possibly tornadoes as the 18Z HRRR did uptrend quite a bit, I believe, with its information. Wow. Wow, guys. Look at that. Okay. This is honestly the first time I've really dove into this information. So you're going to watch me kind of behind the scenes forecasting here. So first of all, what I'm noticing is that this big storm system is going to pull some warm, juicy air from the Gulf of Mexico into this little bubble here. We're going to have a pretty much a wide open warm sector. Let's take a look at the surface moisture and the dew points. Yeah, so that's never good. When you see the dew points approaching 70 degrees during this time of year, and then you have dew points back behind it in the 30s, the area between that transition zone, nothing good ever happens, okay? So we're going to watch that very closely. We have some very high dew points getting thrusted out by a dry line. And then according to the HRRR model here, we may see individualized supercell thunderstorms pop up along that and the cold front, by the way, and possibly cause some tornadoes. I would not be surprised if we saw tornadoes, not just a tornado, but multiple tornadoes tomorrow with this kind of setup. That's really surprising. This is uptrended a lot. When we were first looking at this several days ago, it didn't look this impressive. Let's look at some of those other parameters. Of course, we got to look at the nadir juice, okay? How long has it been since we've taken a look at tornado juice? And my goodness, it is there. It's there. If you've been a fan of the channel, if you've been watching for a while, you know all about tornado juice. This is the 850 millibar lower level jet streak winds. If you combine this with the moisture, and you combine this with some surface winds coming out of the southeast, we call that tornado juice. But one of the things that makes the tornado juice even juicier is if you add some convective available potential energy to the mix. And there is going to be some here. Look at this, guys. This is a real severe weather threat here for Louisiana, Mississippi, and into Alabama. We're going to have over 1,000 joules per kilogram of convective available potential energy. Just imagine that as gasoline or fuel for storms. There's going to be plenty of it out there for them if they want to take advantage of it tomorrow around 1 p.m. All the way from 1 p.m., I would say maybe even past 5 or 6 p.m., we are going to see a severe weather outbreak tomorrow with potentially tornadoes with this thing. So let's look at that significant tornado parameter. We always like looking at this, and wow, this kind of mixes all of our different things that we look at together. The lower level jet stream, the convective available potential energy, it looks at all of it for us and then gives us a scale of 1 to 10 of how favorable the atmosphere is for the production of tornadoes. And we're at a 6 out of 10 right here along the border area of Mississippi and Alabama. Now, that doesn't mean that there's a 60% chance of tornadoes. It just means that conditions are certainly going to be favorable for some spinny boys out here tomorrow. And I promise I'm going to be live. We are going to have a storm chaser down there. It might actually be Reed Timmer. And we will be relaying those warnings for you. So please subscribe to the channel and tune in tomorrow if you want more information on that. Let's see here. Catherine says, the husband and I are completely addicted and we are hunkered down in Westerville, Ohio. Thank you for being here. Thanks for tuning in to the channel. I am so honored to be on your all's screens this evening. 20,000 people. That's a big deal, guys. I don't think there's a lot of streams that have that many people interested. So I'm very grateful. I know you have other options when it comes to winter storm coverage, so I'm very grateful that you are here with me. Sherry says, Ryan, is the cold weather going to be gone for Albany, Georgia? I have given up on snow. No, there's still chances for you guys in the southeast to get snow as we go into the future. I know a lot of people are we have some big-time snow lovers in the southeast. And a lot of you guys are getting a little bit discouraged. Most of our snows come in, February, March, and maybe even, late March. That's when a lot of the snows happen, some of the big surprise ones. So we still have a couple months to go. I don't think that you should be too worried about that. If you want the snow, it's very likely still coming. And then Tina, thank you for becoming a member. And 19 Delta retired, thank you for becoming a member. I don't know how many members we have. We're going to approach 1,500 by the end of the stream, I believe, though. So thank you guys so much for becoming a part of the biggest and best weather community that exists on the internet. Okay, so ice, baby. I got to continue talking about that. This is what we can expect. And of course, I do have the big gallon of water here. I'm going to finish this before the end of the stream. I literally had to turn on several fans because if you guys didn't know, the room that I'm in right now, it gets hot, man, especially at night for some reason. This is what it looks like. Let me zoom in for you a little bit. This is where I sit. Okay, and then we have all of these monitors around me and stuff, and it gets so hot in here, but it's starting to cool off a little bit. All right, let me zoom that back out. Okay, and then what was I doing? Oh yeah, ice. This is what we can expect. This is one of the reasons why we're so concerned about the potential ice accumulations that are coming forward. To tonight into tomorrow. All right, I'm going to go over all this with you. I did this earlier, but I'm going to do it again now. Dry Patriot says, looking 2 steps ahead, what are your thoughts on the flooding implications when all of this melts on top of the flooding issues we already have? We became a sponsor this morning because of your great work. Hey, Dry Patriot, I'll go over that too here in a second. I don't think that that's going to be a big deal because a lot of the rain's going to fall before the snow and the ice. So, you know, if it was like a bunch of snow and then the rain came, that would be a different story. But right now, I think I don't think that's going to pose a big issue. But I am going to go over a little bit more in depth on the flooding aspect after I get done with this ice thing here. So here is a look at the potential impacts, the potential things that can happen when you receive an ice storm. A lot of us are expecting 1/4 of an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice. And we are also expecting maybe some of us might see 25 to 35 mile an hour wind gusts as that central area of low pressure it advects off to the north and east. So here's what can happen. If you get a 1/2 inch of ice and you get a 35 mile an hour wind gust or 25 to 35 mile an hour wind gust, which is going to be a lot of you guys, numerous utility interruptions with some damage to main feeder lines and equipment is expected. Tree limb damage is excessive and outages could last 1 to 5 days. Power outages could last 1 to 5 days. This is what I think some of the more intense or more worst case scenario things, I think this is going to be the extent of it. All right. Now, that's the best. That's the best worst case scenario. Because we also, all these models are spitting out crazy totals. HRRR says 2 inches of ice. GFS says 1.75 inches of ice. Euro says 1.5 inches of ice amongst a lot of you guys. So even, let's say that all those are wrong and we take the low end off of those and we say, okay, you got 1 inch of ice. You've got 1 inch of ice and we get a wind gust of 25 miles an hour. That puts you in the category 5 area of the ice storm. This is the Sperry-Plitz Ice Accumulation Index. It was revised in September 2009. So, you got 1 inch of ice on the power lines and on the trees. You get a 25 mile an hour wind gust. And now we're talking about catastrophic damage to entire exposed utility systems, including both distribution and transmission networks. Outages could last several weeks in some areas, and shelters would be needed. So, once again, I don't think that that's going to be the story. I don't think that that's what we're dealing with here. However, ice storms are incredibly hard to predict. Ice storms are the #1 thing that meteorologists hate the most. I would rather predict tornadoes. Like, honestly, the forecast for the potential tornadoes tomorrow is a little bit more of a slam dunk and like kind of, okay, plug these numbers together. As long as I understand this and understand all of this, I know where the tornadoes could possibly be. Ice is different, man. There's a lot of moving parts. It's really finicky, and we could be wrong. These models, your weatherman, everybody could be wrong about what the data is showing right now. So I'm hoping that we're wrong on the end of, okay, instead of ice and freezing rain, everybody got a bunch of sleet. That's still going to cause big problems with travel, but it's not going to be catastrophic, okay? But another way that we could be wrong, once again, the National Weather Service is forecasting anywhere from a quarter of an inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice. If we're wrong in the wrong direction, and if some people end up with an inch of ice or an inch and a half of ice, and we get those wind gusts coming through, just know that it is possible that if you're under that ice storm warning, it is possible that isolated areas in there, not everybody, but isolated areas could receive big time damages that cause problems with power outages for weeks, not days, weeks. So make sure you're prepared for that. Gas up the generator. I think that we're not going to have a big problem with like cell phone stuff. Okay, so like data and cell coverage. So charge your devices. Okay, get backup batteries and charge those. You should be able to communicate and you know, look at stuff on the internet with your devices as long as you have backup batteries and everything's fully charged. So yeah, that's pretty much what you can expect there from that. Now, let me explain a little bit more in depth about ice. Some people still, I get message. I'm not saying that none of you guys understand this, and it's no big deal if you don't understand it. This isn't something that everybody should just know. There's a reason why people go to school for meteorology. What am I doing? Oh yeah, Google Docs. I'm gonna draw you a pretty little picture here. All right. No, I'm not joking. I'm going to draw you a picture. Is this going to work? Let me zoom. Ooh. Let me do that. Okay. I'm going to draw you a picture, and I'm going to explain to you how ice works, or how freezing rain works, and all that stuff. Just because I feel like some people still don't understand it, and I want to give you a visual representation of what to expect here. Okay, so this is the ground. All right, this is the ground. Very good ground. One of the best grounds I've ever seen drawn, honestly. And so let's also talk about distance a little bit here. This is Houston, Texas. Okay, that's Houston, Texas. And then this is Dallas. And this is Amarillo. Okay, I'm using these areas just because I feel like a lot of people understand that Houston is next to the ocean. Dallas is kind of like in the middle of the state, and then Amarillo is way back in the northwestern part of the state. All right, and the reason you'll understand why that's important here in a second. So let me then draw you some clouds. All right, I'm going to draw you some clouds right now. So here are some clouds. Once again, I am a very good artist. Some of the best clouds I've ever seen drawn right here live on YouTube. All right. So in a big storm like this, we do have clouds above Houston, Dallas, and Amarillo. The whole eastern side of the country is covered in clouds right now, actually. Now, let's talk about temperature. Let's talk about temperature gradients and like how hot or cold it feels like it is outside. So it is pretty cold. It is pretty cold in, man, I don't have a lot of colors. I don't have enough colors for this. Ew, what am I going to do? Okay, let's go with the dark blue. It's pretty cold in Dallas right now, okay? Let's say it's 32 degrees. It's 32 degrees because a cold front is coming in, right? It's coming in from the north and west. What's north and west of Dallas? Amarillo. So this represents the cold air that's associated with that cold front, right? The cold front is coming in this way. It's going from Amarillo to Dallas. And the reason it comes down close to the surface is because we learned this in first grade. Cold air sinks. Cold air goes down. It goes towards the surface. All right, so we have this cold front coming in. We've got cold air in Dallas. We've got a lot of cold air in Amarillo. But on top of that, we have warm air from the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, we have what we call an overrunning event happening here, where warm air rises over top of that cold air. something about like that. So everywhere in the red, it's warm, okay? Maybe it's above freezing. And then everywhere in the inside of the blue bubble here is below freezing. And what happens now is over here in Houston, the water, the rain, or the precipitation comes out of the clouds, and it's raindrops. And it goes all the way down to Houston in that warm air, and it falls as rain. Now, what happens over here in Amarillo, or near Amarillo here, is it comes down as snowflakes because it's below freezing up there in the clouds. All right? It comes down as snowflakes, and it stays snowflakes all the way down to the ground because it's in that cold air the whole trip. Now, what happens in Dallas? What happens in Dallas? It comes down as raindrops because we have raindrops coming out of the sky, right? And it's warm. It's warm. Oh, goodness. It's getting colder. Oh, my goodness. It's getting really cold. Oh, my gosh. It's freezing, but I don't have time to freeze. So now we have rain that's falling from the sky. It's warm. It's warm. It slowly gets colder, and there's a shallow area of cold air below freezing temperatures on the ground, and that rain hits the ground, and it's 27 degrees now, or it's 32 degrees, whatever it is on the ground in Dallas. Now that raindrop instantly freezes on impact, especially on elevated surfaces, bridges, cars, power lines, trees, all that good stuff. All right. So that's how we get freezing rain, and that's how we get snow, and this is how we get regular rain. Now, what about sleet? What about sleet? I can also explain that. Let's see here. Wichita Falls. We'll add Wichita Falls to the mix. Okay. This is where Wichita Falls is. They're going to get some sleet. Why does that happen, Ryan? Well, same thing. Okay. It starts as rain up here, comes out of the clouds. And then, oh goodness, it's getting colder. It's getting colder. It's getting colder. Hey, look, I actually have time to convert into a sleet pellet right before I hit the ground. So the small little ice pellets that fall out of the sky, it's what we call sleet. That's almost freezing rain, but it actually had time. There's enough cold air between whenever it first enters that cold layer and hits the ground to where it freezes before it hits the ground. Over here in Dallas, there's not enough time, so it freezes after it hits the ground. So there you go, guys. You are now officially a meteorologist. If you understood that, you go get you a job down there at the local weather station. And somebody save this picture. This is a beautiful scientific work of art. This needs to be in the Museum of Science. Here, I got to add my credit to it. Hold on, I got to sign it. All right, Ryan Hall. Y'all. Oh, well, there we go. Yeah, that's good enough. Debash, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. He says, thank you for the great lesson, Professor Hall. Hopefully that helps you understand a little bit more about why freezing rain happens. Because the first thing that I talk to a lot of people about the weather on a day-to-day basis. Like anytime I go to the grocery store, I went to the doctor's office the other day. Everybody that I talk to, the conversation is weather. Don't get me wrong, I love that. I love the weather, but something that people don't understand is freezing rain. It's like, how does rain freeze, Ryan? It's already supposed to be frozen if it's 32 degrees. Lord goodness. But yeah, hopefully that make a little bit more sense to you. And of course, when you get that rain falling and it's cold outside and it's freezing, when it starts accumulating on power lines and trees, and just imagine a big stretch of power lines with an inch of ice on it. That's hundreds and hundreds of pounds of weight on those lines. And then you knock a 25-mile-an-hour wind gust on top of that. And I'm telling you guys, a lot of that's going to come down, and we're going to have big-time power outage problems. All right, we have permanently documented it now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking that picture. All right, and once again, another thing you can do is you can continue to send me your pictures and videos on Twitter. I'm going to go through those now. Let's see here. Midwest Twister Hunters says they are in the Lawton and Fort Steele area and all of the Comanche County area in southwest Oklahoma. And look at that snow in southwest Oklahoma. My goodness. It's coming down pretty good out there. Let's see here. B. Kana, thank you. Debash Mode says, just for your information, I'm definitely a she. Proud to support this channel. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I misspeak? I'm sorry. Kara, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, guys. But yeah, that's what the roads look like down there in southwestern Oklahoma. Let's check in with the rest of our storm chasers. We still got that old feed from Mike, man. What's going on with that? I'm gonna see if there's something going on here, because we definitely want Mike's feed. That's the most important one right now, as they are getting blasted and pounded with snow. Let's go down. Give me just a second. I'm doing some background producing. Oh, it looks like he might be down. No, he's live. The camera's just dark now. Let me refresh this guy. No, it's still old on there. Give me just a second, y'all. Let me get another update from him. Mike, we're having a hard time seeing your camera. What's going on out there? Hopefully he gives us an update.
Yeah, I just stopped the stream and started it up on a better phone with a better camera. I was shooting a car accident with my drone and I lost it, so I had to go look for my drone in the woods in the dark. But no dice. I'll have to go back after the snow melts, and I hope she's still there.
Yeah, I hope so too, man. Let me know whenever you get that new stream up, and we'll throw it up over here, and then we'll ask you some more questions about what's going on down there. But yeah, we hope you get your drone back for sure. So Frank, if you're watching, keep an eye on his channel.
It's no big deal. It's the Mavic Mini. It's a little cheap guy, but you know, it had some good stuff on it that I just shot. So I'm a little bummed, but I'll throw the stream up right now. I thought it was already up. I took it down and put it back up, but I'll try again.
Okay, so we're going to have Mike back. And once again, Mike Scantlin is in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which should be seeing pretty good snow right now. And he's out there on the road, so we want to keep updated with him. Vince Waelti is out there in Illinois. It looks like he's also experiencing some pretty rough conditions right now. The roads look pretty bad out there. I don't know what road he's on. Let's check on that. Let's check on the road there on the map. Check this out, guys. We've got live tracking on our storm chasers. He's not on the interstate. He's taking the back roads here. Right around the Riverband Forest Preserve. As you get close to where is that? The Oink Acres Airport. I think I'm saying that right. And the Museum of Grand Prairie. So he is almost to Champaign. Okay, so he went from Bloomington to Champaign, and you know, his final destination is he's heading towards Louisville. He's heading towards that region, I believe. That was the last update we got from him. So we'll see what happens down there, as he might be our main correspondent on the ice storm that breaks out late tonight into early tomorrow morning, and then through the day tomorrow as well. So that's where Vince is. Mike is also out there. I think I got Michael Beard on the hook. Yeah, give me just a second. Oh man. Yeah, I just need a phone number or an email address to get you on our network so we can talk to each other on Zello on the stream. So we're going to get him on here pretty soon, but we can already look at his stream there. He's in the Wichita Falls area, which also looks like it's pretty nasty out there already as well. He is, we don't know his exact location just yet, but we're going to get that set up here in a minute. But earlier today, we saw that semi-truck that had slid off the road on his stream. So obviously things are already pretty rough out here in the Wichita Falls, that general vicinity. So we're going to go back and forth between him, Mike, and Vince as we continue to watch this crazy storm unfold. We got some new reports coming in, official reports from the National Weather Service there. Wichita Falls got 1 inch. Lawton has 2 inches. And Guthrie also has about 1.1 inches of snow. So we are going to continue to monitor that. I think that Oklahoma City and Tulsa really do have like a real shot of seeing a lot more snow than what we originally thought. Maybe 2, 4, 5 inches, maybe even more than that. Maybe even more than that.
Mike's new feed is up.
Mike's new feed is up. All right, so we're going to refresh him again. I still have the old one. Let me make sure it's not happening on my end here. So, by the way, if this is one of the first streams that you've been here on, I do this during every severe weather event, right? Whether it's a blizzard or a hurricane or a tornado outbreak, okay? And one of the things that we do is we constantly relay information to people in a tornado outbreak or hurricane situation, and it's very important that we do that in a smooth fashion. Okay, so one of the reasons why I like doing the winter streams, one of the reasons why we cover snowstorms so intensely like this, is so that we can work out any kinks that may pop up before the next tornado. Okay, before the next hurricane, because in those situations, the fast relayed information, that's what's important. Here we can kind of play around a little bit. Okay, we've got a little problem here. Okay, we've got to do this differently next time. So it's a beautiful way for us to perfect what we're doing here so that, once again, next time, whenever that tornado comes through, we have no hiccups and everything is kind of worked out and smoothed out very nicely. So thanks for bearing with us here as we continue to try to work this out with Mike. I still don't have anything, man. I want to try one more thing. I'm going to try to do it from my end here. Let me copy and paste. Give me just a second. Going into the mainframe. I'm hacking the mainframe right now. Oops. Okay. Okay, I think we got it. No, we don't. Yes, we do. Okay, we got it. Hallelujah, guys. Hallelujah. We got it figured out. Okay. Now we have all three of our storm chasers pulled up. Mike Scantlin is up and ready to go now. Thank you, Frank. You did. I didn't do that. Whatever you did, it fixed it. So thank you very much. Okay, so this is what it looks like in Tulsa now. This is what it looks like on the road in Tulsa. And if we want to look at Mike Scantlin's location, we should also be able to do that. He is down here south of Tulsa. Looks like he's getting close to Jinx, okay, going eastbound on 364. So we're going to stay in touch with him, Vince Waelti, and then, of course, Michael Beard down here in portions of Oklahoma and Texas and Illinois. We're figuring this thing out, guys, once again. Them naders, them tornadoes have nothing on us once we get to the tornado season, all right? Okay, so let's go back to Twitter. I know you guys are sending in a ton of pictures and videos and reports, and I'm going to start reading off those now and showing those. Oh, look at this. I love this. We got it framed now. Lee, we got it framed. Somebody framed the picture. I love it. I love it. All right, let's go back and forth here. I want to see some ground truth. What's it looking like in your neck of the woods, guys. Is it snowing? Is it raining? Is it piling up? Do we have anything going on right now? Let me know on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Send in your reports, and I will share them right here. To my students, I taught you this. Was this former teacher in FWIS careers? My students are mini meteorologists. I love it. I love it. Okay, so here's a video from Anthony. Don't know where it's from, though. Remember, please always try to remember to put your location in whenever you send in a video, if you don't mind. We got the setup down here. We have the setup down here. Melissa says, when you're a hockey fan, but you also want to keep an eye on the weather. I totally get it. That's why it's important to have more than one monitor. It's important. It's really snowing nicely here in Michigan. Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite kind of snow, too. That's my favorite kind of snow right there. I love it when it sticks to the trees. Just looks, it's just a nice vibe, man. It means it's thick, it's wet, it's good to make a snowman. Man, I wish I could be making a snowman. I'm living, once again, I say this often, but I am living vicariously through you guys, because I ain't getting no snow here in my neck of the woods. It's 46 degrees and raining at my house right now in good old eastern Kentucky. Good old eastern Kentucky down here in the Appalachian Mountains. Yeah, here. The Joy of Forecasting with Ryan Hall, featuring the occasional happy little raindrop. I love it. We've got some pictures and videos coming in from Facebook, so we can kind of show some of those as well. I need to set this up to where I can show this just directly from what's it called, Discord here, because this is a picture from, who's this from? John V. in Wheatfield, Indiana. This comes from Facebook, and it looks to me like he's got almost a foot or about 11 inches of snow there. Or is that a drift? That might be a drift, or it could actually be just piled up on a banister there. So thanks for sending that in. Remember, guys, you can also send in pictures and reports through Facebook. I know some of you guys don't have Twitter, but my name on every social media platform, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, I don't care what it is, it's at Ryan Hall, y'all. At Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay, I'm going back to Twitter now. I'm refreshing the feed. We do have Milo enjoying the drawing here in the meteorology lesson. We are stuck at a truck stop in Vandalia, Illinois. Nothing now. I had mostly ice earlier. Well, Milo, I'm glad you enjoyed, and hopefully you learned a little something there. Let's see here. What else do we have going on? It's still raining in West Milton, Ohio. Man, you have just been seeing a lot of rain. I think this is the third video now. Every time you're watching the stream and you go outside and you're like, I'm hoping that I see snow this time, and it's just never there. And I'm sorry. I really am sorry. If there was a way I could control the weather, I would. Because I know you want snow. I know you want snow. Not everybody wants snow, but you, I think you do. Here is here's a picture from Indianapolis and Avon. So this is from Cognito. He says, the car and trees are covered in ice, about 1/8 of an inch of ice. Wow. Yeah, that looks about right. Wow. In Indianapolis, we're already seeing some ice accumulation. Once again, this is 1/8 of an inch of ice, guys. Imagine an inch. Imagine a whole inch or 1.5 inches of ice. The impacts from that are just going to be absolutely incredible. And oh boy. Oh, I gotta print that one out right there. Avon, sorry. Part of the show, guys. It's part of the show. I get your town name wrong at least once a show.
A motor vehicle accident, 21st and 101st East Avenue. 21st Street and 101 East Avenue.
Avon. Sorry about that. But I retweeted this on Twitter if you guys want to retweet it as well. Avon. Gotcha. Let's everybody retweet that. Everybody get on Twitter and retweet that. That's a good one. I like that one. All right. Let me get our Wichita Falls guy on here.
Copy that. Stay with the vehicle.
If I can. I might not be able to, honestly. That's all right. We'll just talk to Vince and Mike for now. We just didn't have time before the stream started to get him on our network, so that's fine. Yeah. Love that picture, man. That's one of the best ones I've seen. That is one of the best ones that I have seen. We just got a lot of rain in Jasper, Indiana. It's the calm before the storm. Yeah, you guys are going to get some pretty good snow, I believe. Y'all are going to be getting some pretty good snow, I do believe.
21st and 101 East Avenue, possibly just west, map to just 1470.
Remember, all this stuff I'm retweeting, and if you want to send those reports to me, that's going to happen on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. This is what the profile looks like.
Residential alarm at 3821 E66.
And we got some good stuff going out here, guys. It's a part of the show. It's one of the biggest ways that we communicate with each other. It's easier to see stuff here, and obviously you can't send pictures in the YouTube chat.
Charlie Fire Department assist with an all-three list. 6156 North Yorktown. 6156 North Yorktown Avenue. Map pages 1168.
All right. Okay, so we are getting close to... Actually, no, we're still about 20 minutes away from our next forecast breakdown. So I think the next thing that I need to do here is I need to talk a little bit more about the forecast up here a little bit, okay? So that's what I'm going to do now. We're going to talk about the ice and the potential snow for you guys, and then we're going to come back down here and talk and do more nowcasting, okay? So let's do that real quick. Currently, it is still snowing in Fort Wayne. How many people do we have in Fort Wayne? I'd love to see some snow pictures and videos and just some reports from Fort Wayne. I'm interested because in Fort Wayne, you're going to be one of those places that gets hit twice, okay? So you're going to get quite a bit of snow from this next punch. How much snow did you get from this first one? That really is going to determine how much you're going to end up with, okay? Indianapolis... Same thing for you. Kokomo. I need pictures. I need reports from Kokomo. Obviously, we know Champaign and Danville and Springfield got a lot of snow. And then Toledo. Do we have anybody in Toledo, Ohio? I need pictures and videos from you guys as well. Ottawa, Ohio, Findlay, however you say it. Van Wert, Defiance, Bryan. And of course, into the Detroit region, Monroe, Adrian. I'm really interested in seeing how much snow you guys have so far, if any at all, so we can kind of figure out how much we're going to see into the future. Are there any power outages yet? That's a good question. I need to pull that up and start monitoring that. Nothing significant. Nothing significant. We have a couple thousand people without power in Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana, but it's nothing significant yet. We'll start calling out power outages whenever we start getting more than 10,000 people without power per state. But right now, it's not crazy. Okay, so we need reports in, but it does look like this big burst of sleet, freezing rain, and snow is going to slide through the Centerville area here within the next little bit, and then it's going to go through Dayton. And then everybody on the north side, north of that line, is going to get snow. Okay, you're going to get an additional 2 or 3 inches of snow on top of whatever you have before this first punch moves completely out of the area. Okay. And then we await our second punch, and that's what we're going to start looking at on the forecast models. How about it? How about them forecast models? Let's zoom in on the Great Lakes and the Ohio Valley here. And let's go over to the models. Let's see what she's looking like. First punch gets out of here, and then second punch comes in. Let's see here. If you're in central Missouri, second punch you should start feeling the effects from that around 9 p.m. All right? And then St. Louis, you're going to see the snow start to move in around 1 a.m. Springfield, Illinois, you're going to see that come back in around 2 or 3 a.m. And then from Indianapolis all the way up into Cleveland and northwestern PA, we are going to also start seeing that snow fill in. So the break's only going to last until around 3 a.m. for most of you, and then it'll be Snowtown once again in Indianapolis and Springfield and in Missouri and St. Louis, and of course through a lot of northern and central Ohio as well. Just depends on how long it sticks with you. How long does that snow stick around with you? That's going to determine how much snow you end up getting in total. So we're going to switch back over to NAM 3K, and then we're going to look at the full progression here. Remember, the pink is sleet, and the purple is freezing rain, and the blue is snow, and the green is regular rain. Yellow is like thunderstorms. At 12 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to see heavy snow still in St. Louis, in northwestern Arkansas, and a lot of central Illinois, and central and northern Indiana. But remember, Chicago, you guys really aren't going to get anything from this second round other than some lake effect. Northwest Indiana, you're not going to get much of anything. A lot of the places in Michigan here that were clobbered by snow today are not going to see anything at all from this second round. It's going to be suppressed to the south and east a little bit. We talked about this on our YouTube videos a lot. Okay, if you're not subscribed to the channel, not only do I do these live streams, but I also do almost daily forecast videos. And we talked about the possibility of this southeast shift several days ago. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you want to kind of be more informed on the weather than what you can get just from your typical weather forecast, I think that subscribing to this channel might be a good idea. I'm just suggesting it. I'm just suggesting it. I'm not saying you have to. Anyways, if we go even further into the future, around 5 p.m., this is when we'll see some of the big ice accumulations starting to pop up there in western Kentucky and western Tennessee. Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, you're in a weird spot because this has trended so far south and east now that you might actually end up seeing more sleet than ice, which would obviously be a very good thing. Cincinnati, same story for you. You might end up seeing more snow than you see freezing rain. The big freezing rain threat, I believe, is going to be from Lexington to Frankfort, Georgetown, all the way up into Maysville in northeastern Kentucky here. Of course, we're still talking about Mayfield, Kentucky, Bowling Green, Hopkinsville. A lot of these places are going to be significantly impacted by ice. So we're going to continue to monitor that situation because it's going to be serious. It's going to be serious. It's going to lead to power outages and stuff. At the same time, all of our big storms down here in Mississippi and Alabama that could possibly be causing tornadoes are going to loft themselves up into Tennessee and Kentucky. And they're not necessarily going to produce tornadoes anymore, but they're going to continue to produce heavy rain. And now we're talking about flash flooding in middle Tennessee, maybe even into eastern Tennessee, and especially in central Kentucky and eastern Kentucky. Imagine that, guys. Imagine having a flood and then an ice storm right afterwards. Unbelievable. Yeah, you see how the reds and the yellows are kind of training over the same areas over and over again? There's going to be several inches of rain falling here in a very short period of time, and I'm really concerned about that. Once again, this is my neck of the woods in eastern Kentucky here, and the number one thing that always gets us is those flash floods, man. It always steals the story. No matter what the deal is, a snowstorm, severe weather, it ends in a flash flood for us. Big time ice accumulations are possible in southeastern Ohio. This is one of the places that I believe has been a little bit neglected. I don't think there's been a lot of national coverage on the potential for big time ice accumulations down here south of Columbus. Okay, we're talking about Jackson, Ohio. We're talking about Peebles. We're talking about Hillsboro. We're talking about McConnellsville, okay, near Pomeroy, Gallipolis. These are the places that we're talking about that could possibly receive just as much ice accumulation as down here in western Kentucky, which is one of the highlighted areas. I would not be surprised if those ice storm warnings get expanded all the way up to the north and east there, all the way up to the fish fin of West Virginia and into western and central PA as well. Look at that thin band of freezing rain and ice that slides over a lot of West Virginia and Kentucky and Tennessee before it heads out. That is, once again, this is exactly what you don't want to see. Everything about this is exactly what you don't want to see. Let's skedaddle over to the east, though. I know we got some people. How many people do we have watching in Pennsylvania and New York and Maryland and New Jersey and New England? How many of you guys are starting to wonder what's going to happen with this thing? We're getting close enough now to where we almost know what's going to happen. First of all, you know, the snow is going to, and the rain, it's already broken out, but it's going to become more significant tonight, especially in western New York, northwestern PA, into upstate New York. We're talking about heavy snow and moderate snow breaking out around 5 a.m. Lots of rain. Lots of rain throughout the entire state of Pennsylvania around 5 a.m. Of course, it's raining in northern Virginia, North Carolina, and Maryland, and all these places. But look to your west. Look to your west. That freezing line is getting closer and closer. Heavy rain still in Pennsylvania by 3 p.m. on Thursday, but now that area of snow up here in upstate New York is becoming more and more intense. Now you're really piling on the snow totals. Okay, Vermont, New Hampshire, you guys are next. You're going to get pounded by snow with this thing. And right here in central Pennsylvania, it is not looking good, guys. It's not looking good for our overall potential. Looks like it's going to end up being an ice storm, maybe even for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh could get in on a decent accumulation of ice and all the places around there. And then as you get into central PA, especially in the higher elevations, I'm concerned about Altoona, State College, Interstate 99 there. That's going to be a prime area for potential ice storm impacts. Northeastern Pennsylvania, Scranton, okay, the office. All right, that's going to have to be closed because we're going to have an ice storm, more than likely. Remember, the further north and east we get, the less confident we are with the forecast, but we're close enough now to where it's like, okay, all right, we can start trusting these models a little bit. But yeah, around 7 p.m., it's going to be Icetown there in Scranton. Now, let's slide this forward even more. Here's the scary part. In Scranton, by 1 a.m. on Friday, it could still be freezing raining. Now, thankfully, in Pittsburgh by this time, it's going to be switched over to snow. But the longer you stay under that freezing rain band, the more detrimental the impacts are going to be on you. Eastern PA here, Hazleton, Pottsville, you guys are ice now. We got ice working into Middletown and Lake Carmel in New York. Okay, how about you over there in western Massachusetts near North Adams?
Yes, on this 21.
Okay, Worcester, you guys are all rain so far. Boston, you're rain so far. Gloucester, you're all rain so far. Cape Cod, Providence, you guys are all rain so far. However, if we keep sliding this into the future, watch it closely, that line of sleet and freezing rain is going to go down to the south and east. Now the entire state of Massachusetts, besides Cape Cod, is all sleet and freezing rain. Also, we have sleet and freezing rain in New York City, North Jersey, Connecticut, Hartford, freezing rain at this time. So I think that, you know, once it gets here, I don't think it's going to be as big of a problem as what we saw, or as what we're possibly going to see in Pennsylvania, because it's going to move out, right? It doesn't stall for as long once it gets into New England.
So OHP worked direct. We did not. That's correct.
So we're gonna see possibly some sleet and snow accumulations up here, but I'm not completely sold on the ice storm for New England just yet. Now, I am for Pennsylvania. I think a lot of places in Pennsylvania are going to see ice and a potential ice storm. I'm not 100% sure about areas north and east of there. Now, if you're up there in Maine and New Hampshire, you guys are going to get snow. Okay, a lot of you guys are going to get snow. It might get interrupted by some sleet and rain in the beginning, but for the most part, it's going to be snow. How about those snowfall totals?
139. They were just talking. They'll be out.
Over a foot of snow for a lot of you guys in the pink there. But as you can see, there's a very tight gradient where if you're in upstate New York, like if you're in Albany on the southern side of town, you got 3 inches, but you go like literally 15 miles to the north, and now you got a foot of snow. I'm not kidding. That's the possibility. That's how tight the gradient is here. So some of you guys are going to get a lot of snow, and some of you won't, but you'll literally be able to look out your window and see it down the street there. And then, of course, down to the south, we have that problem with freezing rain. Look at this, guys. Man, I hate seeing that. I thought we would downtrend, but here we are. Every run looks worse. 1.85 inches of rain possibly down there in the Memphis area. 1.85 inches of freezing rain, I should say. Not good. And then you can see we have the intermittent half an inch, quarter inch to a half an inch of ice all the way up here in the northeast. That is going to cause problems. So that's your overview of everything that's going on here. That is your overview.
Can you note on this call this is going to be a non-injury collision, please?
If you are in the pink right now, you are under a winter storm warning. So that includes Oklahoma City, Waco, Texas, Austin, Texas. That includes Little Rock, Pine Bluff, Jonesboro, Arkansas. It does include Dodge City and Wichita, Kansas, Springfield and St. Louis, Missouri. It includes Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Syracuse, all the way up into Caribou. Look at that, guys. Huge storm. Now, if you're in the purple down here, you are under an ice storm warning. Memphis, Covington, Dyersburg, Union City, and Tennessee. Paris, you are under an ice storm warning. Hernando and northwest portions of Mississippi. Paducah, Kentucky, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Mayfield, Madisonville, Owensboro, Elizabethtown, Danville, Berea, Lexington, and Louisville, Kentucky. You are under an ice storm warning, and I'm telling you guys, I think they're going to issue that further to the north and east as well. Jasper, Indiana, you're under an ice storm warning. Salem and Madison, Evansville and Princeton. Prepare now for an ice storm. Once again, if you're in the purple, you treat this exactly the way you would a tornado watch or something. Like things could get pretty serious down here. Obviously, a giant ice tornado isn't coming. You don't have to like take shelter in the middle of your house. But when a tornado watch is issued, a lot of people, they become weather aware. They suddenly start to pay more attention to things and try to prepare a little bit. Do that for this as well. And, if it doesn't happen, throw tomatoes at your weatherman. Okay, if that makes you feel better. If you dog your weatherman on Facebook, all right? But if it does happen, if we do get this much ice, as some of the models are showing, you're going to be so happy you listened to the weatherman. Anyways, this is an app. You can get this on your phone. You can look at the radar, the models, the weather models, the satellite. You can look at all this stuff on your phone right now, whether it's Android or iOS. I got links down there in the description if you want to download them. It does cost money, but like most things in life, the good stuff costs money. One of the cool things we can do here is we have, obviously I have storm chasers on my channel, but we have cameras, live feed cameras all across the country on this app. Look at this. This one's in Nashville. It's 51 degrees there. This is Don Murray. You can watch this right from the app. Anytime there's a storm going on, you can just click on a storm chaser and see what's going on there. And then we have some stationary cameras over here in Missouri. We have a camera down here near Jackson, Tennessee. Okay, we have a camera down here near Hernando, Mississippi. These are going to be vitally important as we go forward and we try to track this ice storm. We even have a camera down here near Little Rock, okay? Look at that. It's 26 degrees, guys. It's 26 degrees, and it's going to be raining over here. Whew, man, that is not a good sign. We also got a camera back here towards Burlington, Kansas. 17 degrees back there. See the snow still coming down good. We got a camera down here in Louisiana as well. You get the point, guys. This is a cool app. I like it. It's my favorite radar app, and they are a sponsor of the channel. So go hit them up if you want to support us. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's go back and let's look at some more Twitter stuff. Are you guys still sending me your Twitter updates? I want to see them. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Oh, wow. Okay. Fort Wayne, Indiana. Looks like they've got a decent amount of snow. I think you guys are in. I think you guys are in Snowtown, baby. Especially after this second round comes through. Now you're not going to be in the maximum. You're not going to be in the hardest hit area with this second round, but you're going to get enough additional snow to really put down some impressive totals there. Thanks for sending that in. Here's Canton, Mississippi, or I'm sorry, Canton, Michigan. Canton, Michigan. Brandon sent this in. Just east of Detroit, about 5 inches. Okay, cool. Okay. That's a little bit more than what I was expecting. So that'll be another place that picks up some more in round 2 of our big time storm that's coming through. Whoops. By the way, this is round 2. We're watching it cook here. It's in the oven. As soon as it's done cooking, it's going to start going up to the north and east and affecting you guys even more. Here's a video from Danville, Indiana. Not a lot of snow yet, but lots of sleet and ice. Oh, look. We got our name written in the sleet. Forever engraved in the sleet until the next little band of precipitation comes in. I love it. Thank you for sending that report in. Once again, if you want to send in one of these pictures or videos, if you want me to share it here, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter.
Edward 314, myself on 324, about to go to We'll head to him. 10-4, 1921.
There's a lot of pictures coming in. Here is Graydon in Jefferson City, Missouri. Had a great time playing in the snow today. Man, I'm so jealous of you. Graydon, if you're watching, you're so lucky, man. I wish I was out playing in the snow. I wish I was out playing in the snow. Here's Toledo, Ohio. Looks like a pretty good amount of snow there, too. Rain returned to snow about 4:30 p.m. It's coming down steady now. All right. We have a storm chaser, Brandon Copic, who should be out there in the Toledo, Ohio area tomorrow. So we will have eyes on the ground there tomorrow because, once again, I think round 2 is going to be pretty significant for you guys. Hey, we got another shout out. We got another snow shout out. Look at this. In DeSoto, Illinois. Thanks for that. That's awesome. That was a good Break It Down Ryan entry, by the way. If anybody's wondering how to get picked in the next round, which is going to happen in 30 seconds, that's a way to do it. Lafayette. Man, lots of pictures coming in. Man, where's this from? This looks like some of the most snow I've seen so far. We don't have a location. We do have from Michigan. Okay, so this is somewhere in Michigan. That looks like a decent amount of snow on the ground there. Oh, you guys hear that? You guys hear that? Do you know what that means? Who knows what that means? It's time for a forecast breakdown. Thank you for tuning in every hour on the hour, every 25 minutes, like at 8:25, 9:25. You know what I'm saying here. We try to do a forecast breakdown where we zoom out and look at more than just the impacted areas, okay? So we're talking about Texas, Oklahoma, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. We're talking about them all day. So let's zoom out a little bit and do our hourly updates on the forecast. And while I do this, I want you guys to go to Twitter and tweet hashtag Break It Down Ryan with a unique picture of snow or something that relates to the channel, just something cool that stands out. And our mods are going to pick one of your pictures, and the winner will get a personalized forecast for your hometown right here live in front of everybody that's watching. Okay, so invite everybody from your town in here. We'll do a personalized forecast just for you. So make sure when you submit that picture, you include your location. All right, so let's get into this, and let's come over to the radar and let's zoom out. Let's zoom out here, guys. We got a lot going on, but everywhere else that we're talking about, we don't have a lot going on, okay? This is one of the reasons why we're focused on the areas that we are focused on today. But just for fun, just for the fun of it, we are going to talk about some other places. We do have some rain showers and some snow in the higher elevations there around Seattle and Portland, where it is currently 40 degrees or so. And then up here into the British Columbia area near Vancouver, it's 30 degrees. Prince George, it's 9 degrees. How far up can we go, and how low is it going to get up there near north of Fort McMurray? Negative 35. Are you kidding me? Phew, I'm glad I ain't up there. Yellowknife, negative 27. It was a negative 20 degrees in Fargo earlier today, but now it's negative 8. It's negative 2 in Minneapolis and 11 degrees in Green Bay. And after reading off all of those very cold temperatures, it feels like it's a balmy 39 up there in Bangor, Maine, 39 in Portland. It's all the way up at 43 there in Baltimore and D.C. Down here in my neck of the woods in Pikeville, Kentucky, we are at 48 degrees with rain. Actually, at my house, it's 46.6. In eastern Tennessee and Knoxville, we're at 52 degrees with rain. And then, of course, down here in Fayetteville, North Carolina, we're 55 degrees. And then all the way down here in Jacksonville, we're 63 degrees. So if we zoom out, you can see from our numbers what's happening here with our weather pattern, okay? It's warm down here, and then it's cold back through here. You can see the blue numbers and the orange numbers. Now, what happens when you mix warm and cold air together? This big mess, okay? Everything in the middle. That's literally how weather happens. Once again, you are now a meteorologist after learning that. That's what it looks like right now across the U.S., but what's it going to look like in the future, Ryan? Anybody can look out their daggone window and see what's going on right now, but only you can tell us the future. Let me pull up that future radar for you, and let's get right into it. If you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always going to be displayed right there. You see it? It's an Eastern time. Let's push her forward. Excluding our monster storm over here, okay? We're going to exclude that. What else is going to happen? Nothing. Literally a big old bowl of nothing is going to happen, except for maybe a little clipper coming down through Wisconsin and Michigan around 9 p.m. On Friday maybe, and then some heavier snow showers working through down from Saskatchewan into Montana, and of course over there in the plateau regions. It's really going to be quiet after this storm comes through. Now, drum roll please. Who wins our Break It Down Ryan challenge, and who's going to get their custom forecast today? It looks to me like Miranda Stevens is our winner. Break It Down Ryan squirreling away dinner here in Bowling Green, Kentucky while we watch. Hey, I'm glad that you took part in our Break It Down Ryan challenge, and dinner looks great, by the way. I love it. And now we're going to break down the forecast for Bowling Green, Kentucky. Let's get everybody over there in that part of the world watching the stream. Let's share it on Facebook. If you live in Bowling Green, all your friends and family there on Facebook, let's get them over here. And let's get this all wrapped up. And this is actually going to be a pretty important localized forecast because this is more than likely going to be an area that is heavily impacted by our winter storm, okay? So if I zoom in on Bowling Green, Kentucky here on the radar, it's going to be in southwestern Kentucky. And you're going to see very quickly that it is currently around 52 degrees. 52 degrees with maybe some light rain, but for the most part, nothing is really going on right now. However, that's going to change as we go into the future. Bowling Green is a city in southern Kentucky. The National Corvette Museum is there, okay, and also the Beach Bend Raceway stages and drag races happen there, and the Kentucky Museum that exhibits our state history is also there. Okay, so Bowling Green's a pretty big place, and a lot of people, especially if you live in Kentucky, you know all about this area, but that's what we're talking about right now. And now let's talk about the future as we zoom in to Kentucky. How many people do we have living in Kentucky and Tennessee that are watching right now? Let's see you in the chat. This is not only going to be helpful for our Bowling Green people, but also the rest of you, because that's the view that we're going to right now. Let's go into the future here. 10 p.m. tonight, that rain's going to kick back up a little bit in Bowling Green. Oh, by the way, I want to draw you in to the map if I can. Let me just double check, make sure I'm looking at the right area. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you're right in here, right in this area. Okay. Right in there. That looks about right to me. So that's Bowling Green. Keep your eye on it. It's somewhere in there. And once again, the rain's going to pick back up later tonight around 10 p.m. And then to your north and west, the freezing rain is going to pick up. Okay, and then as we go all the way into 5 a.m., there's still going to be a little light rain, but nothing really is going on in Bowling Green at this point. But man, look at that wall of just sadness to your left. Like right at this point at 7 a.m. in Bowling Green, it's going to be like, raining lightly, but literally just miles to your west. Inches or several quarters of an inch are going to be piling up as far as ice accumulation goes in Hopkinsville, in Mayfield, and towards Paducah, Kentucky. Okay, so we're going to hope for the sake of Bowling Green, we're going to hope that stays off to your west for as long as possible, but eventually it is going to slide over into your area. Heavy rain is going to be expected tomorrow at 1 p.m. This is another place that could experience some flooding, so if you live in a flood-prone area in Bowling Green, you gotta watch out for this. You gotta watch out for this. The heavy rain that hits before the ice is going to be as much of a problem, more than likely, as the ice if you live in a flood-prone area, because we are going to see some really strong storms and some heavy rain come through. But there is eventually going to be a transition. Okay, there's going to be a transition from the heavy rain to the freezing rain, and that's going to occur around 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow. And thankfully, according to some of the latest guidance, you're not going to deal with that very long, from 5 to maybe 9 p.m. and then you're all sleet from 9 p.m. until about 2 or 3 a.m. and then you're going to get some backside snow before it's all over. So hopefully this simulation is correct and you guys don't have to deal with a lot of the ice. But look, this whole time it's very close. It's very close to you. So the slightest little shift in the models and the slightest little shift in these things that we don't understand with the weather, and you could end up with all that ice that's going to end up falling to your west here if this simulation is right. So we're going to hope that this outcome is right, and we're going to now look at your total precipitation. Looks like around 2 inches of rain can be expected there in Bowling Green. So once again, if you live in a flood-prone area, if that falls quick enough, that can cause problems. What else can we look at here? Also snow. Okay, you might see a half an inch of snow on the backside of this thing whenever it finally slides on through, but we're not talking about a big time snow accumulation for you. And ice. Okay, right now we're talking about a glaze of ice to 1/10 of an inch of ice, but remember, if this shifts any more to the south and east, you are next in line. We're getting close enough now to where it shouldn't shift too much, but still be on guard for the potential for maybe an ice storm, a full-on ice storm there in Bowling Green. And remember, guys, this is just one model. We have more than that, right? Like we can look at the HRRR, which puts the ice actually a little bit further away from you, and then the GFS, which makes it a little bit closer, and then the Euro, which kind of puts a little bit more ice on you. So you know, somewhere in the Bowling Green area, the further west you go, the better chance you have of seeing ice. But for the most part, I think you guys are going to kind of get away with not seeing too much in the way of ice out of this one. At least, hopefully. That's what I'm hoping for here in Bowling Green. So I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed the forecast breakdown there, guys. I think that's fun. I think that's really a good way to kind of restart and refresh the stream and kind of get us back on track. The next one that we're going to do is going to be at 9:35 p.m., okay? So be ready for that. The countdown starts now. Oh, boy. All of our storm chasers are gone. What happened? We got something going on with Michael Beard out here too. I don't know what's going on with him. And then we lost Mike. And let me go back over here to the map and see what's going on. Okay, we still have Vince, but we were just intermittently disconnected. Mike Scantlin. I want to see if he doesn't have another stream up yet. He does. He does. He has a, well, I don't know how new it is, but let's refresh him here. Because once again, he's in Tulsa, which is an area that's getting hit pretty good right now by the snow. So we're going to try to keep up with him as best as possible. Man, he's got something really weird going on with his stream. It's hard to tell, like, if I'm looking at the right thing or not, but he is out there in Tulsa, and let's get an update from him right now if we can. Hey, man, if you can, throw us an update. Hey, man, if you can, throw us an update. What's going on out there in Tulsa? And then we'll also get an update from professional storm chaser Vince Waelti as well.
Yeah, Ryan, we've got some pretty heavy sleet and snow falling right now, probably up to 2 inches of accumulation here on the roadways. More than that on the grass and other elevated surfaces. Bridges and overpasses are a nightmare right now. Travel is discouraged, but you know, downtown looks very pretty. I'm going to go down here and get some scenic snow shots. And here comes a snowplow, so I'm going to have to let you go and shoot this real quick.
All right, so Mike is out there. In Tulsa, around Tulsa, and he's saying that the roads are getting pretty slick. They're getting pretty bad out there, and we're going to keep up with him as we go forward. Also, Vince Waelti is where is Vince? He has kind of pulled off to the side here. He's taking a little bit of a break around Champaign in Illinois, and I don't know if he's just looking at the radar, trying to figure out what he's going to do next or what. But let's see if we can't get an update from him. Hey, Vince, what's going on out there? Give us an update. And we'll see what he's doing. And then I'm also going to continue to look through your stuff on Twitter. Continue to send me stuff
Ryan.
on
I'm stopped
Twitter.
here in Champaign. I'm actually with another storm chaser, Sean Runblade here. We're kind of discussing what we might want to do. He's going to be in the area tomorrow streaming as well, so I'll see if you have his information in the event that I do go for the severe weather. But I'm going to continue a little bit farther east and south from here in just a couple of moments. But on the way here, the roadways were solid ice. It's several semis were jackknifed in the wrong lane of travel. It's still pretty bad out here.
All right, yeah, keep me updated and certainly throw me his information. The more the merrier. Am I right, guys? The more storm chasers we have, the merrier. Let's see. What else do we got going on here? What is this? What is this about? We have White Lake, Michigan, 8 inches. 8 inches of snow. Thanks for sending that in.
Hey, buddy. So we still have a pretty good sleet snow mix. It's not quite the heavy snow that we usually see here. This is kind of a weird powdery, somewhere between sleet and snow. It's not one, it's not the other. It's somewhere kind of in between. But, you know, it is accumulating, it is drifting, and roads are really, really bad. I've seen a few wrecks, nothing too major, just people sliding off over curbs and into poles and stuff like that. The highway was surprisingly not too bad. There was one wreck where someone lost control around a curve, and hit the median, but they got that cleared up pretty quickly. That's actually where the wind took my drone and threw it into the woods somewhere. But right now I'm in downtown Tulsa, and you can see just, you know, a beautiful scenic, it's just beautiful down here. I love snow. It's one of those things where you love, you know, extreme weather and you like to get out in it and experience it, but it's also really beautiful. But you do have to take it seriously, and if you don't have to be out and about, don't, because, you know, it is dangerous driving conditions for sure. Just stay home, drink some hot chocolate, and, you know, enjoy a night in.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that sounds good, Mike. Keep doing your thing out there, and just anytime anything pops up that's interesting or different, give me a holler on here, because we're kind of focusing on the radar a little bit, so we don't have your camera pulled up the whole time. So anytime we need to skedaddle over there, just let me know. Here's another view from White Lake.
I'm about to drive up this really cool part of downtown here, so the next 20 seconds or so is going to be pretty nice to look at, visually appealing.
All right, sounds good. So we will look at some of that visually appealing imagery from Mike Scantlin here in the next little bit, after we watch this very awesome snow angel from Sammy there in White Lake, Michigan. We've been watching you all day. Snowtown, baby.
Hold on, I think my stream crashed. I'm going to reboot it.
Okay, so we got a stream crash from Mike. Mike says he's rebooting his stream, so keep an eye on that. We might have to change it on the site. Is the storm supposed to stall out? No, the storm's not supposed to stall out. It is just so big that it's going to take forever for it to go over you. The storm's huge, guys. Look at this. Canada to Mexico. And that's now. It's going to get even bigger. But, yeah, it's not stalling out. It's going to go to the north and east, and it's going to feel like it's stalled out because, let's say if you live right here, all of this has got to go through you before the storm is over. So it's not stalling out. It's just going to take a while for it to make its rounds. And once this goes through, I think we're going to have a period of quietness before the next big storm, but we are going to be locked in on this pattern that produces multiple big storms as we go forward. Multiple big storms as we go forward. I don't think winter is over. If you're a fan of snow, it's coming. More snow is coming. Oh my goodness, look at this. Over 24 inches in where?
It's well over 2 foot. And I got this humongous. Okay, actually now this table has got probably, there's my hand in the foreground. So anyway, it's well over 2 foot. And I got this humongous drift that's hanging off here.
Wow. Randall, thanks for sending that in. That's in Madison, Illinois. Very, very interesting stuff, man. Thanks for sending that in. Yeah, I mean, the ranges for snow totals have been so crazy. They've been so crazy. Like some places that you would think would have a lot of snow based off the radar don't. And then some places where you think, there's probably not much snow there, they have 2 feet. So keep sending in those reports. It's vitally important that we continue to compare the ground truth to the radar, because the radar doesn't tell the whole story.
44 and 169.
This is Janet. Janet says, this is me doing my Skywarn Storm Spotter measuring in Commerce, Michigan. Thank you so much. Thank you for sending in that wonderful picture. Once again, I'm jealous. I wish that, I really wish that some of that snow would come down to me. I wish I was outside doing my Skywarn measuring right now. I really do. Man, we got so many good entries coming in to the Break It Down Ryan challenge after the challenge. I understand there's a little bit of a delay between what I say and what you guys hear. It's about a minute or so. Man, we really need to think of a better and more streamlined way of doing this. This is great, by the way. You got the dog with the y'all thing. Jackson says hello from Newport, Kentucky. Oh, and there's another sound there's another sound that we have to keep in mind. If you hear the harp, it's time for Ryan to go. What rhymes with harp? I got to think of a little saying there. But anyways, it's a time for me to take a break. You heard that right. Mr. Ryan Hall has been sitting here just talking nonstop for 2 hours, drank a half a gallon of water, and I ain't moved, or 2.5 hours. So I am going to take a brief 10-minute break. I might even go say hello to my wife for a second. I haven't seen her all day. Stay with me. Don't leave, guys. I know you're going to be like, wow, this guy, he's abandoning us. I can't believe that he can't go more than 2 hours without taking a break. But listen, hey, I'm going to be right back, all right, in about 10 minutes. So
Mike's new stream is up.
Thank you, Frank. So we're going to leave you with Mike's new stream. We're going to leave you with Vince. You guys stay here, stay tuned. And this is a great time for you to share the stream on Facebook, share it on Instagram, share it on Twitter, share it all over the place. And that way, when I come back, we will get right back into forecasting and nowcasting. All right? That sound good to y'all? All right. So let's come over to the BRB screen. And hey, look, it's already ready. It's already ready. Let me zoom out here so you guys can see the whole storm on the globe. Actually, would you? Let's just look at this part. All right, sounds good. I will be right back, guys. Stay tuned. Hola. And we are back. Welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for not leaving. Well, some of you did. Let's see here. We are going to dive right back into the radar, right back into the radar analysis, right back into the forecasting and all that stuff. But real quick, I just want to talk to y'all. We have a lot of people in here. We've had a lot of people filtering in and out, and I really just haven't had a time to look at the chat. Okay, so if you got a question, if you got anything you want to say, anything you want to report, whatever it is, drop that in the chat. I know I missed a lot of super chats and a lot of memberships. I'm going to try to read all of those as they come in. Mike and Kathy Reynolds, thank you so much for becoming a slight Risk member. That's a huge deal. Thank you so much. Mark said, Ryan, when are we going to get Ryan Hall y'all merch? That is coming. That is coming. I promise you that. I promise you that. We are going to have some Ryan Hall y'all merch very soon. And, you know, all the sayings, the milk and bread, the nader juice, the naders in the dark go to sleep. All right. You know, all of that. We're going to do that on the shirts and stuff. And the idea with the merch is obviously, you know, you guys want to support, you want a cool shirt, we'll give it to you. But the idea is a good portion of the profit. And in some cases, depending on if there's a big weather event that just happened, all of the profit is going to go into a fund that we can give to the communities. Like, for example, if we would have had this going on when the Mayfield tornado happened, if we were selling merch all year long, and we this fund just built up and built up and built up, and we had this big amount of funds there, and then something like the Mayfield tornado happens, or a big hurricane, or a big devastating flash flood event, we're going to be some of the first people that know, because I'm going to be right here covering it. Right, we're going to be some of the first people that know the true impacts of some of these storms. So here we go. You guys have got all your cool shirts. And now we have this big pile of funds to where we can immediately go help these people. We can send Vince, we could send Brandon, we could send these guys with a U-Haul full of supplies, thanks to you all, directly after these storms, before anybody else. That's my vision. That's my idea for the expansion here on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel with merch. So that is coming. I wanted to take my time with it because I don't like crap merch. I don't like t-shirts that don't feel good. I don't like low quality prints. So we're going to take it pretty seriously. Like we're going to have like a whole operation here in Eastern Kentucky. And that's another cool thing. I live in an area of the world that desperately needs jobs. So if you order a shirt, you're also helping the local economy here in Eastern Kentucky. So that is coming very, very soon. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. All right, so let's get an overview of the radar here. Let's get a full overview of the radar. As you can see, our second punch, our second area of energy, our second storm that's forming here, is fully on its way to overperforming. Okay, we have heavy precipitation in Oklahoma City. We have heavy precipitation in Tulsa, and we have snow and freezing rain south of Oklahoma City. We now have some freezing rain and some ice possibly down here in Dallas. Do we have any people in Dallas that are watching right now? How many people do we have in Dallas? Let's see some reports and pictures and videos, or just text reports. It don't matter to me, from Dallas, specifically on Twitter if you can. The radar is showing potentially some ice down there. Let's switch over. Let's move our high def radar. Actually, which one are we going to move? Let's move this one down to Dallas. And we'll keep an eye on the situation down here. Because, yeah, it does look like It does look like some ice and sleet is mixing in Dallas. So let's see your pictures and videos. This is also another area where we could possibly see thunder snow. So keep that in mind. I'm going to buy you pizza if you can send me a video of thunder snow that's proven to be taken tonight. Michelle, thank you for the $10 super chat. DWC says, I'm in. I'm all for it. Can you do a neon shirt for truckers? Sure, yeah, I'm sure we can, son. We're going to be, like, that's another cool thing about the shirts. We're going to be making them here in Kentucky. We're going to be printing them here in Kentucky. We're going to be designing them in Kentucky. We're going to be storing them and shipping them. Seriously, I'm going to hire people here to make this happen because I want to make sure it's good. I want to make sure we're not just lumped in with 500 million other people that are doing some print-on-demand merch service. It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool, and I hope you guys support it, and I think that you'll not regret it if you do. Jacob, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, hey, Ryan, I'm from Crestwood, Kentucky, which is going to be impacted from the ice storm tomorrow. Thanks for providing the storm chasers and helpful info. No problem, man. Good luck out there and keep us updated. Chad says, good job, buddy. Wishing for snow in Akron, Pennsylvania. You'll get some. You'll get a little bit. You get a little bit. Oh yeah, we still got the music playing in the background. My bad, I forgot to hit the pause button. I can barely hear it. Is it loud for you guys? Rick Adkins, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. You guys are awesome. Don't order. Yeah, I'm not gonna have our pizza delivery driver get out there tonight. It might come tomorrow. It might come tomorrow. My goodness, there's a lot of dogs here. In Tate County, Mississippi. Everybody's gathered around the Ryan Hall y'all stream there. I love it.
Tim Burke with Smart Cards advised somebody vandalized the vending machine. It's going to be on the Acon course right across from the Sunglasses Hut. He's going to be there with the machine.
Got some treats coming in. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think we found somebody that has more screens than me. I think we officially found somebody that has more screens than me. You guys seeing this? Now this guy has the setup. What? Look at this. Break it down, Ryan. Watching from Plano, Texas. Holy smokes, man. This is so cool. Me and you could be very good friends. I can tell just from looking at this. We love our screens. That's awesome, man. Thanks for tuning in. It looks like you're I don't know. Yeah, you got a ham radio and a scanner down there. Gotta love our ham radio operators, our amateur radio operators. That's really cool, man. Thanks for sending that in. That's one of the best ones that I've seen. Everybody always sends in their setups, and I'm always like, not as many screens as me, man. Sorry, but I can't say that to him. He's got more than me. Damien, hey, thank you so much for the big time fiver there. Here you go, Ryan. This is the video from Toledo, Ohio. Hey, thanks for sending that in. Looks like it's coming down pretty good out there. Kokomo. Hey, here we go. Here's a video from Kokomo. We've been looking for Kokomo. Looks like around a foot, at least, on the patio. Man, this is... there's some big drifts out there. Wow. All right. It'll be interesting to see... It'll be interesting to see what the total... snowfall total is there, because once again, I think you guys are going to get slammed by the second round. Slammed by it.
GigNet every fourth Monday at 7 p.m. 35 FT.
And that's pretty much it. Thank you guys once again for sending in your reports. Troy, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. Nate38, thank you for that. He says, how much more snow in Otisville, Michigan? Not much more. I think you're in more northern Michigan, right? If I'm thinking about that right. Only extreme southeastern Michigan is going to get any more snow after this first round comes through. Let's see here. Amish, thank you for becoming a member. Thanks to all the members. Once again, I do think we're going to overpass 1,500 today, which is going to be insane. We're at 1438. 1438 up there. That's our total number of members, which once again I think is by far the biggest online community of weather geeks. No offense. I mean, it's no judgment here. Like, we're all weather geeks. You just admit it. Or we're just concerned citizens that are interested in the weather. Either way, biggest group of them right here. Thank you so much for joining. We do all kinds of fun stuff. Members only live streams every once in a while. Here's another clean setup. This is not. You don't have as many screens, but it's clean. I like the simplicity. Nothing too overwhelming there. Thank you for sending that in, man. Let's see here. We got 10 inches in, was that Albion, Mississippi? Or Michigan. Why do I keep saying Mississippi? Karen, thank you so much for sending that in. And look at this. Oh, there we go. This is what I like to see. Once again, this is my favorite kind of snow. This is my favorite kind of snow. Ryan, here's a 12-inch snow cake with a birthday candle in the middle for your baby's birthday. Oh, that's awesome. In South Bend, Indiana. It's still snowing lightly. You are my go-to for weather events. Man, that is a beautiful snowfall right there. Once again, it's my favorite kind. The big, like, the kind of, the snow that really sticks to stuff. You know, like the trees up here. I love it. And Echo will highly enjoy that birthday cake. All Things Outdoors says, everyone, we have to get Ryan verified. He's doing a great job covering the weather around. Yeah, you know what? I've given up. I've given up on Twitter verifying me. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what the deal is, man. Maybe we have to get over 50,000. Maybe we have to get over 50,000 followers. We're at 48.9 right now. We only need 1,000 more. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but there's been no progress yet with the verification on Twitter. It is very important with what I do because we reach out to people after, we reach out to people, especially during the tornado events, looking for important information, and we need people to kind of understand that, hey, this is a legit, like, this guy, he's not just some random guy asking for your information. Like, he's broadcasting in front of a bunch of people. We're doing an emergency thing. The verification would actually be useful. I'm not just trying to get the pretty check mark, but we'll work on it. We'll get there eventually. Hey, thank you guys. Everybody's now sending me a picture of their computers and their monitors. Thank you so much. We'll review. We'll do a whole segment at some point, like where we try to vote on the best setup or something like that. Tim says, my wife and I have had you on all day, so we decided to buy you a couple gallons of water. Hey, thank you so much, man. I'm gonna need them. I try to go through at least one a day. I try my best to go through at least 1 gallon of water per day. All right, do we got Mike Scantlin back yet? Maybe. Is that live? Man, we got some really bad choppiness with Mike's stream there. I don't know what the deal is with that. But as you can see, we got storm chasers out and about today. How's old Vince Waelti doing? Oh my goodness, is that ice? Man, the road looks like a solid sheet of ice out there. Is that legit? Is that a skating rink? Look at that.
Yeah, about sent it in the ditch there, so they need to get some sand out here ASAP, which I'm kind of surprised because they've got plows out and they look like they're spreading salt and sand, so I don't know if they missed this portion of the road or what, but it was, the road was in great shape, and then all of a sudden, bam, it's just a solid sheet of ice.
So, guys, Vince is on Interstate 74, just to the east of Champaign. And look at that. That's an impressive shot of literally a solid sheet of ice over the road there. You can see that the truck in front of him is having a hard time. Everybody's going slow, as you should in a situation like this. But yeah, this is, it's not just the snow that's causing the problems out here. It's also going to be the extreme cold temperatures leading to any sort of melting that happens. Even, our snow plows and our the salt and the brine and everything. We love that it melts the snow, but whenever it starts getting below 20 degrees, you almost inevitably are going to have some refreezing going on. So that's more than likely what we're seeing out here. We're going to keep up with Vince. Guys, stay off the roads. Stay off the roads. And if you're in a semi out there, shut her down, son. Let's everybody get on the CBs, all right, and say, shut her down. Let's get it down the line all the way from Champaign to Indianapolis because, Lord goodness, nobody needs to be out there. In this. That is some dangerous stuff, to say the least. Man, I don't know if we got Mike live or not. But here is Michael Beard, who is in Wichita Falls, Texas, who is seeing some pretty good snow right now. Looks like the roads are in bad shape, but not as bad as what you would think for Wichita Falls in this time of year and with this kind of snow. So they're doing a pretty good job keeping it under wraps over there. Looks like he had just a little bit of a slip and slide going on there. But this is what the roads look like in Texas. And then this is what they look like in, where is he? Illinois, east of Champaign. So we're going to keep a very close eye on all of our storm chasers. And Frank, I don't know if Mike's got a new stream or not, if you can try to see if there's anything going on there. But I've got a frozen view of him again. So we'll try to figure that out as we go forward. And then we're just going to monitor this the situation in Dallas. Oh, my goodness, I forgot. I told you guys to send me reports from Dallas. Is it snowing in Dallas or not? I know a bunch of you already told me, but now I need to know again. My goodness, you guys are sending me your computers like crazy and your TV screens.
30397 in the area.
We got some really good computer setups out there and some really cozy looking living rooms.
It keeps going down, and it takes a few minutes for a new one to come back up.
Okay. All right, so we might just have some connectivity issues out there with Mike Scantlin. Hey, Mike, we're having some trouble with your feed again. It's no big deal, but just paint us a verbal picture. How are things looking out there now? And I'll show you some.
Yeah, Ryan, I had a little bit of a hotspot issue, but it should be back up now. I am just putting around downtown here, watching the blowing snow here between the buildings through the little urban wind tunnel area. It's very interesting. Very windy. I mean, near blizzard conditions. We're not quite at blizzard, but we're probably getting 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts here, and still heavy sleet snow mix falling at the moment. You know, still haven't seen any wrecks. I've seen a lot of plows. There are the city of Tulsa trucks are out, and they're keeping a pretty good handle on it. But you know, nothing too major. It's really, you know, not that big of a deal at this moment. But you know, we still have 6 or 7 hours of this to go. So tomorrow morning is going to be a whole different story.
If you had to estimate, what are the winds gusting to right now? I don't know if he already said that or not. I wouldn't listen.
Ryan, probably 40 to 50 is what I'm thinking here.
Wow.
Let's see if I can. Yeah, there we go. There's a good gust blowing down the road here. Pretty good lighting. You can see the drifts up against the curb. You know, we really only have 2 inches or so of accumulation, but the drifts up against the curb, probably 7 inches, 8 inches up against the curbs and up against the sides of the buildings where the wind comes blowing through and blowing the sleet and snow around.
All right, so there you go. Intermittent blizzard conditions now in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and still, for some reason, we're having some connectivity problems with Mike here, down here in downtown Tulsa. But you can kind of get a good idea of what we're seeing. The snow's coming down. It's coming down heavily. It's sticking to the roads. The roads are in bad shape. And we do have intermittent blizzard conditions out here. So we're going to keep in touch with Mike and then also Vince. Vince is in Champaign, Illinois on I-74 heading eastbound. And he is literally going like 5 miles an hour because it is a skating rink out there. Like he said earlier, like he's surprised that there's not more sand on the road because, man, somebody comes. He said that, the road was fine in one spot. And then right after that, the road, just turned into this. So you get somebody coming down the road there that isn't paying attention. They don't know, things are changing. They hit this ice. They're sliding into that Amazon truck, or they're sliding into Vince, or they're sliding into that truck coming down the road there. So it's why it's important to stay off the road during these kind of events. Kentuckiana weather. Oh, my goodness. You got Coco Melon and Ryan Hall, y'all. Hey, that's the perfect setup right there. I like it. I like it a lot. And then we've got, we're watching Ryan Hall, y'all, while being snowed in here from Erica Watkins. Thank you guys for sharing your living rooms with me today. I'm honored. I am very honored. 4 inches of fresh snow plus 1.5 inches of sleet in Toledo at the moment. Thank you for the report there from Toledo. Once again, I think you guys are going to get a lot more snow tomorrow. A lot more. Oh, here is a beautiful representation of what an ice storm looks like. And what what kind of stuff can happen here if you get a lot of ice building up on those power lines. This is exactly what the picture could look like tomorrow in portions of Kentucky and Tennessee and Ohio. So keep that in mind. Oh my goodness, I've lost the tweet. There we go. Keep this picture in mind, guys. This is why we try to take this very seriously as we go into the future. This video is not from today. I want to make that clear. This is not from today. And then, of course, we've got, this is not my desktop, but how about a view from my car sitting outside an ice rink in central Ohio while my son has practice. I love it. That's a good way to do it as well. Right there on the dash of the car. That's a pretty cool setup. I like it. I like it. I can't drive my office here, so I would say that's better than what I've got. Beautiful. Like this is. I could spend forever just talking about these computer setups. If we didn't have a bunch of weather going on, I might just do some live streams. We'll just talk about computers and tech and stuff in the future or something. We might do a members only for that. Can you guys hear him?
Two semi-truck drivers to the hospital after they jackknifed and slammed into a pillar. One of them had to be cut out of the semi. No major injuries. There are some bumps and bruises and some broken bones and stuff. But according to a Bowie fire captain, they were both taken to Wise County, and non-life threatening, so they should be okay. TxDOT is on scene, waiting until they can safely inspect the integrity of the bridge. But otherwise, it's as you would expect. The roads are slick, but everybody seems, for the most part, to be behaving. Yeah.
All right, so that was Michael Beard. He's talking to me through my phone because we haven't set him up on the official network here. But he's just reporting on south of Wichita Falls there, where he is chasing. We do have a lot of car accidents. We have apparently, some minor injuries and stuff. He's just telling us what's going on out there, and that, people need to stay off the roads in those areas as well. So I am going to try my best to get him on our network. But it's just, it's hard to do when I'm also trying to do the live stream at the same time. We got him last minute here. Let me try to do that actually real quick, because if he's, if we're already seeing accidents and stuff out there, we're probably going to be talking to him a little bit. So no, I can't do it. I can't do it. I would literally have to sit here in silence for like 10 minutes to get that done. So if he has an emergency update for us, we will hear it through that way. But otherwise we will just deal with the text updates from him. Anyways. All right. Here's an update from Jordan. He says, this is what the ice storm damage looked like in 2009 in Princeton, Kentucky, between Paducah and Madisonville. Yeah, this was a bad ice storm. This one was a really bad one. Okay, some people saw close to 2 inches of ice with this one. This was a catastrophic ice storm by every sense of the word. Every sense of the word catastrophic could be used to describe this ice storm. So that's what we're hoping doesn't happen again. That is what we're hoping doesn't happen again. This is all over the place. Let's make this happen. That might happen. I don't know. I don't know if, that piece of art. I don't know if it belongs on a shirt. It's so incredible that we don't know if it belongs on a shirt or not. Like I don't think it needs to be degraded in that way. Okay, so here's what Michael was talking about. 2 hurt and transported to a local hospital after a semi jackknifes and slams into a bridge pillar. The driver of the semi had to be cut out of the truck, according to the Bowie Fire Department. So this is Michael Beard. This is our storm chaser. This is, I guess he's parked and kind of like over to the side, checking this scene out. But this is what he was just talking about there. So we've got no life-threatening injuries, but people were taken to the hospital here. All right, I'm gonna get him on. I'm gonna get him on our network. Give me just a daggone second.
49, I just marked that one.
Michael Beard. Love the name. LSM Storm Chaser. Email address, I don't know.
Yes, I was advised that 911 on 33rd Street is irregular because of a fax machine problem.
I do have his cell phone number. Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to get Michael on the hook here so we can talk to him. Once again, one day in the future, we will have a producer. Still ain't got there yet. Okay. All right. So now it's up to him. It's up to him how quickly he gets back to us.
Edward 314, Edward 314. Fraud report at CVS. 1
Okay, I sent instructions to your phone number to join our Zello network so that we can talk to you on stream. So if you, I know you're busy out there, but whenever you get the chance, if you can set that up, we'll be able to actually hear you through the stream. It's just a separate account that you'll have here, and it'll be through my network. So thank you very much for everything you're doing out there, and we'll talk to you over there if you can get that set up. Is Vince stopped? Man, I would not like that, man. Imagine being on a literal ice skating rink and you get passed by a semi. Whew. Talk about being nervous. Hey, who's your traveler? Hey, thank you so much for becoming a extreme risker. One little slip and they could fishtail right into you. How much ice is Bowling Green supposed to get? Not a whole lot of ice. As of right now, we're looking at possibly 1/10 of an inch of ice up to maybe 4/10 of an inch of ice. That's definitely capable of producing some big time problems, but not the catastrophic or crazy ice storm that we're expecting out to your west, which hopefully nobody gets a catastrophic ice storm. It's just a possibility. Here's a look at the main ice storm.
Email address. It's in admin chat.
The main ice storm of 1998. Thank you for that, Frank. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, you can see that's not good, man. You don't want that. Now, I don't think we're going to have a repeat of that. But the 2009 situation, even if we only got half of that, that would cause some problems. This is Anthony and his cat watching the stream. Hello, Anthony's cat. Thank you so much for being here. They said they're going to send some pictures when this thing hits Auburn, Maine. Looking forward to seeing them. So many, I mean, you guys, what in the world? We've got ferrets watching Ryan Hall, y'all, now. I have to retweet that. I have to do it. I have to. Thank you for sending that in. That's awesome, for real. Hey, here we go, Wichita Falls. This is what it looks like in Wichita Falls now. And remember, I have a guy, the Michael Beard is in the general area of Wichita Falls, and I think we have him now. We have him now, boys and girls. We got a full storm chasing crew. Check him out. So he's south and east of Wichita Falls in Bowie. So there's our guy, Michael Beard, in and around Bowie. Let's test him out. Test 1 2 3. Just making sure you can hear me. Original Kevin said, personally, I would have loved to pull. I would have pulled to the side and slept for a couple days. Not gonna lie. Anyways, thanks for all you do. Hey, no problem, man. No problem at all. And did we lose Mike again? Not Michael Beard, but Mike Scantlin. My goodness. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Hey, Joshua, thank you so much for being a high-risk member for 2 months. It says, Fort Smith, Arkansas, ice accumulation in your opinion, Ryan. Thanks for everything. Fort Smith, Arkansas. Let me make sure I'm correct in what I'm thinking of here as far... Okay, yeah, it's literally on the main western side of Arkansas. I think that you guys are not going to have much in the way of ice. I think that you guys, you're definitely going to get some ice accumulation. You could have some intermittent power outage problems, but for the most part, you guys are going to get some ice, a lot of sleet, and then some snow. Some ice, a lot of sleet, and then some snow.
Please respond to 13 1322 West Maple Street.
Test 1 2 3. Just making sure you can hear me. I don't think you heard me, guys.
West Maple Street, Timber Page, 2029.
Where's Vince? Vince is okay. So let me show you where everybody is on our map view here. Vince is way up in Illinois. So Vince is up here in Illinois. He's slowly, ever so slowly, heading down towards Indianapolis. Mike Scantlin is in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then Michael Beard is down here south and east of Wichita Falls in Bowie. I seen you try to send something over there. I didn't completely get it. Just hit me up whenever you get a chance here. Hey, Seismatic, thank you so much for being a high-risk member.
Frank 317 at Carterback. Assist the citizen 6625 South Memorial Drive. 6625 South Memorial Drive at Walmart break.
Frank 321. Frank 317.
Yeah, I don't know if it's your audio settings on your phone or something, but I see the message coming through, but it's completely muted. So yeah, Vince specifically is east of Champaign. He's still on I-74. He's going extremely slow. If you're used to watching Vince here on our map, usually he moves a lot quicker than this. But he is just inching down the interstate there on I-74 behind this semi, which is it's very smart for him to go slow. Everybody should be going slow if you have to be out on the roads, but I don't believe that you have to be out on the roads. Let's do everything we can to stay home. Oh boy, we're starting to have power outage problems, I think. Yep, here we go. We are now seeing 11,000 people without power in Texas and almost 10,000 people without power in Oklahoma, as the ice and snow is starting to cause some problems on the grid here. Grady County has 3,000 people without power. Canadian County has 6,700 people without power in Oklahoma. This will spread. This will spread. If this is already happening now, this is likely going to spread. Oh my goodness, look at the situation Vince is in. Get out of there, Vince. Get away from those trucks. Anyways, power outages are spreading in portions of Texas and Oklahoma now. And once again, 11,000 people without power now in Texas, with a lot of those coming from Knox County, Haskell County, Lamar County. I want to show you something here. A lot of these areas that are experiencing the power problems already, you still have several hours of precipitation to go. So if it's the heavy wet snow that's causing the problems, if that's bringing down power lines, that's going to continue to happen. Or if it's just like the overall use of the utility system due to the cold weather, it's going to continue to get colder. So we'll see as we go forward as to what happens. But I do believe that if you are in Oklahoma or Texas, especially in northern Texas and central Oklahoma and eastern Oklahoma, prepare now for a power outage, because they are already starting to come in. They are already beginning to come in. And by the way, guys, obviously continue to send me pictures and videos and reports and stuff on Twitter. But also, if you see something newsworthy that maybe I haven't talked about here on the stream, feel free to tag me. Feel free to tag me on that. Hey, did you hear that? You know what that means? Gosh, has it really been that soon? Are you kidding me? Has it been a whole hour since the last one of those? All right, well, you heard the sound. You know what that means. It's time for a forecast breakdown. If you're just now tuning in and you don't know what that is, that's when we zoom out and we do the forecast for a little bit of everybody else. Okay, we're talking about Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, and Ohio, and Kentucky. We're talking about them all day, right? Let's take a break. Let's look at the rest of the country during our forecast breakdown. While I'm doing this, I want you to tweet at me with the hashtag Break It Down Ryan with a unique picture, okay? Maybe it's a selfie of you watching the stream. Maybe it's your dog. Maybe you go outside and you write Ryan Hall y'all in the snow. Something that relates to the channel, something unique that we can show here that's going to stand out to our moderators. Post that on Twitter with the hashtag Break It Down Ryan, and then we're going to pick one winner. Make sure you include your town name in that post, and we're going to do a custom personalized forecast just for you. Just for you. All right, let's zoom out. This is the whole United States of America, or at least the lower 48, and this is what the radar is looking like right now. Once again, outside of our monster storm, not a lot of anything's going on out there, okay? But if we turn our temperatures on, you can see something really interesting here. You see the purple ones? I know the numbers are small, but the purple numbers are colder, and then the orange and the lighter numbers are warmer, right? So we have warm air down here in the southeast. We have a bunch of cold air back here to the north and west. And what happens where they meet? Well, a big old monster winter storm, of course. That is Meteorology 101 for you. And that really is how it works. It's 72 degrees in Miami right now. It's 57 degrees in Birmingham. It is only 21 degrees in Oklahoma City. It's -8 up there near Minneapolis. And then over here in the Pacific Northwest near Portland and Yamaka, it's 43 degrees in Seattle and 41 degrees in Portland and 30 degrees in Yakima. Sorry. And then all the way over here in Lewiston, it's 27 right now. What's the temperature like down there in Los Angeles? How about a good old 60 degrees? It's always feeling nice down there. And then, of course, if we come over here to the East Coast in New York City, it's 39, 39 in Boston, and 39 in Bangor, Maine up there. Quebec. Even Quebec's a balmy 30 degrees compared to the -15 back here towards Thunder Bay. You can see the work that big trough is doing, bringing down the cold air into America. So that's what it's looking like right now. What about the future? What about the future? Huh? That's what we're going to check out right now. And this time we're not going to worry about the next 24 hours or whatever. We're going to look at the real future. We are going to look down the road and see if we got any more big storms coming. Let's look at the real future. This is the forecast breakdown. Of course, our monster storm is going to continue to skedaddle as we go through Friday. And then what's next? Okay, anything interesting out there? We got a clipper coming through the Great Lakes region on Saturday, September 5th. And then anything after that, well, a lot of cold air is going to be locked into this region of the country as we go forward. And then anything after that, according to the Euro, we are quiet. We are quiet as I've ever seen the models here in the past little bit. All the way through Saturday, February 12th. Oh my goodness, guys. I so hope that this is real. I hope that this model is the most correct model that has ever been modeled. Because I mean, like, don't get me wrong, guys. I love my job. I love sitting here talking about the weather. I love doing this, but it has literally been nonstop. I don't know if I've left my house more than twice in the past 3 months. Like, that's how, I'm not kidding. Like, that's how much, like, severe weather we've been having. Okay. I wake up early in the morning. I do a video. I do a TikTok. I do a live stream. I do an emergency briefing. Like, it's just been constant, major storm after major storm. And it looks like we might get a little break here after this one goes by. So that's your big forecast breakdown. That's just one model. So I'm not 100% sure if that's the way it's going to go down, but we're going to hope that that is the way it goes down. And now, our winner, drum roll please, our winner of the Break It Down Ryan Challenge is going to be Lisa Mullen. Thank you so much for sending this in. This is great. This is great. It says, hey, I'm future meteorologist Finley, living in Stewart and Houston County, Tennessee. My mom is prepared for the Ice Mageddon, but she is from Florida, so that consists of an ice cube. How worried should we really be? Scan 5 extra minutes past bedtime. I love that. Future meteorologist Finley, there. Keep it up, man. You're gonna be great. I could already see just from looking at you right now. Your vibe in front of the weather map there. You were made for this. You were born for this. If you keep studying, keep doing everything that you want to do in regards to the weather. Watch the Weather Channel, watch my channel, whatever it is. You are going to be the next biggest meteorologist in the world. I can feel it. And of course, we are going to talk about Houston County, Tennessee. Houston County, Tennessee. Okay, I got a little confused there. Because I thought you were talking about Houston, Texas for a second. So that's Houston County, Tennessee. Let's load you up here and let's get started on this localized breakdown. Stewart in Tennessee. This is looks to me like a pretty small town here in pretty much like the western side of Middle Tennessee. Stewart is an unincorporated community in Houston County, Tennessee, and there's no more information about it. I don't know what the population is or anything, but it doesn't matter to me. I don't care how small your town is. I don't care anything about any of that stuff. We're going to get right down to breaking down the weather forecast for you. So Houston County, Tennessee is right here. Stewart's right in the middle there near Aaron. And currently the temperature is around 40 something degrees, right? It's right around 40 degrees. And we are expecting potentially some ice, later on as we go into the future. It's not guaranteed, obviously. It is not 100% certain. The vast majority of the big ice storm is going to happen to the west of where you guys are right now. Okay, now that's going to change a little bit depending on what model you look at. However, we're going to look at those models right now just to double check and make sure what the impacts are going to look like for you. So how many people do we have watching right now in Tennessee and Kentucky? Because that's the model range that we're going to show here so that we can zoom in on Tennessee for our future meteorologist down here. Let's go to the NAM 3 kilometer and let's come over here to the models. Let's look at that future radar. What's it looking like? If you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always going to be displayed right there in Eastern time. And of course, it's a little bit messed up. There we go. I fixed it. Okay, so Stewart, Tennessee, you're about what? Right in there? Right where my red dot is. Okay, so keep an eye on the dot. And as you can see, it's going to be raining tonight around 1 a.m. The rain's going to continue all the way until around, oh my goodness, you're in a similar situation there in Houston County, Tennessee as Bowling Green, where you're going to be very close to that freezing rain. Like if you looked off to your west, you see the wall of sadness once again with all of the sleet and the freezing rain and the ice. But according to right now, according to what the models look like right now, the vast majority of that is going to stay off just to your west. But future meteorologist Finley there, this is a good lesson for you. These models lie sometimes, okay? So don't trust them blindly, all right? We use these as guidance. And one of the things that I've learned in my years of doing this meteorology thing is that, if you're this close to the ice on a forecast model, it could go either way, and you might as well prepare for the worst. And we can assume that maybe you'll get up to maybe a half an inch of ice down there in Houston County. And basically all that means is you could experience some power outages that could last a couple of days maybe. Hopefully it's only like 12 hours or something like that, but it could last a couple of days. Obviously travel is going to be really difficult after the ice storm. So just make sure you're settled in and you don't have anywhere you need to go, and all your devices are charged. And if you have a generator generator, make sure that's gassed up and ready to go. Another concern you're going to have is the rain, just generally the rain coming in from the south and west there. You could see possibly an inch or two of rain before this thing is said and done, which could cause flooding problems if you live in a flood-prone area. But thankfully, for the most part, according to the latest information that we have, you will avoid the ice for the most part. But once again, that could change a little bit. As of right now, it does look like you will escape the vast majority of it, though. And you might get some sleet on the backside. But really, the main threat for you right now, I think, would be the rain if you live in a flood-prone area. Okay, if you don't, then future meteorologist Finley, just use this as a learning experience. Keep it in the toolbox in the mind there. And the next time we have an ice storm, you'll be even better at forecasting. Hopefully, it'll be several years from now. So thank you for that. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for participating in the Break It Down Ryan Challenge. I'm having a blast doing that. I love that. I think we should start doing it every 30 minutes, daggone it. All right, so that's all there is for that. We are going to reset that timer now, and we'll do another forecast breakdown at 10:46 p.m. Eastern. So thanks so much for all the great entries. I know there were a bunch that we missed, but still, we love it. We love looking at them even after the fact here. Let me let me go through Twitter. Let me see if there's any more reports coming in. And of course, we've got another Ryan Hall, y'all, in the snow there in Indianapolis. There's a layer of ice under that snow. And, oh, my goodness. Yeah, you can see the ice there on the branches decently. Thanks for sending that in. Thanks for sending that report in there. And what else do we have here? A snowplow is rolled over on Highway 4 south of Mustang. It just goes to show how hazardous the roads have become. A snowplow has been overturned there. So, yeah. Once again, the roads are getting really bad down there in Tulsa. I wish we had a connection with Mike Scantlin. See if we got a new update stream from... Nope, nothing yet. Does Mike have a live stream right now? I'm still not getting anything on my end. We'll see if we can't update that.
It's been buffering for like 30 minutes.
Okay, all right, so that's fine. Maybe we can talk to him. Mike, we're hearing a lot of reports from Oklahoma of a ton of car accidents and big travel problems and even some power outages. How are things looking down there? We're still having some problems with the stream, some intermittent connectivity, but obviously that's going to happen in a severe weather situation. So once again, if you could just paint a visual picture for us when you get a second, we would all appreciate it. So yeah, that's Mike Scantlin in the Tulsa area. We will also check in with Vince Waelti as well, and it doesn't look any better. It does not look any better here. And once again, he's just to the east of Champaign, Illinois.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, I just got the stream back up. I think it's because I'm too close to home. It keeps trying to connect to my Wi-Fi because I'm just outside of my apartment right now. But if you go to the stream right now, you can see just like, nearly ground blizzard conditions here, probably 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts and just a lot of blowing snow and sleet coming through the downtown area here, drifting up to a foot in some areas here, just around the downtown area. Now, I haven't seen any accidents, but I've been staying off the highways here over the last couple hours, but I'm about to go do a lap around the city and go see what's going on out there.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much, Mike Scantlin, for that report. And hopefully, Frank, you can get that new stream on there. Or maybe all I have to do is refresh. Okay, I got it. I just had to refresh. So here, let's go back to Vince. And he is in a line of semis here. Look at this. It's a standstill now out here east of Champaign, Illinois. And guys, it's important to understand, it's not even snowing out here right now. This is just frozen precip or frozen, leftover frozen, water because the temperature's dropping so fast. Wow. I hope he doesn't get stuck. This is how it happens. This is how you get stuck on the interstate. Guys, shut her down. Shut her down. Snowplows can't get through if there's a million people that are immobile on the roads. Shut her down. But it looks like Vince is going to get out of there. Let's see. Trish2Mom says, Northeast Ohio hopes to stay out of the wall of pink sadness. Wish us luck. We do have a lot of milk sandwiches, though. Hey, as long, it's a win-win situation. It is a win-win situation. If you go get your milk and bread before a storm like this, and the storm does hit, you have the milk and bread, which for some reason is something, that's something people want. But if the storm doesn't hit, you can just make yourself a milk sandwich and we'll call it a day. Win-win for everybody. Oh my goodness. Let's see if we can't get Michael Beard. Test 1 2 3. A lot of these kinks with our new people that we onboard onto our system, we work this out before the stream starts, but I just had a last minute need to fill a spot down there, so we just haven't worked out the intricacies of how to get this to work with Michael Beard yet, but that's fine. We'll get him to call in or something. But yeah, this is what it looks like over here east of Champaign, Illinois. Looks like Vince is stopped in the road there. Let's figure out where exactly he is, what's going on there. I don't know if he's trying to go somewhere else. He's just trying to get off of the interstate. So he's got off the interstate, and now he's getting back on the interstate and going westbound, I think. Hey, man, what's going on? What are you doing out there?
There is no sand or anything being put on these roads. Hopefully, I did tweet the IDOT or IDOT. This road needs to be closed. There's so many accidents. I'm sitting at the top of this exit ramp, trying to see, and I think we're going to actually go back on the other lanes here. Everybody was moving pretty good. I was trying to see if that plow that we just saw was going to continue on or if he was going to come back up the exit. If we're going to go back on the interstate, go back because I missed my exit, and follow this plow. Hopefully he's going to dump some sand. But the westbound lanes seem to be in better shape. Traffic's moving pretty well. It's just those eastbound lanes between Champaign and Danville that are, at this point, I would consider them impassable.
So there you go, guys. I-74 between Champaign and Danville is impassable right now, and it needs to be closed. Obviously, you guys can avoid driving on this road without it being closed. However, the road does need to be closed. So if we do have anybody watching that has any influence in that area, look at what's happening here and look at the people that are still driving on the road despite the warnings that are already out there. It might be time to do something like that. It might be time to close this road to avoid the inevitable, bad situation that comes out of somebody getting in an accident and then a bunch of people on their way to go help them, and then they all get in accidents, and you know the story here. So I know, once again, there are some government people who watch the stream here. Hey, listen, hey, I'm not in your position, but that's what I would do if I was you. I would at least do something to tell people that they should not go through that area of road at this time. Let's see, Oklahoma City, it's still snowing. How much snow do you have, though? How much snow do you have there in Oklahoma City? I'd love to see those reports. It looks to me like north and west of Lawton, we've got almost 4 inches. 3 inches up there near Tulsa, 2 inches down here near Okima. Oh, man, I'm telling you, somebody's going to really overperform down here in central Oklahoma and northeastern portions of Texas with their snowfall. And then, of course, you can see that sleet and freezing rain mixing in down there as well. Lord goodness, did anybody tell me whether or not it was snowing or not in Dallas? Do we know anybody that is in Dallas right now? Lord goodness. According to radar, it should be freezing rain or sleet or a mixture of those things. But I'm just really interested in hearing what exactly is going on. Hey, Floofy Cat, thanks for becoming a high-risk member. That's super awesome of you. Kyle said, I thought the video I shared on Twitter was funny. It reminded me of Reed and the blizzard last week. I didn't see it. I'll have to go look for it. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the support. I live in Dallas. No snow in Dallas. It's still raining. Okay, I'm seeing the response now. Thank you guys so much. I know I've asked like 5 times if it's snowing in Dallas, but now I know. Okay, so it should be switching over to like a sleet or a freezing rain here very shortly, and then eventually snow. But yeah, it does look like you're going to be right on the line there between rain and snow, which is pretty bad because we could see some ice accumulation in the right conditions there. Once again, Vince Waelti is on a literal ice skating rink road right now up there in Illinois. Everybody needs to be off of Interstate 74 between Champaign and Danville. It's an extremely, extremely dangerous situation. Nobody needs to be on that road out there. And we're hoping that somebody can do something about that, because despite our efforts, there are still people on that road. Shut her down, boys. Get on that CB all the way down the line. Shut her down. Michael Beard is down there towards Bowie, Texas, and you know he sent us a picture of a pretty intense looking accident earlier down there in that region. But other than that, I haven't heard a lot from him about other sort of incidents that have happened down here. So we're going to keep up with him as well. And yeah. Beautiful. Moores Hill, Indiana, muddy paw prints everywhere from all this rain. Love the dog. I love the dog pictures. Freezing rain and sleet in Whitewright, Texas. Look at that. Look at that. You already have some ice accumulation there in Texas. Some decent ice accumulation as well, I see. This is the kind of stuff that, you know, once it starts hanging off of trees and power lines, it can become a pretty big problem. Continuing to look at your pictures and videos that you're sending in. This is precious. Thank you, Jen, for sending that in. Got all the kids watching Ryan Hall, y'all. It's like it's a family affair watching the weather on YouTube. Gotta love it, man. What a time to be alive. Thank you for sending that in. That's awesome.
So there's no traction off the ramp, and wanted officers to be aware. It's the 31st Street exit ramp from the Broken Arrow. 2058.
By the way, if you are just now tuning in, you don't know how to send in a picture or a video or a report, we do that on Twitter mostly. We're monitoring Facebook, but it's just not working out, man. Like, I just don't like Facebook. Like, you can send the pictures and videos on Facebook, and we've got somebody watching, and if there's something incredible that we just have to show, we will do it. But like, it's just hard to get the pictures from Facebook onto the stream. It's just hard. Here is an awesome report from DFW Storm Chasers. The left one is showing 5 feet above the ground, and the right one is 10 feet above the ground in Mansfield, Texas, right before 9 p.m. 32.5, 32.2. Wow. Thank you for sending that in. That's super awesome. Man, I need to do that. I only have one weather station. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine like building like a 50-foot tall like tower that's meant for like amateur radio and just installing weather stations in 10-foot intervals all the way down? I'm doing that. I'm doing that. I don't care. I'm doing that. That's a good idea. Thank you for sending that in. Okay, so Indiana's doing it right. Indiana is doing it right. Indiana has been shutting down since 3 p.m. Red is emergency vehicles only. There you go. Yeah. Honestly, I think that's what you should do. I think you should shut them down. Shut those roads down because people are going to drive on them if you don't. And, you know, then that just puts everybody else's lives at risk, including the people that go out there to try to save lives. Emergency vehicles only. I like that. Oh boy. Is this the first one? Is this the first one? I think this is the first one. Guys, we've got a snowman. We've got a snowman. E-Lunatic has sent in a snowman to the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel, and he probably doesn't know this. But if you build a snowman, I critique it. All right, I am a snowman aficionado. Okay, I am a connoisseur of a snowman, and I am also a snowman enthusiast. So let's see what you got here. This is in Findlay, Ohio. Okay, so I know you're dealing with a little bit of a finer snow. Okay, you're going to be judged on a lot of different things. If you got wet snow, like if you go and if you build me a snowman right now in Oklahoma City, you are going to have a much higher standard, okay, because that snow sticks together like crazy. So, Finley, you know, here up here, we're going to work with you on that. However, let's look at the overall dynamics of your snowman. First of all, I got to say that your proportions here I don't like. All right, there's not a good separation. Every good snowman has 3 sections, okay, a bottom, a mid, and then a top. The mid should be 50% smaller than the bottom, and the top should be 25% smaller than the mid. We're a little lumpy here. We're leaning to the left a little bit. We've got our bottom side that's a little bit further to the right. This means when the melting process begins, more than likely this guy's going to collapse this way, okay, causing his head to fall straight down on the bottom section. That's not a good collapse for our snowman. Okay, we want to see a better collapse for our snowman. Now, here's some things I like. I love the scarf. Okay, that's a good addition. It really separates the body from the head, which is important on a snowman. Sometimes you can get confused, especially when the melting process begins. And I like the hat. I like the hat. That really adds some depth and some height to the snowman. I love this. Love this. And then on top of that, we have, you know, eyes and mouth and like a belt and arms and something else down here that's all made out of the same material. I don't like that, okay? This is all sticks. We need a button line. We need an actual button line. You got some gravel. You got some rocks out there. Let's put a little bit of effort into this. And our arms, okay? Our arms are pointing down like this. Snowman arms point out. That's what we want to do, all right? And then, of course, our eyes and mouth is fine, but it would be better to just have something a little bit different there to have the smile be a little bit more standing out, okay? So that's that's my overall rating. I'm going to give this guy a 6 out of 10, all right? And once again, I am heavily critical on snowman because, you know, I'm just jealous that I'm not out there making snowman. So overall, actually, it's a very good snowman, and thank you so much, E-Lunatic, for sending that in. I'm petty, okay? I'm petty. I should be the one making snowmen. Seriously though, thank you for sending that in. What else do we have here? The staging right now. Okay, so the Oklahoma Highway Patrol staging right now with the Oklahoma Guard in McAllister. This will be one of the 4 SMART teams across the state ready to rescue any stranded motorists in this storm. Well, they are ready to rescue you if you decide to go out there. I would just, you know, I would kind of skip the rescuing. Stay home. It might be kind of fun to be rescued. I don't know. I'm joking. No, I get why they're out there, and I'm very happy that they are out there. So thank you for sending that in to me. Let's see. What else do we have here? We got Chad. We have Chad out here with 5/8 of an inch of sleet on the ground in Rogers, Arkansas. Okay, so that's cool. That's cool. That's a nice report. We haven't really seen anything from Arkansas, and the radar is showing some sleet. So it's nice to have ground confirmation there. Once again, that's in Rogers, Arkansas, way up here. So we do have sleet on the ground. Down here, and it is falling. So thank you so much for that report. I appreciate it. And so does everybody else out here that's watching.
Yes, I took care of that. Thank you.
So that means that the sleet and the ice is that's already started falling in a lot of places. That will likely end up seeing some significant pieces of this ice and winter storm. Beth, yes, you are doing it right. That is, you know, it's not very appetizing with the plastic, but that is a great representation of a milk sandwich there. So somebody just keeps making shirt designs for me, and I'm loving it. Milk, eggs, and bread, and I guess that's me. That looks like me. Oops. Yeah, once again, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Wow, look at this. Frisco, Texas, y'all. That is beautiful. But it's also kind of dangerous. Is that purely ice? Or is this snow? I think this is snow. Yeah, it looks like snow accumulating on the tree branches there, maybe with some ice. Here is a nice video from Kyle G. We got at 8:50 p.m. We're transitioning to all snow in Wichita Falls, Texas. So that's interesting that they're just now switching over to all snow. It's very cool. This is 40 miles to the north of Dallas, Texas. It's sleeting like crazy in Whitesboro on Highway 82. Thank you, Jam. Thanks for sending that in.
Afterglow Movie Net, Saturday, 3:30 p.m., W5FC. 4600 North Peoria, and a caller. Follow the subject for a couple of minutes. Callers waiting at this location. It's 21.
John Huff says, we got some sledding in tonight during the break between the waves. Yeah, hey, it's fun to go sledding while it's snowing too. When that second wave moves in, it's not too late. I'd hit it again. All right, so speaking of wave 2, it's happening. It's moving into Springfield, Missouri right now. Look at this. It's advecting to the north and east up here near Camdenton. Jefferson City, Columbia. You guys are going to be getting in on the snow here soon. It's going to be coming back into St. Louis and then eventually into Illinois, Indiana. And yeah, like this is it's happening almost exactly the way it's been modeled. So there's no changes in the forecast as of right now. It's still looking like pretty much the last time we looked at it.
1990 Chevy Silverado pickup with Oklahoma tag Baker Edward Henry 788. Keys are in the vehicle.
We got a decent coating of sleet in Adair, Texas, 20 miles east of Abilene, possibly switching over to some light snow. Look at that, sleet. Ooh, and ice accumulating on the tree branches. It's just plain rain in Plano, Texas.
It's going to be a 3-car collision. Red Nissan versus a silver Silverado and a silver Pathfinder. It's 2110. Motor vehicle accident at 10100 East 71st. 100 East 71 Street in the eastbound lanes. So red Nissan, a silver Silverado, a silver Pathfinder.
Here's a video of some of the ice starting to accumulate in around the Fort Worth, Texas area. Wow. So this is starting to become a little bit concerning. So back to the nowcasting analogy where we stop looking at the forecast models so much and we start looking a little bit more in depth at the current radar. Now, we've watched the models for a while, and we know that at some point this cold front's going to stop sweeping in, and then the entire motion of the storm is going to be this way. So let's say that change happened right now, or maybe an hour from now. Dallas and Fort Worth, this whole area would be under the gun for a hours-long ice storm. So this is something that we have to watch very carefully as we go forward. If this continues to move north and east and the temperature gradient doesn't move that much, we might be dealing with a full-on ice storm over the next couple hours in Dallas. So if you live in Dallas, especially the further like west that you go, so I'm thinking like even west of Fort Worth, like towards Weatherford, Perrin, Stephansville, Decatur, all these places, continue to send in your reports because it's going to be very important for us to keep up with whether or not this is rain, snow, or sleet or what, because we could start talking about some ice accumulation here very shortly. Vince is still on a very bad-looking road. Once again, I'm very surprised to see it that bad. Like, it's been a while since it snowed here. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like he might be in one of these areas where they are just not plowing. But at the same time, we've seen snow plows on the road. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. There are some places in Illinois, at least from what I've heard, that said they're not going to plow. They're just not going to put their people out there. And they're not going to spread salt and brine and all that good stuff. We got a quick glaze of ice in Lakewood Village, Texas. The precip has transitioned to heavy sleet now. So yeah, we've got a decent little area of ice that has accumulated in areas west of Dallas, and that tells me that air mass is moving towards Dallas.
You may go ahead and run emergency status. The callers in Collins,
And that might end up being where it locks up.
Trying to get a hold of her mother, a 70-year-old female who had an altered level of consciousness earlier today. She doesn't go anywhere, and they can't get her to answer the phone. Map pages 1322.
Ugh. So Somebody just sent me a picture of their milk sandwich, and I'm not even going to share that one. It's just literally like, I mean, imagine if you were to actually go try to make a milk sandwich. They did it. It's disgusting. Anyways, what else do we got here? Man, we got a lot of pictures coming in. Here's a cool little time-lapse thing from Roseville, Michigan. I like that. That's pretty cool. That's creative.
Well, that's much better. Go ahead.
Vince tweeted out 20 minutes ago, and he said, how many injuries and accidents do we have to have on I-74 before we get some sand on the road or it's closed? Come on, DOT, Illinois. I agree.
Henry 331, 10 4, 21 4.
Health X-ray 484.
Adam 301.
Adam 301.
Myself and Adam 344 will take that call in 1B.
10 4, 517 East 55th Place North. A house just east. Caller says the neighbor.
Nicholas Isabella says that he's going to be streaming
Unknown if the neighbors are actually
the freezing rain event in New York. So we might be working with him again if we stream during that.
484, okay.
First and Peoria, map pages 1180.
The Dallas ice looks like Patrick Starr. What?
1335 East 11 Street at the current desk. See the color Thomas. So there's a white male, skinny, with a black hat and blue jeans, who was found inside the caller's vehicle. Caller's yelling at the suspect, so he keeps pulling towards his waistband. Call taker still public service 2116.
Named Javelin said, show us the milk sandwich. Show us the milk sandwich. If you really want to see it, I will retweet it, and you can go look at it yourself on Twitter. How about that? If you really want to see the milk sandwich, I will share it right now on Twitter.
Motor vehicle accident at 61st and Peoria. 61st and Peoria. It's a silver Honda and a white Honda Civic. Answers are out. TPD has 2 on the way.
And we've got a really cool video. Well, not a really cool video. I shouldn't say that. But an interesting video, to say the least, from Tyler Kurtz and the team. Let me make sure I'm saying this right, because I want you guys to be able to know exactly where this is coming from. This is pretty interesting footage, and it's just another visual reminder as to why you shouldn't be out on the roads during this thing. So here's some footage from the Cali Storm Chasers. Winter storm chaos. Major winter storm impacts from Wichita, Kansas. This was earlier today up to now in Wichita, Kansas. This is more of what we can expect as we go later on for a lot of places to the south and east of here. And I know it says not for broadcast, but I just texted him. He gave me permission to show this, so we're good. I know it's dangerous, and I know that everybody hates it, but I love snow, man.
Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty rough out there in Kansas this morning.
Oh yeah, that is.
Nice.
You see how quickly things deteriorate and people start sliding off the roads, and you know, 1 minute it's fine, and then the next minute everybody's sliding in front of you, and then now you're sliding and everybody's wrecking. It's just an unfortunate truth. It's an unfortunate way that this works out here, and that's one of the reasons why we try to encourage people to stay off of the roads as much as possible. Tim, he says, my wife and I are still watching. The problem with Illinois DOT is that they only care about Chicago and Springfield. Us truckers, oh, I see. I get it. All it takes is one icy spot. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you are not wrong about that.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
Can Indiana get an update? Absolutely. We're going to update Indiana right after this. Somebody said that's why they need to treat the roads. Well, man, in some cases, especially in a big snowstorm like this, and especially in the one that we're going to see tonight into tomorrow, I don't care how good your plow is. I don't care how good your plow team is. You can't keep up with some of these snowfall rates. If it's snowing at the rate of 2 inches an hour or more, and the wind is blowing on top of that, it don't matter. Once again, it don't matter how many snow plows you have, okay? 10 minutes after the plow goes by, 5 minutes after, 2 minutes after, the road's going to be just as slick because of the amount of precipitation that's coming down. Should I worry about power outages in Dyersburg, Tennessee? Yes. Yes. Tyler, the guy that made this video, he just texted me and he said, we had rain yesterday and then more freezing rain and sleet than expected, so they couldn't pre-treat. So they couldn't pre-treat the roads. But, you know, that adds insult to injury. But, you know, even during the event, treating the roads pre or post or during, it doesn't matter when the precipitation rates are high, which I know during a lot of this video they're not incredibly high. But that's a little bit of an explanation there from Tyler. And Tyler is a storm chaser that we will probably be working with more in the future. Tyler, if you're watching right now, I just now saw the message where you reached out to me to try to become a part of the live streaming team here, so we'll get that worked out. So yeah, this is pretty similar to what we're seeing more than likely. To the north and east of this. What is this?
That's how you break your ankle. Oh, wow.
What?
Oh.
Wait, I gotta watch that again.
Pretty well, so you don't want to make the trip in the weather. I guess there's a cousin that's saying we're trying to find a contact information for him.
Oh my gosh. Welcome to Wichita.
Welcome to Wichita. That looks like something that would happen around here where I live, man. That's that is not safe, but it's also hilarious at the same time. Hey, Chris, thank you so much for becoming a moderate risk member.
Medical emergency seizures. 2 miles center at 500 West Archer. 500 West Archer Street at Michigan 74.
Dang. That's a bad spot. Yeah, there we
Yeah, it's a good way to break an ankle. Absolutely. There's a great way to break an ankle. I'm surprised an ankle wasn't broke. Wow, guys, once again, look at how fast that can happen. You think that person planned on doing that? You think that person left the house and thought, you know what? I'm probably going to wreck. No, they thought, I'll be fine. I've driven in the snow before. By the way, all this footage is from today. Every single bit of it.
trying to lift up the car.
Oklahoma, Lincoln, Frank, Adams, 954.
It is absolutely a mess out there. I don't know if you saw, but there's a car here in St. Louis, Missouri, and the left rear tire was frozen. Yeah, I did see that. Oh, my goodness. Man, imagine being the driver of that vehicle and having to get out. It's like, oh, don't tip it too far forward. Oh, my gosh. That would be nerve. That would be tough. I guess you could just crawl into the back and get out of the back seat. Knowing me, though, I'd be so, like, tore up. I'd just, all right, I'm opening up my driver's side door, and I'm hoping for the best.
Yes, ma'am. I see the update comments on this 78. Did the tire market or has already been previously marked? 211. 2.2 northbound, go ahead. 7.
Yeah, guys, this is a Cali Storm Chasers, Cowley Storm Chasers there on YouTube. Go subscribe to this channel. And I guess they got Twitter and all that other stuff too. This is Tyler Kurtz, TYLERKURTZ. I don't know why at first I thought that these people were just like stuck and they were like, you know what, let's just make the best out of it. Let's start sledding down this hill. I was like, this is a beautiful story, but now I see that they've driven there purposefully to sled. How long have we been going, man? I'm starting to get a little loopy. About 4 hours. That's not bad. That's not bad. We did do 4 hours earlier today as well, though. Can we get some coverage for southeastern Michigan? Yes. Yeah, as soon as this is over, I just want to watch this. It's a nice, it's giving my voice a little bit of a break, and then we'll get right back into the rapid fire coverage. This looks like fun. Yeah, I'm honestly having a blast just watching them. It does look like a lot of fun. So yeah, once again, huge shout out to Cali Storm Chasers on YouTube. We got links in the chat going out right now. Let's see here. Yeah, they've gained 30 subscribers since I started watching this video. So we love to help out our fellow Storm Chasers out there. Guys, go subscribe. If you like this kind of stuff, you don't have to if you don't want to. But if you like this kind of stuff, go subscribe to them, man. Thank you all for letting me kind of just sit here and watch that video for a second. Now we're going to get back into the live rapid fire coverage here. It's snowing in Fort Stockton, Texas. All right. It is sleeting in Big Lake, Texas. Now, between Interstate 20 and Interstate 10 here in southwestern Texas, from El Dorado up to Eden, okay, and Menard, we're seeing freezing rain, okay? If we got anybody in this area that can send me a picture or a video on Twitter, please do so. Please send me that picture. Please send me that video as soon as you possibly can. Because I want to see. I want to see the ground truth. I want to see what's going on out here. Cross Plains, Stevensville, Mineral Wells. You guys are all seeing freezing rain. Fort Worth, Dallas, you're seeing freezing rain right now. Decatur and Denton, you're seeing freezing rain now. Dallas, you're seeing a little bit more regular rain than freezing rain. But on the Fort Worth side, you guys are seeing legitimately freezing rain. Gainesville, Sherman, Texas, Durant, you guys are seeing the freezing rain. And what's unfortunate and what I believe is going to happen here is that as we go later on into the future, this is just going to continue to move off to the north and east and kind of slide over the same areas over and over again. So if you're seeing accumulation of ice in Decatur or Denton, I would like to know. So if you can send me a picture or a video on Twitter, that would be great, because I think if you're already seeing ice accumulation out here, you're going to see quite a bit more as we go through the evening. That also goes for Durant and Atoka and Talihina in Oklahoma. Sleet and freezing rain is also breaking out around Fort Smith, Fayetteville, and Harrison in Arkansas. And we even have some of the first freezing rain showers starting to fall over here. In Mayfield, in and around Mayfield, Benton, Kentucky, Paducah, Marion, and all the way up into Morganfield in Indiana, or close to Indiana. That's what's happening right now. Now, if we go off to the north and east, we still have some snow hanging around in Indianapolis and a little bit of snow trying to, work its way into portions of northwestern Ohio. But for the most part, our first punch is over. They're getting hit pretty hard up here in Toronto. How many Canadians do we have watching today right now? Let's see our Canadians. But for the most part, our first punch is punched out. It's clocked out. Now everybody is awaiting our second wave, our second big storm that's forming down here, and it is going to continue to go off to the north and east. And it's going to hit a lot of you that were hit earlier today. I think some of the jackpot areas for most snow on top of what you've already seen is going to be Springfield, Missouri, St. Louis, possibly Springfield, Illinois as well. Certainly Champaign, Urbana, Charleston, Indianapolis, Kokomo. Let's see here, Fort Wayne, and then Toledo. I think you guys are going to be the big winners here as far as our total snowfall totals go as we go into the future. Also, a couple other things that we got to talk about. Further to the north and east, Pennsylvania, you guys are going to get snow in the northwestern part, but the rest of you have to worry about that freezing rain threat. Right now, it's raining in all of New York, but that's another place where we have to worry about the snow and the freezing rain in the future. We could even talk about a potential ice storm down here in southern New England. Now, if you are in the Mid-Atlantic region, let's say Washington, D.C., points south towards Roanoke, all you got to worry about is some rain. And speaking of rain, we also have some flash flood watches out here in this region. We are looking out for the potential for flooding from Birmingham to Huntsville to Nashville to Knoxville to Pikeville to Ashland to Lexington to Somerset. All of these places could absolutely get flooding rains over the next, several hours or so. And on top of that, the further north you go, you also can overlap that with an ice storm. A full-on ice storm. That is that's kind of like the big picture of everything that's going on right now. If we look at the forecast models, let me pull those up for you real quick. And we kind of look at the whole United States, and we start talking again about what we can expect as we go into the future. We can do that now, okay? If you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always going to be listed down there in Eastern time. Here we are around 3 a.m. tonight. This is what the radar could look like. Heavy snow in St. Louis, heavy snow still in Tulsa. It could be still snowing heavily in Wichita Falls at this time as well. But the big band of pink represents sleet. Going to be sleeting like crazy in Little Rock. It's going to be sleeting like crazy in the boot heel of Missouri near Sikeston. Southern Illinois as well, getting in on the big-time sleet storm. And then the little thin band of purple here is where we're seeing our ice. Let's skip over to 10 a.m. Heavy ice now, heavy freezing rain from Memphis, okay? From Little Rock to Memphis to Dyersburg into Mayfield and then up into Louisville, Kentucky. And then, of course, into southern Ohio as well. And then possibly even still back here towards Dallas. Like there's a lot of places that are just going to see ice for a prolonged period of time. And it's mostly going to happen between now and around 3 p.m. tomorrow. And then on top of all that, of course, we got the snow, the ice storm and all that. We also have a legitimate tornado threat. A legitimate tornado threat that's looking more and more serious as we go forward for areas down here in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Significant tornado parameter is all the way up there near 6 around 4 p.m. tomorrow. I will be live. I think that, unfortunately, we will see tornadoes tomorrow. So if you live down here, please make sure you tune in because we're going to be providing live coverage. I think we're going to have a live storm chaser on the ground. It might be Reed Timmer. It might be Vince. I don't know if he's going to have time to make it down there. Or it might even be Brett Adair. Like everybody is kind of like changing their mind about chasing the ice storm and being like, okay, well, actually, we're going to go chase this severe weather because this is looking a little bit more significant than what we originally thought it was going to be. Once again, a real tornado threat is apparent for us tomorrow here in southern Mississippi, southern South Alabama, and portions of Louisiana. That is once again, this is something you hate to see it. 70-degree dew points right next to a dry line like that. We got plenty of tornado juice, nadir juice up in the atmosphere there. HRRR. Let's see what this looks like. I'm just live looking at this for the first time, this new data. That looks a little bit less impressive. What does the SIGTOR show for us? The ingredients are there, guys, for tornadoes. But the thing that we have to think about with this thing is if we do get tornadoes, it looks to me like the mode of storms is going to be linear or multicellular in nature. So you see a lot of these reds and purples and yellows kind of mixed together. you know, this is a multicellular event, so like I don't think that necessarily we're going to see supercells, like isolated supercells. However, if they do pop up, if we do get supercells that pop up by themselves out in front of this thing, we could definitely see some tornadoes and maybe even like a couple of big ones. Like I hate to say that. I don't think anybody else is saying that, but like that's what I'm seeing here. We could have a couple big tornadoes tomorrow in Mississippi, Alabama. It's not looking like a big tornado outbreak. It's not looking like it's going to be some sort of huge deal. But it's something that I have to watch very closely, and I will be here for you tomorrow to relay those warnings. So make sure you tune in, okay? Let's come over here and see what's going on with everybody. What's going on over here with Michael Beard? Looks like there's a little bit of a car accident going on here near, where is he at? Bowie? Let's look at him on the map there. Michael Beard is currently south and east of Bowie, near Highway 81, it looks like. Yeah, near Highway 81, going south and east towards Dallas and Fort Worth. So he is over here in the middle of what I would imagine is our ice storm. This is where, obviously he's still in the snowier part, but the further east he goes, the more into the ice he is going to get. But obviously the road conditions are already very bad out there. Yeah, let's get an update on our power outages. We are seeing an increase in power outages, just like I said earlier, that I thought was going to happen. 20,000 people are now without power in Texas. Okay, that's up 10,000 from just, what, 20 minutes ago or something? A lot of those are in northeastern Texas, where some of that heavier freezing rain is falling. And we still have about 10,000 people without power in Oklahoma right now. 10,000 without power in Oklahoma. A total of 20,000 without power there in the entire state of Texas.
Franklin 06 Carterback, 1085 at Cedar Glade, 9705 East 75th Street, 9705 East 75th Street, Rake.
What's up? 106.
Frank 106 107.
Let's see here. MPG says, going into work and probably not leaving until Friday. All these cars will be covered in ice by the morning. Alcoa, Newburgh, in Indiana. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Baker 112. I gave him a jacket. He's good to go. 410.
Maker 112 10 4.
Affirmative text.
So Michael looks like he's just helping people out here that may be stuck. Here is a pick, man. Things are really going downhill in Texas and Oklahoma. 14 miles northwest of Rock Springs and Edwards City, an 18-wheeler has crashed and is blocking both lanes. Our Texas DOT crew is helping to divert traffic around the scene as it is being cleared. So there you go. Once again, another reason to try to avoid the roads out there. If that happens next to you, you know, like if you are driving down the road and that just falls on you, it don't matter how good your four-wheel drive truck is. That doesn't help you in that situation. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, Ryan, I was watching your steak earlier. I know what you mean. I was watching your stream earlier, and you said you like snow-covered trees. Here's some more taken outside of my house near Manchester, Michigan. Thank you so much. It is beautiful. That's exactly the kind of snow that I like. Let's get an update from Mike Scantlin. It looks still like a little mini blizzard out there with the winds whipping. Lots of, heavy snow still coming down, and the winds are quite a bit more intense there than in the Wichita Falls area or the Bowie area where Michael is. So that's interesting, which also it's kind of hard to tell exactly how fast the winds are blowing here with Michael. But this is a live view of right around Tulsa, Oklahoma. We got Mike Scantlin down there. And once again, the winds are really whipping there. And that's going to add problems for the power outages that we're seeing. And then this is a professional storm chaser, Vince Waelti, who's going down the road in Illinois. Hey, Robin Smith, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. That's super awesome of you. We got a red travel warning, emergency travel only in Clinton County. As always, guys, continue to send me your reports and your pictures. And if you see anything newsworthy, just tag me in it. Here we go. Decatur, Texas. The fun has just begun. Thank you, Brandon. Oh, boy. Here we go. Do you hear the sound? Do you hear the sound? All right, here we go. Every hour on the hour at 10:45 p.m. Eastern here, we are doing a forecast breakdown. All right, we try to kind of zoom out a little bit every once in a while. Okay, I'm talking about Ohio and Oklahoma and Dallas and all these places. I've talked about it all day. Okay, let's talk about something else for a second. Lord goodness. Drop your location in the chat here, and then also go to Twitter and tweet us a really unique picture. Okay, it could be anything you want. Okay, just make sure it stands out to the Ryan Hall y'all crew here. All right, so if it relates to the channel, that's going to be a best case scenario, and then post that picture on Twitter. All right, with the hashtag Break It Down, Ryan. And what we're going to do is we're going to break down the forecast for your local area. Okay, make sure you include your hometown or the area that you're in that post. And we're going to break her down. All right, so here's a big broad view of the United States of America. And this is what's going on right now. Our big monster storm is obviously causing a bunch of problems. But man, can we talk about something else? Absolutely. Let's very quickly look at temperatures. We got a big old area of cold temperatures with that big trough back here that's bringing -9 degrees to Bismarck, 23 to Salt Lake City. It's -2 in Denver. It's around 10 degrees in Omaha and 16 degrees in Kansas City right now. That big trough is supplying the cold air for our snow down here that's happening in Oklahoma and Texas. And then what's supplying the moisture? What's supplying the potential severe weather tomorrow and the flooding? Well, it's the big warm nose on the eastern side, okay? So we got warm air over here. We got cold air down here. Put them together, and you got yourself a major winter storm in the middle. You are now a meteorologist after learning that. Right now it is 64 degrees in Cape Coral, Florida. It's 72 in Tampa. It's 63 in Jacksonville. However, if you just go a little bit to the north and west, it's 30 in Memphis. It's 34 in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And it is, of course, 18 degrees in Chicago. How about you over there in New York, though, where it's 41, 39 in Bangor. And then way up here in Canada, near Saskatoon, it's -22. And yeah, that's right. You're seeing this correctly. -30. -30 to -40 up here near Yellowknife, way up in Canada, man. I don't know if I can handle that for more than just a couple seconds, to be honest with you. But that's a broad overview of everything. Okay, that's a broad overview of the whole country. That's what's going on right now, but what's going to happen in the future, Ryan? What is going to happen in the future? Let's go ahead and break that down for you as well on the weather models, okay? As you can see, as we go later on into the night tonight, our big storm is going to continue to move off to the north and east and start affecting places like New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Jersey, Pennsylvania, all these places over here. The further north you go, the more snow you're going to get, and the more centralized you are, the more likely it is that you're going to be a part of our big ice storm that's unfolding here. Big time severe weather threat tomorrow in Mississippi and Alabama. But other than that, like, man, it's just going to be kind of quiet after this. It's going to be kind of quiet. We're going to have some lake effect snow off the lakes. We're going to have a couple clippers come down. But I'm seeing at least a couple days of quietness after our big storm comes through. And then maybe even an increased overall quiet month. I don't know. Obviously, we're going to have to pay more attention to the models, and I'll make like a full forecast video after this series of storms is done. But like, I'm hoping that we might have a little bit of a break from the crazy weather as we go forward. All right, so that's what we're looking at right now. That is the forecast broken down for you. Now, who is our winner of the Break It Down Ryan Challenge? And I love it. I love it. This is awesome. Our winner is, what is it, Sergeant David Miller? Look at that. Is that a projector screen? Look at this. This is from Hernando, Mississippi. This is a very cool setup that you got here watching the Ryan Hall Y'all stream on the projector screen. That's very cool. And once again, Hernando, Mississippi is a very important area to talk about because I think you guys are going to be impacted by this winter storm pretty well. So let's make sure we get everybody watching. Let's make sure we got everybody watching in Hernando, Mississippi. We don't want anybody to miss this because I'm going to go super in depth here on the forecast for you as we break it down. All right. So first of all, thank you to everyone who participated in the challenge. Keep submitting your entries every hour, okay? We'll eventually get to all of you, I believe. Hernando, Mississippi is a city, and the county seat of DeSoto County, which is in the northwest border of Mississippi. Okay, and the population was 14,000 in 2010. That's up from 6,000 in 2000. So that's a pretty quickly growing place over here. Hernando, Mississippi, which is, by the way, right there. Right now, if you go outside, it's about 32 to 34 degrees, depending on exactly where you are in DeSoto County. If you're in the southern portion, it's probably a little bit warmer. And then if you get closer to Memphis, it gets a little bit colder there along I-55 in, once again, south of Memphis here and Hernando. Now, this is what it looks like right now. We're seeing a little bit of rain out there. We're seeing a little bit of cold rain. But what's it going to look like in the future? That's what we want to know. What is it going to look like in the future? That's what we're going to zoom in on and look at for you. How many people do we have watching right now from Mississippi? Because we're going to have to zoom in on your state specifically to get this job done. Oof. Actually, we don't have that view, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll use the deep south view, and we will make that work. We will make that work. Let's pop over to the models. There is Hernando, Mississippi. We're going to put a red mark right there where you guys are, and we're going to look at what the future holds for you. Now, here we are at 2 a.m. tonight. That rain is going to switch over to freezing rain between 2 a.m. and possibly 5 a.m. Now, around 5 a.m., that's when some of the heavier precipitation is going to start coming through Hernando, Mississippi. And then it gets really heavy. Okay, around 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, we could actually see thunderstorms, actual thunderstorms, lightning, thunder, the heavy rain, the whole 9 yards, move into this cold air and then drop that heavy rain into the freezing, area. So it's very unfortunate. I do think that you guys are going to see a very significant amount of ice out of this thing. Now, I don't know if it's going to be over a half an inch. I don't know if it's going to be a catastrophic ice storm for you, but this is definitely looking pretty concerning to me. Now, the good news is that the rain's going to be so heavy that the water's going to be moving, right? The moving water is hard to freeze. So if the precipitation rates are really high, that might limit your ice accumulations, but still, there's going to be some big time problems out there in Hernando tomorrow. And then this is going to continue all the way through 2 p.m. on Thursday. And then maybe you'll see some of your final sprinkles there around 5 p.m. But yeah, this looks like an all-day event for you. There might be a quick intermission around noon where you switch over to rain that's not freezing, but I wouldn't count on that. Okay, we're thinking that our area of concern is going to shift to the south and east, maybe just a little bit more. And you know what? You know what's crazy? Do you know what's crazy? The past 3 of these breakdowns that we've done have literally been in like a very similar position relative to the storm. Like we did Bowling Green, we did that place in Tennessee, and now we're doing this place in Memphis, and they've all been astronomically like close to the big pink wall of sadness to the west there. That's crazy. Anyways, you guys are definitely going to get some ice, and then on the backside you might get a very quick skiff of sleet on top of that. So yeah, you guys are some of the people that need to be prepared for the potential for damaging ice totals for sure. Let's look at freezing rain totals. Yeah, you're literally right there around an inch according to this model, which is, might be overdone a little bit. But even if you only get a half an inch of ice, it's going to be pretty detrimental to the local infrastructure, the utilities, the electricity, and all that stuff. So make sure you keep that in mind, okay? And hopefully that was a good forecast for you down there in Hernando. I love it. I love the new hourly forecast breakdown thing. We are going to do that again in another hour, and that's going to be around 11:57 p.m. Eastern, okay? So make sure you get your unique pictures taken. And, I mean, every time we do this, it's going to get harder, okay? The competition is getting more and more intense because people, obviously people want to have that customized forecast, all right? So thank you so much for participating, and I'm having a blast. I'm having a blast doing that.
IMCOMnet, second Monday at 7 p.m., W5FC.
All 3 of our storm chasers are still up and running. Let's see here. Charles, thank you so much for the $25 super chat. He says, as always, Ryan, awesome. Man, you're awesome. International Stacker, thank you for that. Jameson says, I'm from Dayton. No, Lee. Yeah, Lee from Dayton is your biggest fan. Thanks for making meteorology so fun. Say hi to Lee or Leia. Hi. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you. I'm sorry if I screwed up the name read there. It's just part of me, man. It's part of what I do. But yeah, we're gonna check in with our storm chasers now. Let's start with Vince. Hey, buddy. Just looking for an update. It looks like the roads are still really bad where you are. A little bit of an improvement, but are you seeing the DOT out there? Are you seeing anybody, treating the roads, or is it just kind of like every man for himself right now? I haven't seen a lot of plows, honestly. That's why I'm kind of wondering if
I've seen a couple of DOT trucks, but they're not spreading any sand or salt. I'm not quite sure what the deal is. I-74 there wasn't even any police presence, which is a little concerning. I guess it's possible that maybe they knew about the issue, but everybody was just so far away, and given the roads, maybe they haven't been able to even get there yet. But I'm dipping south, and the roads are just packed with snow here. They're not too slippery. If you actually step on the brakes, you do stop, so they're in much better shape down here. It seems to be right now the farther we go, just because of that snow cutoff line. But right now it's pretty smooth sailing. We're about to do the speed limit down here, so much better conditions here.
So what's your overall plan? Are you going to be hanging out a little bit in the Ohio River area for the ice storm, or are you still going to try to gun it down to the severe weather? What's the future looking like for you? Jackson, thank you for that. Love watching your streams. By chance, how much snow do you think Fishers, Indiana will get?
If I can get down there into parts of Mississippi, I'm going to. I don't know if that's going to be possible or not with that ice storm. I guess it's going to really depend on when we actually get some freezing rain. I'm going to see if I can plan it to possibly kind of get a little bit of both, but a lot of it's probably going to depend on what time I end up going through the area where we get that transition to freezing rain, because I think once we start getting some freezing rain, it's nobody's going to be going anywhere.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think he is absolutely right about that. Nobody's going to be moving once we start getting that crazy freezing rain a little bit later today. How about you, Mike Scantlin? You got anything for us? Just getting a little update from our chasers here, making sure that there's nothing pertinent that needs to be relayed to us, and you know, just checking in with them. It's a part of the show. And I wish we could talk to Michael Beard. Man, because I'm sure he has all kinds of interesting stuff to tell us about. Look at this. This is a live view right now from near Dallas. Let's see here. He is currently near Alvord, Texas, south and east of Sunset, very close to Decatur. This is a live view from professional storm chaser Michael Beard. Once again, a terrible situation unfolding in Texas, where we have all kinds of problems with wrecked semis and wrecked vehicles. It's going to continue to be a problem too. This is why you gotta stay off of the roads out there. Yeah, for some reason Michael is still having problems. I'm gonna try it one more time. Testing 1 2 3. I'm trying this one more time. It's no big deal if we can't figure it out today, but just wanted to get your words and opinions on what we're seeing coming through your stream here. We're trying to figure out what we're looking at. But yeah, as you can see, it looks like I can't tell if that's multiple semis or if that's one semi with two boxes, two carts. But we'll get either a text or a voice update from Michael here in the next little bit, and we'll continue to monitor the situation there. What else do we have going on here? Mike Scantlin is back on the road. This is what it looks like in Tulsa. Wow. Man, that kind of looks like it looks so much different there. Like it seems like it's a lot more intense where Mike is versus where, you know, some of these other videos and pictures that we've seen from around the area. Blizzard-like conditions there around Tulsa, and it looks like he's on the interstate, and it's completely snow-covered. It is completely snow-covered in Tulsa, so we're going to keep a very close eye on that as we go forward as well. And we're going to view our high-def radar. Let's take that up to Tulsa and inspect a little bit. Oh, yeah, they're in a big-time band of heavy snow. And that's not going anywhere anytime soon. Tulsa, you're in Snowtown, baby. Tulsa is in Snowtown, baby. If you're in northeastern if you're in northeastern Oklahoma, you're going to overperform big time on your snow totals. Look at that. Look at that. Let's see here. Jackie, thank you so much for the big 25. It says, greetings from Shenandoah Valley in Virginia. Hey, neighbor. David G says, I've been watching In and Out all morning. I had to delay all of my HVAC jobs in Metro Detroit today because
Ryan,
of this.
I've been doing a couple laps around downtown here. This moderate band has just moved in. Copy that, thank you. Sorry. This moderate band has moved in over the last 30, 45 minutes, and visibility is way down, way down. I mean, talking, quarter mile to a half mile here, and that doesn't seem that incredible, but for the type of snow we're seeing, this is really small, powdery, dry type of snow with some ice pellets mixed in. And for that type of snow, for that texture of snow, this visibility and these snowfall rates are just unbelievable. And, we've got a few more hours of this to go, and that moderate band is going to continue to pummel us here in Tulsa. We're probably going to get another 3, maybe 4 inches out of this over the next couple hours.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. I was like, looks like some places over here in northeastern Oklahoma are almost certainly going to overperform on their snow totals. How much do you think is on the ground right now if you had to estimate? And then obviously we expect there to be more, but if you had to estimate how much is on the ground right now, what would you say? And David G, by the way, he said that his super chat was for Stephanie, not for me.
I'd say 2 to 3 inches. And, that's not really a testament to how much snow's fallen because we've had so much of it blowing around earlier. The drier it is, the easier it blows around. And, you can see that it's, it's been blown around quite a bit and it's real drifty. And, some spots are a foot deep and some spots, the road is almost bare. It's glazed, but you can see that, it's getting blown around a lot is what I'm trying to say, in a roundabout way. And, I would say that probably 2 or 3 inches is our official accumulation for the moment.
So some people over here in Oklahoma are going to end up with some of the most snow they have seen in a while. That's interesting. All right, so thank you, Mike. We'll get back with you here in a minute. So anyways, David G, he said his super chat was for my wife and not me. He always says that, and she always gets it. However, David, I'm so confused, man. Where were you during our blizzard? Like, I don't think you were even on the stream. And like every single day you ask me, is it going to snow here? Is it going to snow? And it finally snows like a big monster wallop for you. And you're nowhere to be found. Where were you, David? I got to know. At least I don't think you were here. I just didn't see you. Hey, Curtis, thank you so much for becoming a high-risk member. That's super awesome of you. We are going to get a lot of new... What am I trying to say? Oh, yeah, we're going to cross over 1,500 members before the end of the stream, I believe. We had under 1,300 when we started earlier today. I believe in us. I believe we can do it. Oh my goodness, it's starting to get hot in here again. I can always tell that I'm letting it get too warm in here just by looking over there in the viewfinder. All right, I'm turning the fan back on. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it's 75 degrees in my room right now because of all these screens. 70. Oh, I read that wrong. 76.5. Gee, Lord. I usually keep it around 69. That's my natural temperature.
Yeah, I'll show you back in quarters. Spring 321 10-4.
I'm so glad you guys are enjoying the Break It Down Ryan challenge, by the way. I think that's I think that's really cool. That was literally an idea that I had just randomly this morning. Put it together. And it's working out pretty good. Hey, look at here. We got a massive wreck causing a backup on I-35 and US 75 southbound and I-30 in Dallas. That is a big backup right there. A huge backup. Also, we're monitoring this situation where there's a big wreck over here near, what was that, Bowie, Texas. It's between Bowie, Texas and Decatur on Highway 287 right before you get to Alvord. This is what we're looking at here. I bet your electric bill is outrageous. It's actually not that bad. I don't keep this stuff on all the time very often. Oh, we have to rig this. We have to rig this. Everybody, we have to rig this. Obviously, everybody's going to vote for yes anyways, but Reed Timmer asked, I'm retweeting this on my Twitter right now. If you go to @RyanHall, y'all on Twitter, Reed Timmer says, should I chase tomorrow? Everybody's got to vote yes. Everybody's got to vote yes. We want to have his eyes down there on the ground when that tornado comes through in Mississippi tomorrow. Because it is coming through. Actually, I don't want to say that definitively. We don't know for sure if there's going to be a tornado, but I think there might be one or two. One or two naders, possible.
Charlie 104.
The owner got his truck and trailer back if he doesn't want to make a report anymore. So Eddie.
10-4 is 22 times Charlie 121. I'll shoot to Nate as well.
Reed Timmer gets a yes for the chase. Yeah, I think we are 100% rigging this. It's 90% yes now and 10% no. 90-10. Oh, wow, look at this. Here is Tulsa near Broken Arrow, and it's getting more and more worse. Man, that really heavy snow band is really kicking it up for you guys. You guys are literally going to get a mini blizzard out of this. Bowie. Bowie. Okay, I'm saying Bowie. I've been saying Bowie, and it's supposed to be Bowie. My bad. Here's a view from Toledo, Ohio. Looks like Michael's taking the trek down the road. He's leaving the scene of the accident there. Hey, Pure Life, man, thank you so much for the big time 50 bomb there. He says, weather's getting crazy in these last days. Things will get worse. I don't think it's going to get worse. I don't think we have to be all doom and gloom. I think that there's a bright side to everything. I think the weather has been crazy over the past little bit, but I think that weather goes through patterns. If you think the weather's crazy right now, ask some of these guys that went through the 70s. It was, obviously I wasn't around back then, but it was pretty crazy back then as well. Hey, Mr. B Outdoors and Misadventures, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. And Larry and Susan Gates, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. And we also got Lady Time becoming a member here. So thank y'all so much for your support. Toledo has about 6 inches. Man, it is just car accident after car accident after car accident down here on this road that Michael Beard is on. Down here on Highway 287. Just literally just multiple accidents, one right after another. Clarksville, Tennessee's under an ice storm warning. Did they expand our ice storms?
It'll be okay.
Do you think Cincinnati will get over 3 inches of snow? Possibly, but it's more than likely going to be around that 3 inches. And yeah, I don't think that there's a huge chance of you getting much more than 3 inches, if that's what you're asking. So the National Weather Service has expanded our ice storm warnings a little bit. Let's go over to Radar Omega, which is an app, by the way, that you can get on your phone, iOS or Android. I've got links in the description. And you can look at the radar on this thing, okay? You can look at the radar at your house. You can have your location on here. You can look at the satellite. You can look at the weather models. You can look at the 3D satellite. You can look at it all. And you can look at watches and warnings, which is what we're doing right now. And we have new ones, okay? Clarksville, Tennessee is now included in that ice storm warning. Erin, Tennessee is included in the ice storm warning. Waverly, Tennessee is included in the ice storm warning. An unfortunate area down here to be impacted by this event, just ravaged by severe weather this year. We had the historic tornado outbreak. The historic tornado outbreak up there in Mayfield up through, Dawson Springs. And then also we had the historic flash flooding events down here in Waverly. And now we're talking about both of these areas possibly being impacted by tornadoes, or I'm sorry, ice storm, an ice storm tonight into tomorrow. And yes, look at this. We can look at cameras down here. Here's a camera. This is like literally a perfectly placed camera to monitor the ice storm tomorrow. We have a lot of cameras down here in southeastern Missouri. We have a camera down here in Tennessee in the ice storm. And all of this is available to you as well if you download this app. It does cost money, but like all things, the good stuff costs money, and that goes for your radar app as well. No ads, no annoying stuff like that. Go down there and get it. They're a sponsor of the channel, and we love them. We love them to death around here.
It's been taped real good on both sides. Hope you don't get any calls on it.
Yeah, the ice storm warning has expanded. Guess what direction? What have we been saying for the past couple of days? To the south and to the east. Everybody's still talking about the 70s in the chat now. I brought up the 70s, and now that's what everybody's talking about. Yeah, the 70s were crazy, man, as far as weather goes. Obviously, the biggest one that stands out to me is the 1974 tornado outbreak. It's the biggest tornado outbreak on record, the most insane thing that's really ever happened as far as like a tornado outbreak goes. And that happened in, I believe it's April 4th, 1978. And really the only thing that's compared to that since then has been the April 27th, 2011 tornado outbreak there. But that was even more localized than the 1974 one. I don't know if we'll ever see something like that again. And if we do, it would be it'd be very unfortunate. And hopefully a long time from now. Wow. The Metroplex is turning into a nightmare, guys. All eastbound lanes are currently closed near mile markers 364 in Earth County due to a jackknifed 18-wheeler and another collapsed 18-wheeler in the backup. Significant delays up to about an hour and a half west of Fort Worth. Roads are bad. That is not good. And these are the roads that we're talking about here. I don't think he's on the interstate, but this is the exact, same area here where Michael Beard is. So we're going to keep a close eye on all these guys as things start to get we're starting to enter the ice storm portion of this storm now. We've been forecasting this thing for a while, and now it's actually happening, and we're starting to see the impacts. It starts with the travel, it starts with the roads, it starts with all that stuff, but eventually it changes over to the trees following the power lines and stuff like that. Look at this. We're already seeing stuff like this, where the ice is accumulating on trees down here in Texas. This amount of ice is enough to start causing down power lines. So if we're already seeing this, it's not looking good, guys. It's not looking good. It's looking like we are going to have an all-out ice storm that we're possibly seeing on the upper echelon of the tiers of potential, problems. Like we've been talking all day about how Dallas, that area could see up to a half an inch of ice. Now it looks like maybe a half an inch of ice to 3/4 of an inch of ice, which is going to be detrimental to the infrastructure system and all of that. Hey, great setup here from Rob. I love it. I need this. This is what I need. I got a bunch of monitors, but I don't have a vertical one. I need a vertical one to keep up with the chat. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm doing that. Thanks for the idea. Still coming down good there in Tulsa. These blizzard conditions, by the way, you're going to experience this all the way up through the Great Lakes region in the Ohio Valley later tonight into tomorrow morning as well. I've been telling you for a while that second punch is going to be a harder punch.
Yeah, that's what we were about to say.
Who needs the radar when you have the radar? Gettysburg, you're killing it today, man. You just keep it coming.
I think it's like, I don't know, 9300 East Highway 11 westbound. There's a semi that's jackknifed in the road, and it also looks like it might have hit another semi and maybe also a car. I don't know if you guys got a call about that.
Yeah, keep doing that too, guys. If you see anything newsworthy or noteworthy, tag me in it, and I'll relay some of that information as well. Are the power outages getting any worse? So we now have 25,000 people without power in Texas, and it's actually getting better in Oklahoma so far. We're down to 7,000 people in Oklahoma, but in Texas, we are kind of increasing with our power outages, especially in Hunt County and Fannin County over there in northeastern Texas. Hey, Phil, thank you so much, man.
And so you want to do, that's on Highway 11 at 9300? I'm not showing my map that way.
Stand by. George 103 at Park.
All right, it's a little soon. I skipped about 15 minutes there, but I'm going to go ahead and take my second break. We are approaching now. Yeah, we're over 5 hours. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. So I am going to take a brief break, if you guys are okay with that. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys with that Cali Storm Chasers video of the wrecks and stuff. And just in case you haven't seen that, this is a very interesting video, and it's a very good representation of why it's important that we don't go out there and get on the roads and stuff, and how quickly things can go wrong. So we're going to watch that again. And then, of course, I'm going to also leave our storm chasers up for you as well. So let me double check here. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Give me just a second. I'm always changing this, I know, but it's for the good. It's for the greater good. All right. All right. So, by the way, once again, this is Cali Storm Chasers on YouTube. Go subscribe to them, guys. You guys have already given them like an additional 100 subscribers on top of what we already gave them to begin with. So, the more support we can give these guys, the better.
1600 North Highway 11 going northbound.
I'm gonna take a brief break. I'm gonna go, drink some water or drink a Red Bull or something. Maybe make some coffee. I hate coffee, but we might do that. And then I'll be right back. Okay, give me about 10, 11 minutes or so, and I will be right back.
6001 Pump Marion. 6001 Pump Marion Avenue. Map 1279. just a white female, 60 to 65 years old, wearing a brown trench coat, black pants. Has been in the store shopping since 1400 hours and is refusing inside the room now. In the ground, there's nothing behind them.
I'm back.
Said they have a handgun on them. Caller has a handgun for protection.
Hello, hello.
She's going into the backyard, Bring.
Did I miss anything?
That he assaulted her tonight. MSA has refused.
I was gone a little bit too long.
Public service 2237.
Thank you guys for sticking around.
We're going there. We're going there also.
Hi, 10210-4.
We have we've been going for a while now. How long have we been going?
Female from my location to 121:30.
So 5 hours and 30 minutes. So we did 4 hours this morning. We've done 5 hours now. I think what we're going to do, what we're going to shoot for is I'm going to go for another hour here. We're going to do the forecast again. We're going to get into the nitty gritty here. We're going to go over everything. And then I'm probably going to shut it off for tonight. And then we'll pick it right back up tomorrow morning with the coverage on the ice storm. That sound good to you?
Okay, I copy that. Engine 3-1, I'll show you in service as well.
Oh, I see David. I see David.
Caller sounded upset and scared. MSA's refused 2239.
I see what you mean.
I copy cancel MSA. He was sleeping and he doesn't want any help.
That's correct.
How do we know you're the real Ryan? You don't. You don't. I could clone myself. That could explain the endless weather coverage. One version of me sleeps while the other one does the weather. Seems legit to me.
Call 1131. Thing 344-10-8.
Charlie 315 and
Seems legit to me.
They don't have anybody in the booth. Yeah, I got a hold of you.
Oh, you can see those winds a little bit better now on Michael Beard's live feed. Vince is still going incredibly slow. I bet he's tore up. He don't like going slow. Vince does not like going slow. $57. Highway 57 or Interstate 57 South is where Vince is right now.
Dave 10297. Dave 10210-4.
I'm about to call it a night here in about 30 minutes to an hour or so. Just wanted to get a final wrap up from you, Mike. What's going on out there? What do you think is going to happen as the night goes on? And are you going to be doing anything tomorrow for everybody to look forward to? Yeah, I am having, after drinking
Ron, I was
almost
just
a
looking
gallon.
at radar and noticing this this moderate band is just hugging Interstate 44 all the way down to almost Wichita Falls, Texas. So, you know, if that does stay in line with us, you know, we could end up with a couple more, you know, 3 more inches at least. And but you know, as the system does move east, I expect that line to not really hold. It should probably push east. We might end up underperforming here, but we'll see. And you know, I'll be out for another an hour, and then I'll be up starting again at 5 a.m. and you know, just streaming throughout the day as necessary, as interesting as it gets. You know, if there's nothing going on, you know, I'm not going to worry about it. But you know, if there's something worth streaming, I'll be out here.
All right, thank you, man. Thanks for everything today. So yeah,
Yeah, buddy.
he's gonna
Thanks
be
for
out
having me.
for another hour. He's going to be out there for another hour. Let's get an update from Vince. Hey, I'm going to end my stream here in about 30 minutes to an hour. Just wanted to know if there's any updates from you or anything we can expect from you after I end my stream. Or are you going to also end yours? What's the plan?
I will probably shut mine down when you end yours. It's pretty boring out here at this point, which is a good thing. There was slowed down traffic there for a semi that jackknifed over the cable barrier in the median, but a lot of these accidents and these slowdowns that we're coming across I think are old. There's some snow packed on the interstate here, but everything's pretty well, not sliding around. Things seem to be in a little bit better shape here, obviously, until we get that next wave to come in. So I'll probably shut mine down here as well, then start it back up in the morning. Not sure if I'll make it all the way down there for the possible severe weather threat. If I don't, I'll stay in the area here and cover the ice. But I haven't come across any serious injury accidents or anything, so that's good. So for the most part, people seem to be taking it slow, especially on this portion of the roadway anyway.
All right, thank you. Everybody say thank you to Mike Scantlin and Vince Waelti. We can't say goodbye. Well, actually, you know what? We can. We can say goodbye to Michael Beard. Hey, Michael. Just wanted to say thank you for working with us today. I'm sorry we couldn't really talk to each other. We'll figure it out before the next one. But we've really appreciated your live feed and your reports. So thank you very much. I'm going to end my stream here in about 30 minutes. So we'll see you next time. Ryan, did you eat dinner? Yeah. He's giving us a thumbs up. Love it. Yeah, I had, well, whenever we did the break between the streams, I had Moe's. I had a big stack from Moe's, and that was plenty enough. And I've had a little snack each time I went down for a break, so I'm good. I'm good on the dinner front. Huge shout out to our moderators who have had to deal with my crazy schedule today, and we'll have to deal with it again tomorrow. Let's take another look at that forecast so that you can see it, and also so that I can plan my stream schedule for tomorrow. What am I gonna do? I want to make sure that I'm live when, you know, some of the worst stuff is happening, because that's how we're going to get the information out to as many people as possible, is by being there to relay it in the first place. Let's look at the models. So, really, things are going to start going downhill here in western Kentucky and portions of Tennessee around 8 a.m., it looks like. So between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m., that looks like the biggest area of concern. And then, of course, we have that severe weather that goes all the way through midnight. Oh, boy. And then, you know, obviously the snow up here, that's going to be a thing. Somebody in Indiana is going to end up with a pretty memorable big snowfall total. Now, I'm thinking that because of the amount of rain that fell in areas like Toledo, Ohio, I'm thinking that you guys might actually be under. You might be under on your forecasted amounts. But, you know, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. We will see. This is going to be a heavy band of snow that comes through, so it just depends on the nowcasting tomorrow once again. So I'm thinking more than likely to give myself, because tomorrow I'm not going to be able to break it up. Tomorrow it's going to have to be a 12-hour long stream or a 10-hour long stream straight up. I'm thinking if I want it to end around the time the ice threat starts working into Pennsylvania. That way we have plenty of time to forecast for this and get you prepared for this. If I want it to end around 10, I'm going to want to start it around 10 or possibly 11.
Could you please show on a follow-up?
So I'm thinking tomorrow we might start the stream around 10 or 11 a.m. Eastern and then go all the way out until 8 or 9 or maybe 10 p.m. Eastern. And then, if it's necessary, we might do a fourth edition, a fourth live stream for the Snow-A-Thon Friday morning, discussing the potential ice storm ongoing down here in Jersey, New York City, Connecticut. That's a real possibility right now. And that one would maybe go from 10 a.m. on Friday all the way through 5 p.m. So as of right now, that's what I'm thinking. I think I'm going to go from, man, as early as I can tomorrow, around 11. It'll either be 9, 10, or 11 a.m. tomorrow, all the way through a 12-hour cycle there. And then maybe from 11 to 5 on Friday. That's my current plan. I do, yeah. I do need to get some rest because I know a lot of you guys are going to need or going to want to have this tomorrow. And I'd hate to just go all night tonight and then sleep through the biggest part of the event tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you know, we have 2 open back seats in our car. We can roll up to VA and pick them up if we need to.
That's an excellent idea. That's actually my plan. So if they'll give you the address, why don't you guys do that?
Okay, we'll start down the VA.
So yeah, tomorrow's going to be a pretty interesting day. I hope that it goes well. I hope that we don't have a lot of bad things happen. But as you guys know, it is a possibility. So we have to talk about it. Some of you all are going to get a lot more snow. Some of you guys are not going to get as much snow as what you originally thought you were going to get. Some of you guys are not going to get snow at all. Some of you guys are going to get ice. Some of you will get more ice than what you originally thought you were going to get. Some of you will get less ice than what you were forecasted to get. This is just one of those storms, man. And a lot of places, the forecast is going to be wrong. It's going to be wrong. So that's why it's important that if you're interested or if you're concerned about the weather, if you're concerned about all this stuff, it's important that you tune in to my stream or anything like it, whatever you want to tune into, because it's going to come down to nowcasting. It's going to come down to nowcasting and not just forecasting. We have a good idea of what we think will happen in the future. That's our forecast. But you don't, tomorrow, if it looks like we're going to have 1.5 inches of ice, you're going to want to nowcast that. So make sure you tune in tomorrow. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Turn on notifications. That is very important. That way you get the notification whenever it comes through. We do have a Discord. Yeah, if you want to join our Discord, it's there's a link in the description, and I'm sure our mods can post a link. We have like thousands of people in there now. I don't know what the latest number is, but it's a pretty cool place. It's a pretty cool place. And if you're a channel member, if you're an official channel member, you can access the VIP lounge there in the Discord server. So that's pretty cool too. Could this shift to the north a little bit? Yeah, probably not. I would say, and like I've been saying for days now, any shifting that happens is going to be to the south and east, and that happens even now. Somebody said, I hope nobody loses power. Me too, but more than likely lots and lots of people will lose power tomorrow. Make sure you're charging those devices. Make sure you have backup batteries. Because I think you'll maintain cell service. So if you wanted to continue to watch this stream or whatever it is that you need to do with your devices, I think you'll be able to continue to do that. What's the best app to download to track from home? Radar Omega. There's a link in my description for iOS and Android. And then, of course, all the storm chasers that we work with have their own social media accounts. So if you want to follow Vince or Mike Scantlin or any of these guys, we also have links in the chat from the mods for those guys.
137, thanks.
Yeah, 4.
How is North Nashville looking? Looks like a big rainstorm for you guys. I think that for the most part, you are going to see the worst thing you can see is flooding. Isolated. 45 miles west of Buffalo. Wouldn't that be in the water? Like, wouldn't that be in the lake 45 miles west of Buffalo, New York? David says, good night, Ryan. Please push some thunderstorms my way. I'm going to try. Chris Bailey's latest report shows most of Kentucky in the 0.33 to 1 inches of ice and 1 to 2 inches of ice and sleet and snow. He actually put 1 inch of ice on his report. That man. I mean, I agree with him, obviously, but most of the time you don't do that. Because if you're wrong in that situation, that's when you get the people coming after you with the pitchforks. Yeah, so this is the big forecast map from Chris Bailey out there. Look at that. 1 inch, a third of an inch to an inch of ice for everybody in the light pink. That's his forecast. I like it. Yeah, it looks pretty much exactly like the models that we've been looking at. So there's no reason to disagree with it. So if you're in Kentucky, that is probably, I think he's the most well-known weather guy in Kentucky. I certainly like him. I grew up watching him and all that stuff. That is the sound for the forecast breakdown, but we're going to hold that for tonight. And we're gonna save that one for tomorrow. I'm just about too tired to do another one. Honestly, it's not that bad. I woke up around 5 a.m. this morning. We did a 4-hour-long live stream. I, waited until 6 and started another one. Now we've done a 6-hour live stream. So it's not terrible, but I do think it's going to be beneficial to split these up. And please continue to send me your pictures, guys. Even though when I quit the stream, when I end the stream, don't just automatically stop sending in your reports, because I still see that. There's still a lot of entities that monitor my feed. And, if you send me a report, that's basically like sending a bunch of other people reports as well. So any pictures and videos that you have, continue to send those to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, throughout the night. And yeah, it is going to continue to get worse tonight, by the way, in the Dallas area. In the Dallas area, you are in the beginning stages of a full-on ice storm, guys. I'm not over-exaggerating here. Now, I do think it's looking like it's going to be a little bit worse on the western side. From Brownwood up to the western Fort Worth area up to Sherman. This is not, a good look. The ice is accumulating. We're seeing this happen. And it's going to continue to accumulate as time goes on. And here's a great example of that. We've got, this is north of Dallas. This is literally near Sherman, just like I was talking about. And this is from Dylan Smith. Thanks for sending this in. You got the ice accumulating on the trees already. And the signs. Man, that is just not a good sign, man. Because, once again, this is north of Dallas. Remember, that's north of Dallas. There you are. You got all this to go. So hopefully you switch back and forth between rain and snow and it doesn't all fall this freezing rain. But that is what we're looking at. Yeah, so here's another look at some of that considerable icing that we're seeing. Considerable icing on trees in Lebanon and Frisco, Texas.
Frank 03, Frank 303, quarterback, check for traffic hazard in the eastbound lane, 6500 East 71st Street, 6500 East 71 Street.
Frank 317.
Frank 303, Frank 317, it says you're going to see Victoria.
And yes, we do have a risk for severe weather and tornadoes tomorrow.
Including the caller, but she didn't give what kind of
I'll show you the official SPC forecast for that before I head out. This is a marginal risk, according to the SPC. I thought they actually had a slight risk. They more than likely will end up coming out with a slight risk for that because I think it warrants it. The amount of instability that we'll have for this time of year and all of the other ingredients that are in place definitely say to me, hey, there's going to be a nadir or two down there in southeastern portions of the U.S. and right around the border between Mississippi and Alabama, and then, of course, down there closer to Louisiana as well. Big storms tomorrow. Big storms.
Edward 2 to 10 in service. I will pick her up. I live at 71st Memorial, so I don't mind. It's right on my way up.
All right, that works out. That's fine with me.
I'm happy.
They over 3 on B.
1022.
I want our plow trucks. I want them to have the flashing lights on them.
Adam 142, so far.
Are they sending us this wreck, or are they requesting our assistance on traffic?
It just has the vehicle description, so it doesn't say through there or not.
Medical dispatch, medical alarm 14700 East 88, please north, 14700 East 88, please north, 2301.
Quick update on the Texas power grid. Outages are slowly increasing. We are up to close to 30,000 people without power now. A lot of these are coming from places like Hunt County, where we have 4,000 people gone, 1,500 people in Fannin County. We got 1,600 people down here in Runnels County without power. Leon County, Henderson County has got 1,100. So, once again, we started, I mean, literally an hour ago, I think we had 10,000, and now we're up to 30,000. So, I'm expecting by the time I wake up in the morning, it's going to be even more than that. And then, of course, we're going to see those problems persist into Oklahoma as well. So make sure you are prepared for a potential power outage tonight in Texas, Oklahoma, portions of Arkansas, maybe even western Tennessee as that ice starts to work in.
A pendant alarm, no contact. There is lockbox information.
Yeah, I'm 784 Tulsa. Yeah, 784, go ahead. I'm with a 1026, I-44, westbound, and 21st Street.
How much snow will Central Kentucky get after the ice? Probably like an inch or two. Maybe a little bit more here and there, but not much snow is expected.
Charles George 45462.
This is the W5FC repeater, PL110.9.
Driving in oncoming traffic. He can't keep his car straight.
Devil. Frank 10697.
Whoo, Lord.
Frank 106-2304.
10 hours of coverage on this storm today, and most of it has been forecasting. Most of it has been forecasting. We have talked a lot about Ohio today. We've talked a lot about Pennsylvania. We've talked a lot about Kentucky. We've talked a lot about Indiana and Illinois and Tennessee and Arkansas and Oklahoma and Texas and Mississippi and Alabama. Tomorrow, we're going to forecast even more into the future, and we're going to talk even more about Maryland, Eastern PA, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. I would say out of everywhere that I talked about today, I probably mentioned Ohio the most. That's because you guys are right in the split zone where the forecast goes from, okay, imminent to future to now, if that makes any sense. I still believe, and I want to harp on this as many times as I possibly can, I still believe that southern Ohio is going to experience just as much of a significant of an ice storm as Kentucky. So I want you guys to prepare for this as well.
Standby for a medical emergency, general sick call, 4900 South.
And then obviously up there towards Toledo and Findlay and Bowling Green in Ohio, you guys are going to get some pretty good ice. Snow. Sorry, not ice. I got to end this. Guys. I'm about to fall asleep in my chair. I don't know what's up.
Medical emergency, general sick call, 4920 South Yorktown Avenue.
I'll see you bright and early in the morning for another full day. Another full day of coverage on this big storm. We're calling it the SNOW-A-THON here, even though it's more like the Ice-A-THON. I will see all of you guys in the morning. Hopefully you're here. Make sure you are subscribed with notifications on. That's important. Okay, we didn't make it to 1,500. That's fine. We'll do it tomorrow. We will do it tomorrow. Make sure you're subscribed with notifications on so you don't miss that notification when it comes through. Early in the morning. Actually, I don't know if it's going to be early. It'll be sometime around 9, 10, or 11 a.m. Eastern. That's when I plan on taking her live. So just make sure you're here for that. Let's pull up that live subscriber count, shall we? There it is. We've got 378,000 subscribers on the channel, guys. Please, if you like what I'm doing here, if you find it valuable, let's say you even live outside of the affected area and you want me to do this for you during your next snowstorm, hurricane, blizzard, tornado, whatever it is, subscribe to the channel and I'll be here for you. We also do daily forecasting videos. It's free to subscribe. The only thing it does is it helps me get my content to you easier. That's it. It's a win-win for both of us if you like what I'm doing here. So hit that subscribe button. Hopefully we hit 380 soon. Okay, we literally hit 300 just a couple weeks ago, and it's very likely that we hit 400 before too long passes. So I want to thank you guys for all of the incredible support. This channel is, I've been watching YouTube for a long time. Big fan of YouTube and YouTubers and the algorithms and statistics on YouTube channels and stuff, and I don't know if I've seen anything like this. I really don't. Like, obviously there are channels that are growing faster, there are channels that have grown faster or will grow faster, but most of them are propelled by, okay, they're already famous on TikTok or Vine, so now they're gonna grow big on YouTube. Or, okay, they're literally a music artist signed to a record deal. I don't know if I've seen just, something like this, a channel like this, of this style, grow in the way that it has ever. So thank you all for liking the videos and sharing and getting the word out there, because it's a team effort here. Everything that we do is a team effort. I couldn't do any of this without you and all the people that we've helped. I get letters and messages from people every day still, even from back in the tornado outbreaks that we had in March, and of course the ones in December, saying that, like, man, I really think if it wasn't for you and Sally down the street sharing your stream, I wouldn't have gotten to shelter in time and my house was flattened. Or we had a big tree come through the window and I was sitting right there. Like, I want to work on creating a way to share some of these stories with you, because they really are mind-blowing. But anyways, thank you for subscribing. And I will see you tomorrow. All right, I've been talking enough today. I'm gonna shut my mouth and go to sleep. Y'all can go to sleep too. I'll see you early in the morning.